Iphansi lengoma iphakamise kancane. Lengoma le slow. The volume yakhona is slow. Oh, stop.
ngaphandle kwakho, ngaphandle kwakho, ngaphandle kwakho, ngaphandle kwakho. Hila, hila, nhliziyo yam. 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 Ezinsukwini suku, iphupha ngawe ubusuku. Inhliziyo ilimele, sithandwa sami cela ungixolele. Oh Lord, nhliziyo. Oh Lord, nhliziyo. Oh Lord, nhliziyo. Oh Lord, oh Lord.
Guys, we have to start. Okay, I've got a mic for her. Guys, we have to start now. She's ready. Sophia. Okay. We need to start now.
The mic is live.
This one.
Don't shout.
Are you ready? Are we playing any video? So it gives me time to just read. Is there a video? This is on. Okay. Please welcome to the stage the host of CANEX Weekend 2022, Sophie Ida.
Hello, 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 hello. Hi, 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 hi. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. On n'est pas beaucoup ce matin. On dirait qu'il y en a qui ont fait la grasse mat ce samedi. Merci en tout cas aux personnes qui sont déjà là. Est-ce que vous pouvez applaudir pour vous-même, s'il vous plaît? Félicitez-vous. La journée d'aujourd'hui va être encore plus belle, je pense, que la soirée d'hier. Si vous êtes là au bon moment parce qu'on va passer un excellent moment. Alors, le CANEX Weekend, c'est des panels, c'est des performances live, c'est des conversations intimistes, mais c'est aussi et surtout des masterclass. Et depuis jeudi, nous avons accueilli les African Screens et tables rondes de la propriété intellectuelle. Est-ce qu'il y a des personnes dans la salle qui ont participé à des masterclass depuis jeudi? Ok, je vois des mains. Personne d'autre? Vous avez un peu raté, hein? Vous avez un peu raté. Ces sessions avaient pour focus de discuter sur les solutions pour permettre aux industries culturelles et créatives africaines de se développer et de prospérer. Alors c'était tout simplement incroyable, honnêtement, de voir tous ces jeunes créatifs qui étaient motivés et qui ont participé aux différentes masterclass et surtout qui ne voulaient pas les voir terminer parce qu'on avait justement des experts qui sont venus de partout, donc du continent et de la diaspora, pour partager, pour échanger et pour donner les outils nécessaires à tous ces créatifs pour continuer à avancer dans leur art. Et puis, nous voulons en particulier justement remercier ces intervenants qui sont venus de près ou de loin pour partager, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, pour donner de leur expérience à ces jeunes. Donc en particulier le professeur Bruce Onobrak-Peya, le docteur Ni Kwarkopom, Louis Koradazi, Muyiwa Kayode, Egosa Emaswen, Lise Lenjo, Jean-Sébastien Guessant et Anne Kassim. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir pour eux, s'il vous plaît? S'il vous plaît, faites du bruit, même s'ils sont dans leur chambre, il faut qu'ils vous entendent. Merci beaucoup. Vous savez, quand on est créatif ou quand on est des acteurs du monde créatif, surtout pour nous, je pense que si vous êtes là aujourd'hui, c'est parce que c'est un domaine qui vous passionne et que vous avez un appel là-dedans. La plus-value, ce qu'on peut recevoir de plus, c'est le partage d'expérience, à mon avis. On peut nous donner de l'argent, on peut nous donner des opportunités, mais le fait de partager notre expérience, on apprend des erreurs des autres et c'est ce qui nous fait gagner du temps. Donc je pense que c'est important de célébrer et de remercier ces personnes-là. Tout le monde ne partage pas son expérience. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui gardent leurs secrets, leurs atouts pour eux. Et donc voilà, donc s'il vous plaît, applaudissez encore une fois. Je vais vous demander pour nos intervenants. Bon, comme il n'y avait pas beaucoup de personnes aujourd'hui qui ont levé la main quand j'ai demandé qui a participé au masterclass, ne soyez pas fâchés, ne soyez pas tristes. Vous n'avez pas tout raté parce que demain, on aura encore des masterclass, notamment avec une sur YouTube. Qui veut se lancer sur YouTube ici? Qui aimerait se lancer mais a peur? Ou se dit, bon, j'aurai pas forcément les followers, c'est un peu compliqué. Je vois deux mains ici. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres personnes? D'autres personnes qui ont pour ambition de se lancer sur YouTube? OK. All right. Alors demain, à 11h, on aura une masterclass qui est donc animée par YouTube sur comment démarrer et grandir sur YouTube avec une spécialiste justement du domaine. Elle travaille pour YouTube, elle va venir partager toutes les tools, les outils nécessaires pour démarrer et puis pouvoir grandir sur ce réseau social. Et puis hier soir, qui était présent hier soir? Who was here last night? Mais vraiment, la rangée qui est là, il ne voit pas vos mains tout à l'heure. Bravo, bravo, applaudissez pour vous. Non, vous n'êtes pas timide, applaudissez. Oui, si vous étiez là hier soir, applaudissez pour vous. Hier soir, nous avons eu la cérémonie d'ouverture donc des Creative African Nexus Weekend, le CANEX Weekend, qui a démarré avec une performance incroyable de la compagnie Kassoutri de l'INSAC. Franchement, pour ceux qui ont regardé ou qui ont regardé en ligne, est-ce que j'ai menti? C'était dingue quand même. Les performances, les danses et tout, c'était quand même quelque chose. Les tenues, franchement, la Côte d'Ivoire a du talent. Et aujourd'hui, on vous promet un programme encore plus enrichissant avec des échanges, des performances enivrantes et un networking à la hauteur de votre vision et de vos projets. Et c'est pour toutes ces raisons, justement, que nous aimons le CANEX. Et honnêtement, je pense que si nous ne faisons pas la promotion de notre culture, qui est-ce qui va le faire pour nous? Donc, applaudissez encore pour vous si vous êtes là ce matin. C'est vrai qu'il est tôt. On va passer un excellent moment. Je pense que vous allez beaucoup apprendre. Et je vous encourage encore une fois à aller et à faire du réseautage. Cet événement, il est là pour ça. Parlez aux gens, rencontrez les gens. Faites du forcing s'il faut pour parler aux personnes que vous avez besoin de toucher parce que vous ne savez pas qui a votre bénédiction. OK? Donc voilà, c'est mon encouragement de ce matin. Alors, pour cette matinée, juste avant la pause déjeuner, nous aurons 3 panels. Le premier sur comment atteindre les écrans mondiaux et africains. Le deuxième sur la musique africaine illimitée avec la présence d'une certaine star du Nigeria. I'm looking for my journey. Vous voyez de qui je parle pas? Ok, je n'en dis pas plus. Et le troisième sur comment construire des récits transformationnels et à travers l'art et le design et l'art africain également. Mais à présent, avant de démarrer, puisque je vois que vous avez l'air un peu fatigué, est-ce que vous pouvez vous lever, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs? Est-ce que vous pouvez vous lever? Et si vous ne vous levez pas, ça va, il va vous lever où? Je vais descendre pour vous. Est-ce que vous pouvez vous lever? Can you guys stand up, please? Can everybody stand up, please? You'll find out very soon. Thank you so much. To kick off day 2 of CANEX Weekend avec une performance intense, nous avons un artiste DJ qui nous vient tout droit d'Afrique du Sud. Mesdames et messieurs, mettez-vous, tenez-vous prêts sur vos pieds. On va danser un petit peu pour rentrer dans le vif du sujet aujourd'hui. C'est un homme d'affaires, c'est un musicien, c'est le cofondateur de Kawala Jazzme Records. Comme j'ai dit, il nous vient tout droit de South Africa. Il est dans la musique depuis plus de 26 ans. Make some noise, please, for DJ Oskido. Mesdames et messieurs, faites encore du bruit pour Oskido, s'il vous plaît. Je vous ai dit qu'on allait augmenter la température ce matin pour se mettre dans le mood de cette deuxième journée du CANEX Weekend 2022 avec cette musique enivrante. Et ce n'est que le début parce qu'on aura encore plein de performances tout au long de cette journée avant le méga concert de demain soir. On a des artistes qui nous sont venus du Togo, on a des artistes qui nous sont venus du Nigeria, on a des artistes qui sont là de l'Afrique du Sud encore également, des artistes de la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc restez concentrés, restez connectés. Alors à présent, pour le discours d'ouverture et pour nous parler du rôle du gouvernement dans la promotion des industries culturelles et créatives en Afrique, j'aimerais inviter sur scène l'honorable Ababou Namwamba, secrétaire de cabinet chargé de la jeunesse et des sports du Kenya, qu'on accueille bien chaleureusement, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs. Continuez, continuez, continuez à applaudir. On peut continuer à l'accueillir, s'il vous plaît. On peut continuer, s'il vous plaît, à applaudir pour l'honorable Ababou Namwamba du Kenya, s'il vous plaît, pour le discours d'ouverture.
Of Culture and Francophonie, the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Excellency Babalola Jean-Michel, Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts of Benin, Your Excellency Madame Baleha Mbete, former Deputy President of South Africa, the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of African Export-Import Bank, Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, and all members of the Creative Africa Advisory Group, artists, creatives from the cultural and creative industries from across the length and breadth of the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I salute you with the Pan-African greetings of Ubuntu. Bonjour, good morning, habari za asubuhi, as we say in Swahili, which is one of the official languages of the African Union and the East African Community's lingua franca. I'm really delighted to be here this morning. Just landed this morning from Doha, where we are having the spectacle of the World Cup. And I came here really to be part of the big conversation, this big African conversation on the creative industry. And I want to thank the organizers of this very important gathering. I'm informed that we have an audience of over 10,000 streaming live, watching, following virtually. And so I also want to send greetings to all the whole of the virtual audience that is joining us virtually. Now, I was invited here to share a few thoughts on what governments in Africa can do to better protect, better promote the creative sector or the creative industry. And I have another very long speech, but I want to apologize to my team, led by Harriet here, that after arriving here and listening to the beautiful music, I decided this is really not a place to read speeches. This is a place to speak straight from the heart. And so allow me just to share a few thoughts on the subject of what we can do, how we can support the creative industry better, how we can unleash the full potential of this industry, how we can turn it into a big employer for our young people, Africa, with our huge youth bulge, how we can use this industry to unleash the full potential of the youth dividend that Africa is blessed with. And allow me to do that by just sharing 3 points in that respect. Number one is that as we gather at this CANEX 2022, I believe it's a good opportunity for us to investigate, to interrogate the whole subject of originality and authenticity. And I am persuaded, I believe passionately, that you sell best what is original. You sell best what is authentic. And I believe that looking at the history of the art or the creative industry, the creative space in Africa, our productions that have sold best, our productions that have had the greatest impact on the global stage, are those that have been most original and that have hit the market with a touch of authenticity. And you can look across the whole spectrum from the literary works to film to music. You wonder what made things fall apart, Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. Such a landmark piece of literary production. Things Fall Apart. A story of an ordinary African village in Nigeria. An ordinary village man living an ordinary life in an ordinary setting became such a global hit and one of the most translated works of literature in history. Things Fall Apart. I read that book. I had the privilege back in Kenya to study that book for my literature studies in secondary school. And today I look back and I still rank that book as a piece of premium originality and authenticity. And you can extend that to other African works. Ngugi wa Thiong'o's The River Between. Elechi Amadi's The Concubine. Many other pieces whose cutting edge is originality and authenticity. And this is a subject which a forum such as this must place at the heart of our conversation. When you talk music, as a boy growing up in the villages of Western Kenya by the shores of Lake Victoria, I was wowed by music productions like Umkomboti, a song by Yvonne Chaka Chaka from South Africa. And listening to Umkomboti at that time, at that age, I had no idea what Yvonne Chaka Chaka was talking about, but I loved the music. I loved the beat. It was beautiful. Rendered with so much originality and authenticity, with the energy and verve of Africanicity, if I were to use that term. Originality, authenticity. And you can look at the music of many other groupings. How would you explain why the South African group Ladysmith Black Mambazo of Shabalala, the late Shabalala, is a winner of the Grammy Award, perhaps the only African group that has won a Grammy. And you look at the music of Ladysmith Black Mambazo, and you feel, you experience originality and authenticity. And so, my rallying call to us here is that Africa has been able to capture global attention by being original and authentic. And you can see it in the works that I have mentioned, from the works of Chinua Achebe, the works of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the works of Elechi Amadi, from the works of Ladysmith Black Mambazo, from the works of artists like Yvonne Chaka Chaka. and many other artists that have come after them, they have been able to capture global attention and respect because of being original, because of being authentic. And Mama Africa is beautiful. It's beautiful in every sense. And so my message to us, stop copycatting, start originating. Stop copycatting, start originating. Keep it original, keep it real, keep it authentic. Be comfortable in the color of your skin. Be at ease with the texture and complexion of your cultural roots, because therein lies your comparative advantage. Therein lies your cutting edge. You try to twist it, you try to copycat, it just doesn't cut the same way. Someone's original piece, someone's original cultural posture cannot sit well when you copycat it. No. There is a reason why people are not very comfortable with clones and copycats and photostats and photocopies. People value originality. And I want to urge us, let us keep it original. Let us keep it authentic. Because African is beautiful. Lupita Nyong'o, the Oscar winner from Kenya, actually from the Lake region, where I also call my home, has been such a big hit in Hollywood for being real, for being herself. You look at Lupita, you see a beautiful African girl. You don't see a girl that is struggling with the color of her skin or the texture of her hair. She's real, she's authentic, she's original. And the world has acknowledged her talent and her Africanicity and embraced her in that respect. Point number 2 is African governments must invest in the creative space deliberately, substantively, in a big way. Number 1, by acknowledging that the creative space is not a sideshow. It's not something we think about because we have nothing else to do, but that it can be mainstream. We need to invest in infrastructure. We need to invest in theater. We need to invest in recording studios. Because you're not going to put substandard productions out onto the market and expect it to compete with the rest of the world. We need a class act, and for us to get a class act, we must invest to get a class act. And so African governments must put money, resources, into art, into creative space. We need laws and policies, because that is where government really comes in. Government will not come here to sing. Government will not come here to act. Government's business is the legislation. Government's business is policy. Government is supposed to be enacting policies that can unleash the full potential of this creative space. It is one of those contradictions of our times that many of you flew into Abidjan on a visa, and you couldn't get here without a visa. I believe virtually everybody in this hall and many people who are participating at this event needed a visa to come here. Because we have become slaves of borders and immigration rules and restrictions. And let me tell you something, Africa. Europe which sat and petitioned Africa and decided that Cote d'Ivoire will be defined by this border, and Mali and Kenya and South Africa. Europe, that loaded us with the restrictions of borders and immigration, has brought down those borders through the Schengen visa. So that through the Schengen visa, you can access the whole of the European bloc. Now, Africa, that was basically inherited a foreign alien contraption of borders and immigration restrictions, is still stuck in the past, while Europe, that originated the restriction, has moved away from the restrictions. And so today you can travel across the European Union much more easily than you can travel across West Africa or the whole of Africa. Until Africa allows free movement of people, of goods, of services, of ideas, of thought, we cannot unleash the full potential that Africanicity holds for us. Why do I need a visa to come to Abidjan? Why? Why? Tell me, explain to me why I cannot board an aircraft in Nairobi and land in Abidjan and come to this CANEX festival. Why? Why can't you come to Nairobi without restriction? I'm informed that the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, Free Trade Area, is part of this conversation. Please come here and tell us why the AFCTA has not prioritized pulling down these colonial relics of restricted movement. Why an artist from Cote d'Ivoire that wants to record in Nairobi must seek a visa to come to Nairobi to record? Why are we not having an overflow of co-production agreements across the continent between African artists? That's the business of governments. That's the business of policy. It's the business of legislation. And it's the business of continental efforts like AFCTA. Are we doing it? We need to do more of it. We need to allow more movement of our people. We need to allow more fusion. We need to make it easier to travel. I flew here on Qatar Air from Doha. Later this afternoon, I'm going to leave for Nairobi, flying Emirates to Accra before I get lucky to catch Kenya Airways on a short segment from Accra to Nairobi. Why is Africa not investing in the aviation industry? Why are we not releasing the full potential of our airspace so that our people can move more freely? Why are we not interconnecting this continent? Those are issues that governments must do. Governments must invest. But governments must also invest in artists themselves. Artists on this continent live in poverty and want because they don't earn enough. We need laws and policy that protect royalties. We need regimes that can ensure that we collect enough royalties and those royalties actually reach artists. You go to the US, you go to the UK, you go to Europe, and some of the most well-earning people are artists, musicians, fine artists. Why are African artists struggling? Why can't they earn better, live well, doing what they love doing? It's policy, it's legislation, and governments must invest in that. Finally, African governments have a responsibility to protect and promote African art and talent. We have to protect and promote our talent in the creative space. Are we doing that enough? I've been in Doha for the World Cup and listened to some of the spectacles that caught my attention there. I'm watching Cameroon play Switzerland. It's a good game. Cameroon are doing really well. Actually, they had Switzerland on the ropes for most of the game. And I'm cheering Cameroon, like the African I am. Don't read me wrong. I'm very global. I'm very multilateral in my mindset. Actually, I'm an American-trained lawyer. So my mindset is very global. But I am African first, then global next. So I'm cheering Cameroon. Then bang, one chance, one goal. Who scores the goal for Switzerland? An African boy called Bril Embolo. A Cameroonian boy, bang, scores the only goal in the game that beats Cameroon. And the boy cannot even celebrate his goal. So I see Embolo's hand go to his heart, like in pain. Bril Embolo is a Cameroonian boy playing for Switzerland and scoring for Switzerland the goal that beats Cameroon in their first game at the World Cup. Next game, by the way, I've come from Doha, so I'm telling you life stories. One of the African leaders that I respect so much, actually love as a leader, is President Ware of Liberia. So President Ware is in the stadium where the United States of America is playing Wales. And he's cheering a boy called Timothy Ware. And the boy, maybe spurred on by the presence of his dad, actually scores a goal. So he scores a goal for USA. Timothy Ware, the son of President Opong Ware. President Ware is perhaps Africa's finest ever football player. Actually, he's the only African football player to ever win a Ballon d'Or. He's cheering his boy, scoring goals, not for Liberia, for USA. Back in my country of Kenya, there's another brilliant boy called Divock Origi. He's playing for Liverpool just the other day. His father, Mike Origi Okoth, is perhaps the best striker ever to come out of Kenya. But guess what? Divock does not play for Kenya. Divock plays for Belgium. And you could go on and on and on and on and on. The other day, Hudson Odoi had a chance to either make himself available to play for Nigeria or make himself available to be selected for England. You can guess what he chose. Bukayo Saka could easily be turning out for an African team at the World Cup. Instead, he's turning out for England. And I could go on and on and on and on. We must stop this hemorrhage of African talent. We must find a way to, we live in a multilateral world and a free movement of labor, goods, services, and it's all good. But there must be something that ties you to your roots. I believe it could be a furore of unmitigated proportions if an English boy turned out for Cote d'Ivoire at the World Cup, it would be debate unlimited. We have to protect African talent. We have to promote African talent. We have to promote Africanicity. And one way of doing that is that African governments must find a way to get our local content consumed more and more in Africa. With due respect, we watch a lot of cheap productions from other parts of the world and other cultures. When you have amazing productions from Africa that do not find space in the airwaves, on TV and on radio, we need to get more of our productions on our airwaves, on our TV, on radio, as a deliberate policy measure. So, Afreximbank, thank you very much for bringing us here. Thank you very much for making sure that you plucked me out of the World Cup to come here. I'm not complaining. But I want to tell you, please, gather all African ministers responsible for the arts, for sports, for the creatives. Gather them together like yesterday. It doesn't matter where you take us, whether you take us to Timbuktu, or the sand dunes of the Sahara, or the banks of the Limpopo River. Gather us yesterday, lock us in a room, and let us get these ideas rolling on how to unleash the full potential of the creative industry in Africa, so that we can get these issues that really matter, not just stories where we come here and talk, and then we do nothing about it. I am ready to board the next plane or the next train to come to a forum where African ministers responsible for the arts, for sports, can discuss how we can better protect this industry, how we can support our creatives, and how we can unleash the full potential of the creative industry to employ our burgeoning young populations and contribute to our GDP. And as we do that, Africa, stop copycatting. Start originating. Thank you very much.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'honorable Ababou Namwamba, secrétaire de cabinet chargé de la jeunesse et des sports du Kenya. Quel speech poignant. Thank you so much, Honorable. Keep it original, keep it authentic, keep it creative. Be comfortable in the color of your skin and the texture of your hair. Wow. Est-ce que vous avez aimé ce speech? Est-ce que c'est un speech qui vous a inspiré, qui vous a motivé? Est-ce que vous pouvez applaudir encore bien fort pour l'honorable, s'il vous plaît? Je pense que c'est des mots et des paroles qu'on avait besoin d'entendre ce matin pour justement démarrer cette deuxième journée des CANEX Weekend 2022. Nous saluons également ce matin la présence de son Excellence Monsieur Jean-Michel Abimbola, ministre du Tourisme, de la Culture et des Arts du Bénin. On peut applaudir bien fort pour lui, s'il vous plaît. Il a fait le déplacement et il est encore là avec nous pour cette deuxième journée. Alors, la Commission de l'Union africaine est très impliquée dans le développement des industries créatives sur notre continent et c'est un grand soutien pour le CANEX. Et depuis le début de cette initiative, il les accompagne. Et pour nous partager aujourd'hui son plan d'action, j'aimerais que nous puissions accueillir sur scène la directrice par intérim du développement social, de la culture et du sport, chef de la division culture, Commission de l'Union africaine en Éthiopie. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, Mrs. Angela Martin. Sous vos acclamations, s'il vous plaît.
Good morning to you all. I would like to start by expressing gratitude to Afreximbank on behalf of the African Union Commission for providing this opportunity for the development of the creative economy sector in Africa. The African Union, as you might be aware, is a continental union of all the 55 member states of Africa, and our role is basically to develop continental policies in the various sectors. For the arts, culture, and heritage, we have various policies, and those of you who were able to attend the African Screen Roundtable the day before yesterday and yesterday witnessed one of our policies, which is the Statute of the African Audiovisual and Cinema Commission. Now, with your permission, I will present yet another continental policy, which is the revised African Union Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries. I believe the presentation is already there. The AU Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries emanated from the process of revising the 1992 Dakar Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries, which was developed within the framework of the World Decade for Cultural Development, 1988 to 1997. The revision of the Plan of Action was adopted during the second African Union Conference of Ministers of Culture, which was held in Algiers in 2008. So this was the first AU Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries. Now, from 2008 to 2018, the sector, the creative sector on the continent, felt that there was need to revise this continental tool, and the 5th Pan-African Cultural Congress, which was organized by the African Union Commission in September 2018, highlighted the need to revise this plan of action in order to include renewed continental and global interest in the viability of the cultural and creative industries as a springboard for Africa's integration, economic empowerment, social inclusion, sustainable development, job creation, and peaceful coexistence. The Pan-African Cultural Congress is a congress which is organized by the African Union as the forum for creatives to provide their contribution to the policy-making role of the Union. So the proposal of the Congress was then considered and adopted by the Ministerial Meeting of Ministers of Youth, Culture, and Sport, which was held in October 2018. So creatives basically requested the AU Commission to review this plan in order to incorporate contemporary trends in the sector. In compliance with this decision that the ministers took in 2018, the AU Commission initiated the process to revise this plan, and this revision went on from October 2018 to early 2020. So what was the justification of the plan? The AU Plan of Action is meant to be a guide towards the development and strengthening of the African cultural and creative industries in order to facilitate delivery of wider social and economic impact. The AU recognizes the role of cultural and creative industries sector in engendering inclusive development, good governance, economic empowerment, poverty alleviation, job creation, trade, and regional integration. The AU Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries articulates the priorities and paths for the development of the CCIs, as well as provides a framework that allows for effective coordination for inputs from member states, strategic partners, and stakeholders towards the common goal of developing and promoting the creative sector. The guiding principles of the Plan of Action are basically to stimulate economic growth, promote social inclusion, cohesion, peace building, and African integration, respecting the diversity of cultural expressions and African cultural identities, protecting intellectual property rights, promoting compliance to standard setting instruments, enhancing cooperation, and protecting cultural rights and freedom of expression. The vision of the Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries is to become an innovative, integrated, and prosperous Africa, where cultural and creative industries are the cornerstone of inclusive and sustainable development, driven by African people and its rich heritage. The Plan of Action has 6 goals. Goal number 1 is creating an enabling environment for the growth of African cultural and creative industries. Number 2 is fostering creativity and innovation for socio-political development, job and wealth creation. Goal number 3, forging a strong cultural identity through the promotion of shared values, ethics, and common heritage. Goal number 4, ensure intellectual property compliance for socio-economic development. Goal number 5, accelerating the movement of cultural goods, services, and people within the continent for economic benefits. And the last goal is leveraging technology in order to develop and enhance the global competitiveness of Africa's cultural and creative industries. You'll agree with me that most of the masterclass and the sessions in the past 2 days have dwelt very well on these issues, and this is, in a way, the implementation that creatives are or want to see in the CCI sector. The specific objectives of the AU Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries are to ensure an increase in national budgets and resources allocated by member states to cultural and creative industries by 5% within the first 10 years of implementation. You will recall that during the Year of Arts, Culture, and Heritage, which was celebrated in 2021, we popularized a decision which was calling for AU member states to provide 1% of their budgets to this important sector. Now, the Plan of Action goes another step forward, requesting for member states to provide at least 5% of their budgets to the arts, culture, and heritage sector. Objective number 2 is to facilitate the emergence and growth of CCI businesses within member states that are globally competitive. Number 3, to increase the innovative use of technologies in Africa creative sector by 5% within the first 10 years of the implementation of the AU Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries. Another objective refers to the need to increase copyright compliance in member states by 10% in the first 10 years of the implementation of the plan by protecting intellectual property rights of creators through effective legislation and enforcement, to increase intra-Africa trade on goods and services by 5% within the first 10 years of the implementation of this plan, while international trade should grow by 10% within the same period. This objective is in line with the entry into force of the agreement of the intra-Africa trade, with most of the AU member states ratifying this protocol. And we hope that through engagements like CANEX, we are able to engage with policymakers so that more cultural workers are able to engage in intra-Africa trade in the creative sector. Another objective is to facilitate the establishment of world-class CCI infrastructures and spaces where all players are free to create, share ideas, collaborate, and showcase their art, to support cultural heritage, creative arts, and businesses, to promote the ideals, values of Pan-Africanism and cultural renaissance. In order to develop the plan, the working group that was supporting the African Union in this regard did a situation analysis. The AU Plan of Action identified 8 areas affecting the development of the sector of the cultural and creative industries. Key area number 1 is markets for Africa's cultural and creative industries. Number 2, education, capacity building and sustainability, finance and investment. Number 4, intellectual property rights. Number 5, information and communication technologies. Number 6, cultural infrastructure. 7, cultural and creative industry statistics. And 8, social inclusion and cohesion. Once again, you'll agree with me that in the past 2 days, we've been able, in the various sessions, to dwell in some of these issues and their importance for the growth of the cultural and creative industries sector on the continent. Now, the last part of this policy instrument is the Plan of Action itself. So the AU Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries has proposed some activities that could position African CCIs to convert its potentials and comparative advantage towards improving the performance of the sector. The implementation plan has a matrix for 10 years, 2020-2030, and I'll go through some of the goals of the matrix. Goal number 1 is creating an enabling environment for the growth of Africa's CCIs. Goal number 2, fostering creativity and innovation for socio-political development, job, and wealth creation. Goal number 3, forging a strong cultural identity through the promotion of shared values, ethics, and common heritage. The next goal is ensuring intellectual property compliance for socio-economic development. The next is accelerating the movement of cultural goods and services and professionals within the continent for economic benefits. As I mentioned earlier, this is intellectual property and accelerating movement of cultural goods is critical and essential if we want to see a very competitive and accessible cultural and creative industry sector in Africa. Number 6 is leveraging technology in order to develop and enhance the global competitiveness of Africa cultural and creative industries. Let me just take one of the strategic objectives, which is to ensure an increase in national budgets and resources allocated by member states to CCIs by 5% within the first 10 years of the implementation of the plan. As mentioned earlier, we have a decision by the African Union Assembly that we should provide at least, member states should provide at least 1%, but this plan is requesting for member states to provide 5% to the sector. Basically, the strategic objectives are in line with the goals that I read earlier. So I'll move on to the principles of the plan of action. And the principles are basically to stimulate economic growth, promote social inclusion, cohesion, and peace building, respect for diversity of cultural expressions and cultural identity, promote intellectual property rights, promote the use of standard-setting instruments, and enhance international cooperation. The plan also makes provision for a monitoring and evaluation framework. The absence of an effective monitoring and evaluation framework could hamper the effective delivery of the core objectives and activities outlined in the plan. Therefore, in order to positively impact the envisaged development of the CCIs across Africa, the plan provides a guide to its implementation process and monitoring and evaluation tool. In designing the monitoring and evaluation tool, the plan envisaged a phase-by-phase approach to be executed within specified timeframes. It sought to correct one of the observed weaknesses of the earlier plan, the Dakar Plan of Action, which was not time-bound. This plan is designed to be reviewed every 10 years to allow for periodic realignment of the strategies within emerging realities. However, progress of implementation should be closely monitored and evaluated through the following mechanisms. A progress report to be submitted by member states, a CCI Development Review Committee to be established, peer review of evaluation of the reports, and a coordination mechanism. Now, the coordination mechanism for the implementation of the plan shall include governments, ministries, including ministry responsible for arts and culture, education, tourism, local government, ICTs, creative entrepreneurs and operators and their professional associations, non-governmental organizations and institutions, private sector organizations, and local government authorities. Also, this coordination mechanism should include the regional economic communities. You might be aware that the African Union recognizes 8 economic communities. They are listed there. So they should be involved in coordinating the implementation of the AU Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries. We also have education institutions, formal and non-formal, think tanks and research centers, Pan-African Cultural Institution, multilateral institutions such as UN agencies and development agencies. Now, what is the status of the AU Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries? So, as I mentioned earlier, the process of revision started in 2018 by the request of the Pan-African Cultural Congress, and the revision is finalized. Now, in 2021, the plan of action was validated by member states at experts level. The next step will be to present the plan to the fourth ordinary session of the ministerial meeting of Ministers of Youth, Culture and Sport to consider the plan in 2023. Then we will have endorsement by other policy organs of the African Union, including the Executive Council. From there, after this endorsement, then we start again popularizing the instrument in the AU member states. By way of concluding, the African Union is generally responsible for the plan of action, including dissemination, monitoring, and review mechanisms for its implementation. Each member state and Pan-African cultural institution has the responsibility to consider the development plans for their own national cultural and creative industry sector, which, informed by this plan, should take their national priorities and specificities into consideration. Like I said in the beginning, this is one of the AU continental policy instruments in the area of the creative economy, and it's meant to be a guide for member states to strengthen their policy instruments at national level in the area of the creative economy. This is all that I had to share with you. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Mrs. Angela Martins, mesdames et messieurs, qui nous a détaillé un plan d'action clair, concis et précis sur le développement de l'économie créative sur le continent africain, par l'Union africaine. Thank you so much. Nous passons à présent à une présentation. Il a cette semaine lancé une plateforme ici à Abidjan, mais avant de vous en parler, je vais vous dire que ce monsieur, et je pense que plusieurs d'entre vous seront d'accord avec moi, a bouleversé l'industrie musicale africaine il y a maintenant plus de 19 ans avec l'avènement de sa chaîne de télévision Trace TV. Et plus tard, son groupe de chaînes, notamment Trace Urbaine, Trace Mziki, Trace Kitoko, pour ne citer que celle-là, à travers le continent et sa diaspora. Donc cette semaine, ici à Abidjan, il a lancé Trace Academia, une nouvelle plateforme pour la formation de jeunes sur les métiers avec un focus sur les métiers et les industries créatives. Une plateforme qui est entièrement gratuite et complètement digitale. Et pour nous en dire plus, mesdames et messieurs, j'aimerais que vous m'aidiez à accueillir ici sur la scène du CANEX Weekend 2022, Monsieur Olivier Laouché. On applaudit bien fort, s'il vous plaît, pour Monsieur Olivier Laouché.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Merci d'être là le samedi. Je sais que ce n'est pas toujours évident pour tout le monde. Alors d'abord, je vais revenir. Je voudrais qu'on accueille aussi avec moi la représentante de Afrexim Bank, parce qu'aujourd'hui, on va faire un lancement, en plus du lancement de Trace Academia qu'on a fait il y a quelques jours à Abidjan, en présence de 3 ministres et de 700 jeunes. Aujourd'hui, on va vous montrer que cette plateforme va au-delà aussi de la Côte d'Ivoire. Elle va pouvoir avoir un impact sur l'ensemble du continent africain. Et on va faire le lancement, entre autres, d'un cours qu'on a développé avec Afreximbank et une designeuse de bijoux égyptienne, et qui sera également sur la scène avec moi tout à l'heure. Et donc, vous allez voir que finalement, l'éducation, la formation, c'est extrêmement important, et c'est aussi un des sujets numéro 1 du continent. Alors, peut-être très rapidement, je ne sais pas si elle va me rejoindre ou pas, mais pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas encore le groupe Trace, on a 2 ou 3 petites présentations, petites slides à vous montrer. Je crois que pour certains d'entre vous, vous êtes au courant de l'existence de nos chaînes de télévision, de nos radios sur le continent. Aujourd'hui, il y a plus de 350 millions de personnes dans le monde, dont 290 millions en Afrique, qui ont un engagement permanent avec nos médias. Et on a une mission très claire dans le groupe Trace. D'abord, une mission de divertir nos publics, c'est ce qu'on voit dans nos médias traditionnels. Et puis une deuxième mission qui est de faire réussir nos publics. Et ça, aujourd'hui, ça va être vraiment le focus de la présentation que vous allez voir et découvrir avec moi. Alors, nos supports, nos médias, vous les connaissez, des chaînes de télévision, on en a 29, dont 17 en Afrique, plus des plateformes digitales. On a également des studios de production audiovisuelle qui sont basés à Cape Town, mais en Afrique du Sud, mais qui travaillent sur tout le continent. On produit des séries pour Netflix, pour Canal+, pour TV5, en plus de ce qu'on fait pour nos propres chaînes à nous. Et puis on est très actif aussi dans le soutien aux artistes, notamment les soutiens aux artistes de l'industrie musicale. On les aide à gagner de l'argent avec leur talent à travers 2 plateformes, une plateforme qui s'appelle JTV Digital et un service qui s'appelle Trace for Artists, qui nous permet aussi d'aider les artistes à monétiser leur talent. Alors, la raison pour laquelle Afreximbank m'a invité aujourd'hui, c'est parce que nous faisons face en Afrique à un challenge qui est certainement le challenge le plus important du continent, c'est celui de la réussite des jeunes. Nous sommes en Afrique sur le continent le plus jeune du monde, le continent sur lequel il y a la plus forte croissance économique, et 80%, malheureusement 80% des jeunes Africains ne font pas d'études supérieures après 16 ou 17 ans et vont travailler sans avoir de formation particulière. Beaucoup vont se retrouver dans l'économie informelle, certains vont créer leurs entreprises, peu d'entre eux vont réussir à rentrer dans des entreprises existantes, et donc comme ce public est aussi une partie importante de notre public et qu'on a forcément un engagement très fort avec ces publics, on s'est posé la question avec les équipes de Trace de que faire. Est-ce qu'on était en mesure de proposer une solution qui soit conçue en Afrique, qui soit adaptée à cette réalité africaine qui n'est pas la même en Europe ou aux États-Unis. Et donc on a créé cette plateforme Trace Academia, qui est une plateforme en ligne de formation professionnelle. Alors pour ceux d'entre vous qui ont des smartphones, vous voyez un QR code. Je ne sais pas si de loin vous arrivez à zoomer dessus, mais en tous les cas, vous pouvez télécharger gratuitement cette plateforme. Elle est disponible en français, en anglais et en portugais. Et vous verrez que en fait, cette plateforme, au-delà du fait qu'elle est 100% gratuite, et je tiens à le dire parce qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont surpris qu'on ait pu proposer une telle plateforme gratuitement, mais c'est aussi la volonté de rendre accessible au plus grand nombre de la formation professionnelle de qualité en ligne. Donc cette plateforme propose en fait des cours qui sont dédiés à 3 verticales. D'abord des verticales sur les métiers, notamment les métiers qui ont du sens, qui créent des emplois sur le continent africain. Deuxième chose, c'est l'entrepreneuriat. Quand on a fait nos études avant de lancer Trace Academy, on s'est rendu compte que 92% des jeunes voulaient devenir entrepreneurs. Et pour beaucoup d'entre eux, ils veulent devenir entrepreneurs parce qu'ils se disent « je n'ai pas de formation, je n'ai pas fait d'études, je n'ai pas de diplôme, donc je vais devoir créer mon entreprise et pour ça, j'ai besoin d'apprendre à être un entrepreneur ». Et puis troisième chose, c'est ce qu'on appelle les soft skills, les compétences non techniques. Et là aussi, on sait très bien qu'en plus de la technicité des métiers, de la technicité de l'entrepreneuriat, il est important de savoir comment se comporter dans le monde professionnel. Donc toutes ces techniques d'expression, de présentation, de gestion des équipes, de gestion des crises, tout ça est également disponible sur la plateforme et c'est important pour réussir dans la vie. Et puis, avoir une formation, c'est génial. Mais si on a une formation pour être encore au chômage, c'est pas la peine. Donc on s'est dit qu'on allait connecter cette plateforme à tout un écosystème d'employabilité qui permettent effectivement à ces jeunes, ou d'autres d'ailleurs, pas forcément tous très jeunes, de pouvoir accéder à des emplois. Donc on a créé avec nos partenaires des bourses, on a créé des accès aux emplois et donc on essaie d'aller jusqu'au bout de la chaîne de valeur et avec un objectif qui est assez ambitieux. On veut qu'il y ait 26 millions de jeunes d'ici 2026 qui intègrent et qui utilisent cette plateforme. Et on s'est rendu compte aussi que beaucoup de jeunes en Afrique ne connaissaient pas bien les métiers. Et on sait aujourd'hui qu'il y a à peu près 3000 métiers dans le monde. Et très souvent, on a des jeunes, on a fait des études qui connaissaient maximum 10 métiers. Et donc là, une des choses qu'on fait aussi avec la plateforme et avec nos médias, c'est qu'on permet de populariser, de faire connaître des métiers, notamment pour les filles. Beaucoup de jeunes filles se disent que certains métiers ne sont pas pour elles, alors qu'ils sont totalement offerts, au contraire, donc, aux jeunes femmes, aux jeunes filles. Et donc, on essaie de faire un gros boulot sur cette sensibilisation, cette expression de l'intérêt de tous ces nouveaux métiers pour l'ensemble des composants de la jeunesse, garçons comme filles. Et puis, je l'ai dit, on essaie d'amener ces opportunités concrètes vers l'emploi. Alors, la plateforme démarre. Mais on a démarré déjà avec plus de 135 cours disponibles, dont celui que vous allez voir tout à l'heure. D'ici l'année prochaine, on aura produit 350 cours avec nos différents partenaires. Et là aussi, on a beaucoup travaillé sur la méthodologie, sur la mécanique de la pédagogie de cette plateforme pour qu'elle soit vraiment complètement adaptée aux usages, au goût des jeunes. Donc il y a toute une partie qui ressemble un petit peu à TikTok pour scroller à l'intérieur des choix des cours. Et puis ensuite, à l'intérieur des cours, il y a beaucoup de vidéos, il y a beaucoup de visuels, il y a des quiz, de la consolidation, beaucoup de techniques qui viennent du monde de l'audiovisuel qu'on a appliquées au monde de la pédagogie, au monde de l'enseignement, et avec également un test pour que les personnes connaissent quelles sont leurs capacités, quelles sont leurs envies, qu'on puisse ensuite les guider vers les métiers les mieux adaptés. Et j'en parlais tout à l'heure, cet écosystème est très important parce que grâce non seulement à nos médias, on arrive à faire connaître la plateforme, connaître les métiers, mais surtout, grâce à nos partenaires, on arrive à donner des opportunités d'emploi pour les meilleurs apprenants, pour qu'ils puissent effectivement trouver rapidement un travail à partir du moment où ils ont suivi les cours de la plateforme. Donc ne soyez pas surpris si sur nos chaînes musicales, sur nos radios musicales, nos réseaux sociaux, vous voyez tout le temps des présentations de métiers. On pense qu'il faut qu'on utilise notre levier de l'entertainment au service de cette plateforme et de ces opportunités d'emploi et de formation qu'on va donner à beaucoup de jeunes. Alors, je vais vous montrer un petit film qui dure quelques secondes et qui présente Trace Academia.
Tu souhaites découvrir de nouveaux métiers pour t'aider dans ton orientation, te former où et quand tu veux, te nourrir de témoignages de professionnels et décrocher des opportunités. Révèle ton potentiel, tu as du talent, tu es passionné et nous croyons en toi. Alors maintenant, prends ton avenir en main, trace ton futur et réalise tes rêves. Découvre Trace Academia, la toute nouvelle application d'apprentissage pour suivre des formations gratuites en ligne développées avec les meilleurs experts. Avec Trace Academia, tu vas pouvoir apprendre en t'amusant. Suis les cours de ton choix, regarde une vidéo, réponds à une série de quiz et décroche tes diplômes. Développe de nouvelles compétences dans l'entrepreneuriat, le marketing digital, la tech, la musique et bien plus encore. Alors qu'est-ce que tu attends? Télécharge l'application Trace Academia dès maintenant. C'est 100% gratuit. Trace Academia, formation en ligne gratuite et illimitée.
Voilà, donc ça vous donne une idée. Alors, quelques mentions des partenaires. La Fondation Mastercard, qui est un de nos grands partenaires, qui nous accompagne sur l'intégralité des cours et sur la fabrication et la distribution de la plateforme. Donc, je ne sais pas s'il y a des représentants dans la salle, mais un grand merci à Mastercard, parce que sans eux, on n'aurait pas pu aller jusqu'au bout de ce qu'on est en train de vous proposer. Également, la banque Afreximbank, avec qui nous avons développé un certain nombre de cours et qui organise cet événement. Vous le savez, Afreximbank, depuis maintenant quelques années, a décidé de consacrer une partie de ses ressources aux industries culturelles et créatives sur le continent africain, avec une ligne de financement de près de 500 millions de dollars. Et je crois qu'il y a déjà 300 millions de dollars qui sont engagés donc sur des projets. Et le projet qu'on va vous présenter a vraiment été développé en partenariat avec Afreximbank et aussi, vous allez voir, avec une designeuse absolument créative. Là, vous voyez quelques logos d'autres partenaires. On a une coalition de plus de 50 partenaires aujourd'hui qui nous accompagnent. C'est grâce à eux qu'on peut mettre à disposition la plateforme gratuitement pour tous ces millions de jeunes. Et c'est vrai qu'on le disait dans l'introduction tout à l'heure, on a lancé cette semaine en fait Trace Academia en Côte d'Ivoire avec 3 ministres et 700 jeunes. Et On avait, nous, déjà commencé à déployer la plateforme sur l'Afrique anglophone, en Afrique du Sud, au Nigeria. Et on a déjà aujourd'hui des chiffres extrêmement encourageants, puisque plus de 420 000 personnes ont téléchargé l'application. On a également 500 000 pré-téléchargements sur les stores d'Orange qui nous accompagnent dans cette opération. Et tous les jours, il y a de plus en plus de jeunes qui suivent les formations et qui nous disent qu'on leur apporte pour la première fois de leur vie un certificat, qu'on leur redonne confiance en eux et qu'on leur donne des opportunités pour qu'ils travaillent, qu'ils gagnent leur vie et qu'ils gagnent de l'argent. Et pour ça, ça n'a pas de prix. Donc c'est vraiment un projet qui nous tient à cœur. Et là, je le dis aussi, c'est un projet très inclusif. Tous les gens qui veulent d'une manière ou d'une autre contribuer à cette plateforme sont les bienvenus, aussi bien des entreprises, des institutions ou des individus, des artistes, et qui nous accompagnent aussi dans la promotion de la plateforme. Alors là, je vais appeler peut-être, I will ask the people from the representative of Afreximbank and also Asa family with a designer who did the jewelry courses with us. Can you come on stage with me, please? So we are going to start with a very short video in English for you that presents the course that we are doing together. And then I will give you the mic so that you can present this partnership with Afreximbank on Trace. But let's start with a short video. If it starts. It didn't start. Let me go back. Okay, it didn't start. So maybe... Asa, first of all, welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. We want to take the mic first. You want to take the mic first? To...
Yeah.
So come here.
Yeah.
No, please. Please tell us why Afreximbank decided to focus effort on resources on this particular project.
No, that's because you weren't here yesterday. I spent a lot of time. I actually talked about it yesterday, this partnership and efforts to support capacity building, which is one of the gaps we identified in the creative industry. And of course, Azafami is a long-standing jeweler, well known in Africa, in North Africa, in Egypt, where they're headquartered, and also in Europe. We think that she has a lot of experience that we can pass down to the younger generation, and of course, to create capacity in different value chains of the creative industry. So we're big on capacity building. We think there are gaps there, and that's one of the things that Afreximbank has tried to address, the capacity, skills, knowledge gap. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think Afreximbank deserves a big round of applause for their support, because we may see them as a big bank, but they do very tangible things, very concrete. And this is going to change not only the life of, I hope, a lot of young people, but also this is an investment to make sure that the legacy, that the tradition of Africa are really passed to all generations, so that we've got this, knowledge of jewelry, which is not only great today, but it has to be great tomorrow. So I will give you the mic. Come here, and I will, use a clicker for the slide, but please introduce yourself to the...
Good afternoon. I think we have to say good afternoon now. I want to say I'm very happy to be here in Africa. Part of me love very much this continent. I feel there is a lot to do from this heritage and this art. Education for me is very important, and I always put it first in the work I do. This takes many different forms: promoting culture, heritage through wearable art, developing career plans. Establishing the design studio of Asa Fahmy that's helped raise the next generation of jewelry markets and designers. I'm proud to have teamed up with African Export-Import Bank to share my passion with people who have the same desire. My beginnings was very simple. I didn't start by knowing everything about jewelry making. I had to learn and push myself to bring my creation to life. This is why this course is so close to my heart. It gives people the opportunity to start their own journey with jewelry making. Many years ago, we worked on a similar course in Aswan, in Nubia, and there was a brought together aspiring designer and taught them the basic skills of jewelry making to help them start their career. This specific course is proof of how far we have come since. The fact that courses like this are now available in all, and especially in Africa, where the culture is so rich, makes me very happy. The internet has provided many opportunities for people to learn different crafts from anywhere in the world. With this course, we aim to revive the art handicrafted jewelry in Africa. Africa has always been a special place to me. The degree of creativity that exists in this continent and the craftsman is no other. When researching for my African collection in 1916, I was fascinated by the heritage of the culture that exists in being shown to the world. From woodwork to straw work to many other art forms, I'm proud to be here and to contribute to showing the true potential of African designers. We had chosen the best of the best, and with Trace created tailor-made online classes that teach the foundation skill needed to become a jewelry maker. We can't wait for all this to take these courses to follow their passion, pursue their dreams, and to help bringing their design to life. I'd like to thank Trace for this support and CANEX for having us and being so welcoming. Finally, I would also like to thank our partner, the African Export Bank, for helping bringing this vision to me. This is only the beginning, and we look forward to working on many different projects in the future that show the beauty of crafts in Africa. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je crois que vous l'avez vu. Donc, avec Afreximbank, avec ASA, on a développé des cours. Donc, 4 cours sur la fabrication de bijoux. En fait, l'idée, c'était qu'en Égypte, il y a un artisanat traditionnel qui se perd un petit peu. Et donc, avec ces cours, ça nous permet de nous assurer que ce savoir-faire va rester, va passer aux nouvelles générations. Et donc, le cours est disponible sur la plateforme en 2 langues, en français et en anglais. Donc, pour tous les aspirants designers de bijoux, vous avez une solution. Et c'est en plus, bien entendu, des 130 autres cours qu'on a de disponibles sur la plateforme. Donc, encore un grand merci. Merci à Afreximbank, merci à ASA. Et puis, on va passer maintenant la parole au prochain panel. Merci à vous tous pour votre attention ce matin.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Olivier Laouché. Merci beaucoup à chacun de nos intervenants. La Trace Academia a été officiellement lancée cette semaine ici à Abidjan et je pense que vous avez toutes les informations sur les possibilités que vous pouvez trouver sur cette plateforme entièrement digitale et complètement gratuite. Merci beaucoup. À présent, nous allons passer à la première table ronde de cette journée sur comment atteindre les écrans africains et mondiaux. Une discussion avec des parties prenantes de l'industrie cinématographique sur la construction et l'augmentation de la distribution de contenus africains aux publics locaux et mondiaux. Et pour lancer justement cette table ronde, j'aimerais inviter notre keynote, qui est le fondateur de Silverbird Group, l'une des plus grandes chaînes de cinéma en Afrique de l'Ouest, avec plus de 69 écrans à travers le Nigeria, le Ghana et le Kenya. Par ailleurs, en début de ce mois, ils ont signé un deal de financement avec Afreximbank de 145 millions de dollars pour la construction de l'académie de cinéma et du studio Ben Murray Bruce à Echo Atlantic City dans la ville de Lagos au Nigeria. Il est membre CAAG. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, veuillez accueillir Monsieur Ben Murray Bruce.
Compétences. Aujourd'hui, la production et la distribution d'œuvres cinématographiques et audiovisuelles est l'un des secteurs de croissance les plus dynamiques au monde et l'Afrique ne fait pas exception. Grâce à l'essor des nouvelles technologies numériques et à l'explosion des plateformes de vidéo, la production de contenu en Afrique s'est développée ces dernières années. Le cas de Nollywood, qui produit environ 2500 films par an, est emblématique à cet égard et a favorisé l'émergence d'une industrie locale dynamique et d'une chaîne de valeur qui s'étend de la production à la distribution locale, panafricaine et mondiale. D'autres pays du continent ayant aussi leur propre industrie en plein essor, la production de contenu n'est manifestement pas un problème. Une chose est claire, c'est que le potentiel économique des secteurs du cinéma et de l'audiovisuel reste largement inexploité. Le manque de salles de cinéma et de culture cinématographique a longtemps entravé l'industrie cinématographique africaine. L'émergence de plateformes de diffusion en continu, streaming, et de contenus détenus par des étrangers qui recherchent du contenu en Afrique est un indicateur de la qualité de la production du continent. Néanmoins, en raison de l'absence historique de plateformes et de distributeurs de contenus locaux, le sort du contenu filmé africain n'est souvent pas entre nos mains. Il est clairement nécessaire d'analyser avec précision nos forces et nos faiblesses au niveau mondial, continental et régional et de formuler des recommandations stratégiques pour le développement des secteurs du cinéma et de l'audiovisuel en Afrique. Les décideurs politiques, les organisations professionnelles, les entreprises, les cinéastes et les artistes doivent tous prendre part à ce processus afin de mettre en œuvre ces recommandations de manière concertée. Pour atteindre les écrans africains et mondiaux, il importe de mener une discussion avec les principales parties prenantes de l'industrie cinématographique afin de permettre ce processus.
We're evolving to not just telling our stories, but telling it with craftsmanship, telling it with excellence, telling it in a way that it travels beyond our borders. Because the power of our stories, the power of our own representation is when we're able to put our worldview into an international environment where others know Africa better because we're telling our stories more effectively. And in knowing us better, it creates better understanding, creates, gains in economy, gains in diplomacy, gains in cultural collaborations and cooperations. The value of Africa is in its stories.
Il n'y a pas un manque de contenu africain 5 étoiles et la demande mondiale est clairement présente. Il ne tient qu'à nous de combler le fossé et de faire passer nos progrès du mode ralenti à la vitesse supérieure.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's really an honor to be here, to be around such smart, intelligent people backed by one of the greatest banks in Africa. Please give Afrexim Bank a big, big, big round of applause. We are here because of them, and because of them, they will change Africa. They're doing a great job, and I'm honored to be standing here today. We're talking about globalization of our music, globalization of our movies. And as I listened to the Minister for Sports for Kenya talking about Africans playing for white countries, defeating African countries, I can relate to the pain, but I can understand the reason why. Let's go back to music. The reason Africans can excel in music and dominate the world, especially Nigerians, because you can close your eyes and listen. And when you close your eyes and listen, you're no longer a racist, you're no longer a religious bigot. All you want to do is dance, or you want to move, you want to gyrate. So music knows no color. You go back to America in the 40s and the 50s, black artists couldn't sell their records unless they put a white face on the album on the picture of the album. So the white audience thought it was a white man singing. You watch the Elvis movie, you realize he took black music and became famous rhythm and blues. In 1984, it was the first time I went to the United States Congress. I was there with Little Richard, James Brown, and Parliament, Funkadelic. The issue was copyright and white artists stealing the black sound. Little Richard especially complained about Elvis taking his music. And if you watch the Elvis movie, you understand that Elvis did a song from Little Richard, got many awards, made a lot of money, because him as a black man could not do what Elvis could do at that time. Go back to 2023, 2022, and African artists are taking over the world. But this time, not only can we sing and dance, we can be on the front, our pictures can be on the front cover because the world has changed, because the world has gone digital. Now let's get to movies. Why are we not dominating the world? We can't dominate the world because it's different. When you sing and dance, you can really be yourself. You can be African. But when you act, you have to be trained. It's a different game. African movie stars, when they act, they are probably better off doing plays than movies because it needs a different kind of skill. And that skill needs training. The other day I have 2 studios in Los Angeles. I was talking to Kevin Garnett, who's one of the greatest basketball players in the world, and he said to me, Ben, he said, do you realize the biggest black stars in the world today are Africans trained by British institutions? And it never occurred to me. The biggest black stars in the world are all Africans, trained by British institutions. So that tells you something. To sing and dance, it's in our blood. To act, you need training. The other day, I was with the great heavyweight champion, Muhammad Ali, and he was talking to me about Dick Tiger. And Dick Tiger was a poor kid from Lagos who became the first black man to become the middleweight, light heavyweight champion of the world. He changed his name to Dick Tiger, trained by an American coach. The point I'm making is this. Do we have talent? Yes. Are we skilled? Yes. Can we sing and dance? Yes. Can we act? Yes. But can we be on the big stage? Maybe, maybe not. If we get the right coach, we'll be on the big stage. The soccer players we're talking about, the difference between them playing for Nigeria or Kenya or Ghana or Cote d'Ivoire is the coach, not the players. You give that same kid a great coach from the West, he becomes a phenomenal player. You bring him back here with the coaches we have, he's an okay player. You see the difference? So we can become superstars overnight if we had the right training. And that's how I presented my case to Afrexim Bank. And I said, look, if we had the right institution of film school, we can change all of this right away. And we had the right stages, we can shoot our movies in real time. The other day I was talking to an actor in Lagos. They were shooting an outdoor scene. They shot for a day, it started to rain. They took a break. They've not been able to come back to the set because all the other actors have different jobs, so the production is delayed now the second month because they can't get back on the set. Why? Because they don't have a sound stage big enough, 1 acre of land, that can create a day scene, night scene, a city, car chase, and all of that. And that's what we're building. So the difference between us and them is not because when God created the world, God created the most intelligent people, the Japanese, the French, and the English. When God created the world, he gave us intelligence equally amongst all the nations of the world. It is up to us to use it intelligently to be successful. We cannot be successful by being lazy. We cannot be successful by not paying attention to details. We are successful here today in spite of government. When I say this, I sometimes get criticized that every time I get a platform, I criticize African leaders, and I apologize in advance. But the truth is, Africa should be a country. Nigeria, for instance, the president of Nigeria should be the governor of Nigeria, not the president. In Africa, to choose the president of Africa, I would narrow it down to Rwanda and Egypt. I don't know which other countries can produce the candidate. And the rest of you should be governors of your respective countries. If Africa was a country, one country, with a smart, intelligent leader, we can fix our problems. But as long as you do not elect smart people to be your leaders, when you become a leader, your job is to lead the people. We're not supposed to lead the government. And as long as you lead the government, the art will never be respected. For you to be respected, for you to be successful, for you to be rich, for you to get to the mountaintop, you must change your leaders. Thank you and God bless you all.
Mr. Ben Murray Bruce, on applaudit encore bien fort pour lui, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs. Il est le fondateur de Silverbird Group, l'une des plus grandes chaînes de cinéma en Afrique de l'Ouest. Et il a donc fait le discours d'ouverture de cette première table ronde avec pour thème « Atteindre les écrans africains et mondiaux ». Et pour modérer ce premier panel de qualité, qui de mieux qu'une actrice de l'industrie cinématographique ivoirienne et africaine? Elle est animatrice télé, actrice, réalisatrice et productrice. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Kony Touré. Sous vos acclamations, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour, bienvenue au CANEX Weekend jour 2. Sur le marché mondial, le potentiel économique des secteurs cinématographiques et audiovisuels africains reste largement inexploité, voire presque inexistant, comparé à celui des États-Unis, de la Corée du Sud, de l'Amérique du Sud, etc., etc. Les producteurs de contenu africains devraient faire évoluer une approche de la production et de la distribution de contenus audiovisuels développés localement pour des publics locaux et destinés à l'exportation vers les marchés mondiaux. Alors, quelles sont les solutions? Comment arriver à captiver les cinéphiles internationaux? Comment arriver à déterminer de meilleures futures distributions pour le contenu africain? En gros, comment réussir pour les contenus africains à atteindre les écrans africains et mondiaux? C'est toute la problématique que nous allons essayer d'aborder au cours de ce prestigieux panel composé d'experts de haut niveau du cinéma et de la télévision à travers le continent. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, let me introduce for you les différents panélistes. Merci de les accueillir. Nous allons donc appeler tout de suite Mrs. Zippy Kimundu, cinéaste, filmmaker, afrofilm international. Elle nous vient directement du Kenya. Merci de la recevoir avec des applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Mrs. Christiane Chabikao, productrice et donc patronne de Iris Production et Édition. Elle nous vient du Bénin. Mr. Audou Maikori, PDG et cofondateur de Pixel Ray Studio du Nigeria et des États-Unis. Merci de l'accueillir, s'il vous plaît. Mr. Mayen Zeke Baza, cofondateur, PDG et responsable de la distribution et du financement. Donc à AAA Entertainment, il nous vient d'Afrique du Sud. Et pour terminer, Monsieur Fabrice Sawignon, président-directeur général, CEO de Live TV Côte d'Ivoire. Monsieur Fabrice Savignon est mon patron. Vous pouvez l'applaudir plus que ça, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Alors, merci à tous les 5 d'être là. Thank you for your presence. Je vous explique très rapidement. Nous avons 1 heure au total pour débattre du thème de ce panel. 40 minutes de discussion, 10 minutes de questions-réponses à la fin de ces 40 minutes et 5 minutes pour introduire et 5 minutes pour conclure. Donc, on va tout de suite entrer dans le vif du sujet. Let's start right now with the first question, ladies and gents. Alors, quelle est, selon vous, sinon quelles sont, selon vous, les raisons qui expliquent le retard de l'Afrique sur les autres continents en termes d'audience sur nos productions? On va commencer par vous, Mrs. Zepe.
Hi, everyone. This is always a very interesting question because there's so many layers to why, cinema, has been at the background in our space. First of all, I would say it stems down to colonialism. Like, we lost a lot of our culture. We lost our history. We're told, they have come, we have brought you education, we have brought you this, but then they stripped off the culture. And so we've constantly been fighting to kind of catch up to everyone else, and we're still doing that. Things are changing, but I would say it just stems off from the fact that, we were left behind struggling to catch up to everyone else. Let's start with that, and I'll explain why.
According to you, Mr. Audu, the same question. What are the reasons which explain the delay of Africa?
Thank you. I think the first problem is that we can't compare apples to oranges. Right? I think the first thing is that Africa is Africa, America is America, the UK is UK. Look at African music, look at Amapiano or Afrobeats. It only became global because it first became local. And I think that we need to fix the local issues in terms of how we tell the stories we're telling, how we train our people to capture the audience. And that's why I think if you look at maybe Nollywood became global in the sense that it had these stories around juju and wives fighting and things like that, which was hilarious. But then it became, the staple for people to tell stories around Africa. And I think we need to find a way to tell our stories originally. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we can't really compare the growth of the film industry elsewhere in the world as Africa. Although places like Morocco have been shooting Hollywood blockbusters since 1940 or 1960-something. So I think what the real issue has been, one, a disconnected continent, right? We're not collaborating. For the first time through technology, through interpreters, we can talk with one another, right? But there's so many diverse languages, there's so many cultural differences that sometimes we've not been able to connect. And I think that's why CANEX is such an important platform, because it brings together people who might never have had a conversation. We have people from Ivory Coast, South Africa, Nigeria, right here on this thing. So that's amazing. So it's the right time, and this is the best platform to do so.
Monsieur Savignon, je vous pose la même question. Quelles sont, selon vous, les raisons qui expliquent notre retard sur les distributions déjà africaines et ensuite à l'international?
Alors, merci beaucoup, Connie. Tu sais, moi, j'ai un point de vue très tranché sur la question. Je considère que quand on voit les anniversaires de nos enfants aujourd'hui, où il y a des thématiques de la Reine des Neiges, quand on voit Peppa Pig, quand on voit Dragon Ball Z et consorts, il ne faut pas qu'on soit étonné après que, fondamentalement, l'Afrique soit très en retard sur sa capacité à présenter, à montrer sa culture au monde, et puis donc à en profiter. Je pense fondamentalement qu'on a une sorte de distorsion culturelle, et c'est porté par les médias, et c'est porté par les plateformes globales. C'est pour ça qu'il est important que nos dirigeants aient la forte volonté, d'accompagner la création elle-même, la créativité, et puis ensuite donc d'accompagner la diffusion de ces produits créatifs-là pour aider les Africains à se retrouver d'abord, Parce qu'aucun pays dans le monde ne s'est développé en mettant sa culture de côté. Aucun. Je dis souvent, souriant à des amis, peut-être que la Chine est la première économie mondiale aujourd'hui, mais il n'y a aucun de nos enfants qui a envie de ressembler à un Chinois. Ils ont tous envie de ressembler à des Américains ou à des Français ou ainsi de suite. Parce que fondamentalement, eh ben, les Européens, les Américains, les Asiatiques même, hein, que ce soit les Japonais par exemple, ont compris que le développement part d'abord de sa propre culture et sa capacité donc à accepter l'autre, donc à accueillir l'autre, mais à partir de ses propres valeurs, à partir de son propre univers finalement culturel. Et je pense que c'est vraiment le vrai sujet. Le vrai sujet, il est d'abord là. Je pense sur la volonté forte, que ce soit de politique, que ce soit d'institutionnel, d'accompagner et donc d'imposer une culture qui soit une culture forte au niveau local d'abord.
Madame Chabi, j'ai l'impression que vous êtes tout à fait d'accord avec son point de vue.
Oui, effectivement. Pendant longtemps, on nous a opposé la qualité en disant que les contenus n'étaient pas de bonne qualité. Aujourd'hui, on est en train de gagner ce pari de la qualité et on se rend compte que le problème demeure. Alors moi, je pense que c'est parce que au niveau des contenus, on nous a demandé d'être universels. Et on ne peut pas continuer à tabler sur l'universalité, tout simplement parce que si on prend une thématique, la thématique peut être universelle. Quand nous, on écrit des scénarios, qu'on les lit, les thématiques sont mondiales. La douleur, la haine, l'amour et tout ça sont des thématiques universelles. Maintenant, c'est le traitement de la thématique qui diffère. On nous demande de traiter cette thématique à la française, à l'américaine. Ce n'est pas possible. Parce que je prends l'exemple du deuil. C'est une thématique qu'on peut développer dans un film. Le deuil, la douleur qu'on ressent est une douleur qui est universelle parce que nous sommes des humains. Mais la façon dont nous la manifestons n'est pas la même qu'un Japonais ou un Américain. Et c'est cette originalité qu'il faut qu'on retrouve, en fait. Il faut qu'on retrouve, qu'on impose l'originalité. Et pendant longtemps, moi, j'ai entendu dire « Ah, mais c'est un beau scénario, mais il n'est pas universel. » Mais ce n'est pas ça. Il est universel, mais ils veulent que ce soit leur universalité. Et ça ne peut plus continuer parce que la première chose, c'est d'intéresser d'abord nos publics. Et si on ne les éduque pas à accepter leur originalité, à accepter tout ce qui fait, toute cette culture, et tout cet apport culturel, intellectuel qui fait de nous ce que nous sommes, on fera des contenus tronqués, c'est sûr.
C'est à peu près ce que disait Mrs. Zippy tout à l'heure quand elle intervenait. Elle a dit qu'on nous a presque tout imposé, pour ne pas dire qu'on nous a tout imposé, culture depuis de nombreuses années, des dizaines d'années, et que même dans le cinéma, ça existe encore aujourd'hui. Alors, Mr. Mayenzeke, same question for you.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think I have a different...
We don't hear you well.
Can you hear me?
Thank you,
Oh,
yes.
Sorry. I have a different, I guess, perspective where I think we're not lagging behind in terms of the stories we have, the IP that really we create. I think we are an inspiration to the world, right? Everyone wants to make something that has an African flavor. So I don't think we lack in terms of that. I think for me, where we have issue is infrastructure and policy framework. At the same time, I do think, we're not collaborating enough in terms of the continent. Because when you talk about Africa, it's a big continent. It's made of 54 states, 52 states that are much more effective and much more active, not effective. So I think that's where our issue is. If you give an example, if you fly from London to France or from France to Germany, it's such an easy process. There is no border, there is no sort of issues, right? Travel or logistic issues. If I fly from South Africa to Cote d'Ivoire, it's just, I get slapped by customs. So already our policy framework and collaboration infrastructure does not allow us to collaborate, right? Because in order for us to be ahead of the game, we need to be interacting with one another, creating things that, where we can logistically move within the continent. For me, I think that's probably the disadvantage of the continent. But I come from South Africa, so we privilege in many ways, right, in terms of access to things, access to information, access to platforms. So we seem to be ahead in terms of infrastructure, but we lack the collaboration within the continent. So I think to my brother there, the end is the thing about we have focused on global inspiration, so we've sort of forgotten about ourselves. Because if we can service our local market, our domestic market, and we can find a way to really access the billion population within the continent, we'll be ahead. Because what matters is, for me, is the numbers, right? So I do think if we can really figure out a way through policy framework, IP development, and tap into resources that exactly like CANEX or AfricSim brings together, we will definitely be ahead. But I think that's our lack. We don't lack stories, to be honest.
CANEX is like a first step. It's a kind of first step. CANEX.
Yeah. I think, I tell you, I run a distribution company, so I travel all over the world, right? I am almost every market. For the first time I walked into CANEX, I saw black people. I saw people that looked like me. The house was full of people that I can really relate, right? So I think that's what we need, where we can collaborate with like-minded people that look like us. For a long time, we've been subjected to a certain narrative, right? So I think that, for me, is the key. So the more we collaborate, the more we can create a way to really fast-track, our access to our billion population, basically.
Alors maintenant, je vais vous poser des questions selon vos différents domaines d'activité. Je vais commencer par vous, Madame Chabi. Alors, vous parliez du reproche du manque d'universalité dans les productions africaines, ce qui, pour vous, expliquerait notre quasi-absence sur les marchés internationaux. Comment vous pensez que les producteurs africains peuvent s'aligner à ces demandes-là tout en restant fidèles à leur authenticité?
Je crois qu'il faut faire comme les autres, c'est-à-dire il faut se battre pour faire accepter ces exceptions-là. Il faut, c'est vrai qu'il y a un problème de financement qui se pose parce que nous sommes tributaires de fonds qui ne sont pas encore totalement des fonds locaux. D'accord ? Donc il y a cette bataille-là à mener et ensuite il y a la bataille de faire déjà accepter, comme je disais, par notre public ces contenus-là. Et comme le disait si justement M. Saveillon, que déjà à la base, nos enfants apprennent à aimer leurs histoires, à aimer leurs héros. On parle de la princesse, la petite sirène. Je dis, nous aussi, on a Mami Wata. Pourquoi la petite sirène, elle est douce, elle est gentille, et Mami Wata est une vieille sorcière méchante? Ça n'a pas de sens. Donc, il faut qu'on réécrive, qu'on réapprenne aux enfants à s'approprier donc cette histoire de façon positive. Et puis, les enfants deviennent des adultes.
Bah oui,
et ces
sont
adultes
de nouvelles générations.
Voilà, exactement, changent la vision qu'on a. Alors, si on change notre vision, on va changer la vision des autres.
Mrs. Zepe, what is your role as an African filmmaker in the way we are represented in Scream?
Thank you. Just what Mwanzeke was saying, that we have lots of stories. People have come in since forever and taken our stories and represented us in the way that they wanted us to just show us. Because we lacked a lot of things. We lack funding. We lack, as we are all struggling with the things that we're going to eat tomorrow, or there's a war that's breaking somewhere. Someone is coming in and telling the stories for us and representing the story in the way they want to and that has to shift. As an African filmmaker, I was an editor for 10 years, making content that was being seen in the UK. And I remember as an editor, I got to see a lot of things, and I got to create things that were being seen around the continent, around the world, and it was my responsibility at that time. And I remember I was really young. I had a job to keep, but I was editing, and then I saw there was it was about a girl who had won a language competition, and then she was going to travel the continent with her family and see things. And it was beautiful. It was like this, the girl, she went, and the people were really poor, but like it was good representation in a way that this girl was seeing it. But what happened that the producers were not finding the things that they were looking for. So they took a B camera into the worst slum somewhere in Malawi, and they went and found the dirt, the flies, like everything that you would imagine what they wanted to represent. And they said, oh, it's a beautiful edit, but why don't you put this thing in? And I was like, but how is that part of the story? And then they said, oh, but you see this, but they had their own agenda on how they wanted to represent that story, but it had nothing to do with the actual story. And so I said, no, I'm an African first, and then I'm a filmmaker. And they said, so finally, we pay you, just bring it, we'll finish the edit. So I really never saw how that went down. But you see, that's a struggle we are having. Because I'm lacking in resources, because I'm lacking, do I do things just because they needed to be done? Or should I be, the African first and do it? Things are changing now. Right now, a lot of the funding, especially in documentary, they're asking, like you say, I want to go make this story in Kenya. They say, why are you the best person to make the story? And so things are shifting in a way that they, come to and say, how can we collaborate? And now, they're starting to acknowledge the fact that we need to start doing things from our own point of view. We need to start showing, yes, we have problems. We do have many problems. But we have life. We have love. We have restaurants. We have,
en fait.
Exactly.
Yeah. Alors, Mr. Audu, your studio is going to be in Ghana. So why the choice of Ghana? Because you are Nigerian. And what can be the possible economic impact of film studio in Africa?
Okay, so first of all, I happen to be born in Nigeria, but I'm African.
Yeah.
And what we call Africa is some guys sat down somewhere, drew a map and said, this line is Lagos, this is Abuja, and this is Korea, Ghana. But I think it's a business decision and strategic. And the reason is this. When you think about accessibility, when you think about immigration, when you think about tax incentives, when you think about policy, when you're thinking about even the political will to deliver a world-class production studio, Ghana, for me, looks like the most viable option right now. That's one. But secondly, when you look at how Africa is cut, you see that South Africa has got Cape Town studios and a bunch of other studios. You see that Morocco takes care of almost the northern part, but West Africa doesn't have a hub. That's one. Now, Nollywood is it's great, and there's several studios being built there as well. But what we want to do is build a 360 ecosystem that, one, trains people, right, that gives them jobs. Because think about the economic impact of this. Studios can generate easily 5,000 to 10,000 jobs. Yesterday, we were on the panel upstairs where the African Roundtable, and they were talking about how the South African government, I think we were on the panel as well, and they were saying that they needed 153 million rand to create 5,000 jobs, right? Which I felt was far-fetched. But you see, with a studio system, what you're doing is you're going to build gaffers, set designers, you're going to upscale people. Think about the fashion, the tailor or tailoress becoming a costume designer. Think about the carpenter becoming a set designer. Think about a lawyer who used to just basically do civil rights applications, now applying his skill to create contracts that protect the life, the intellectual property of people. So we see it as a whole approach. And then we also think that with the tax incentives, that creates more jobs. Around the world, we're facing a global recession, right? And Africa is not left behind. The only way we can regenerate that is make sure that our young people are engaged and doing things that are natural. And there has to be a shift, too, from what we think is the traditional career path. How many of you here were forced to be something by your parents? Anybody? Your father said, if you're not a lawyer, I'm going to kill you. Anybody? But that's changing now. I mean, you can be a lawyer, but can also be a creative. And it's creating jobs around the world. And that is why a platform like this is so commendable, because for the first time, African governments and policies looking at this as wealth and job creation and not entertainment. It's not when you're bored, you're like, oh, well, you can be dancing for fun. It's that these dances now generate jobs and they create, a long-term play. So that is why it's Ghana for now. But remember that our plan is across Africa. So we're starting off with Ghana, but who knows, Ivory Coast may be next.
Maybe. Fabrice, ce qu'il dit est important et ma question justement va dans ce sens-là. Est-ce que finalement, les conditions d'exercice, je parle des cadres juridiques, de l'accompagnement, de la culture, donc ces conditions créées par les États, est-ce que ces conditions-là ne sont pas aujourd'hui insurmontables?
Merci, Connie. C'est pour ça d'ailleurs que j'ai beaucoup hésité à venir dans ce panel parce que moi je connais l'Afrique, là on se réunit tout le temps, on fait de belles déclarations, on dépense beaucoup d'argent pour faire des événements et puis après il ne se passe rien du tout alors qu'on sait exactement où sont les problèmes. Et on sait exactement où sont les problèmes. Vous prenez nos pays aujourd'hui, francophones par exemple, on voit le budget de la culture versus d'autres budgets, on a compris que le pays n'est pas orienté sur sa culture, c'est tout. Donc fondamentalement, je le répète encore, il faut une volonté politique forte d'accompagnement, de la création d'abord. Donc, il faut de façon claire financer, il faut de façon structurée développer des projets, donc des projets structurants, capables effectivement d'accompagner le développement de produits culturels, de produits de créativité. Ça existe en tout cas très peu dans nos pays. Ce n'est pas le cas de l'Afrique du Sud.
Le Nigeria aussi, je crois, il y a quelques
par exemple,
années.
Chez eux, en Afrique du Sud, ils ont de gros financements pour des séries locales, de production locale. On ne les a pas ici. Ici, ceux qui veulent faire des séries, toi-même tu es productrice, il faut aller voir les ambassades, il faut aller voir les institutions, ainsi de suite. Donc, il faut fondamentalement qu'il y ait une volonté affirmée, affichée, d'accompagner la créativité. Il faut mettre en place des systèmes de financement et il faut mettre en place des projets structurants. Après, il faut aussi accompagner les diffuseurs. Il faut aussi accompagner. Il existe quasiment plus de salles de cinéma dans beaucoup de pays africains. On a aujourd'hui des télés africaines qui sont à la peine devant de grands groupes mondiaux parce que simplement la régulation de leur secteur n'est pas assurée et les livres, effectivement, à une concurrence qui peut être très difficile du fait du poids des autres. Donc il faut fondamentalement, à un moment donné, qu'on dise on a envie de grandir dans ce secteur-là, voilà notre politique affirmée dans ce secteur-là, et qui est effectivement des institutionnels comme Afreximbank, qui eux aussi fassent des projets structurants. Moi, j'ai bien aimé la petite démonstration sur les bijoux tout à l'heure, mais je ne sais pas en quoi c'est structurant pour moi. Vraiment, j'attends que les gars d'Afrexim m'expliquent. J'ai vu Olivier Laouché vendre son truc et tout, mais c'est bien. Il faut fondamentalement faire des choix qui ne sont pas des choix. Moi, j'aime bien ce petit truc, donc comme je suis à la banque, j'accompagne. Il faut de façon claire faire des choix qui sont des choix structurants par rapport à des zones, des pays africains, mettre en avant certaines valeurs spécifiques et raconter l'histoire différemment. Donc moi, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, rien n'est réuni. Ni la volonté, ni même de façon structurée, la mise en place de financement, de projets structurants qui sont capables effectivement d'accompagner ça. Et au-delà de les Africains échangent entre eux ou pas, il faut d'abord que nous-mêmes ayons envie de ça, d'accompagner notre développement culturel, notamment avec des produits créatifs. Moi, mon avis est très tranché dessus. Et moi, je suis très curieux de voir Afreximbank. Je vais juger Afreximbank dans 2 ou 3 ans, quand ils vont venir nous proposer, effectivement, nous présenter ce qu'ils ont effectivement réalisé. Parce que ça ne sert à rien de faire des réunions et puis pour financer un bijou, quoi, vraiment.
Monsieur, je prends parler de Monsieur Fabrice Aougnon. Mr. Mayen Zeke, alors, you are CEO and Head of Distribution and Financing, AAA Entertainment. One of the challenges is that there is no access to financing. Could you please tell us how to finance production in the continent? It's a big question.
I'm not
We
laughing.
are taking notes.
It's, it's a very difficult question you're asking me, because economy, it's not held by the continent. So because, a classic case where I come from, those who have are few, those who don't have are more, but those who have can only support, and their outlook in terms of how they want to finance things different. So the creative economy or the creative sector, or as they say, the film and television business, access to financing or infrastructure resources is probably one of the hardest things, right? Because we are creating a property that no one can see. So we're creating a property that is not proven. Like I said, because we compare ourselves to the rest of the world in terms of how to value content. So we look at North America, Hollywood is a big market, so it's got like a proven return on investment system. Whereas us, when you create a movie or you create a series, no one can give you the actual value of what that value is, which, because there's no value that you can create, you can't bank it. So we need institution in the political world that wants to develop the value of the product we create. But we need a market that is willing to pay for that product that we create. So it's a massive challenge. There are, of course, institutions who have the willingness, who are trying to make it work, like the Afrexim Bank, right? They have a fund where they're trying to figure out how to bank this industry. I don't think it's an easy thing even for them, because their systems are based on, they have to learn from somewhere else, where there's already, let's say, set infrastructure, or there's already a business proposition that really values the product that we create. So you could, of course, Afrexim, because being one, we have these facilities, but the difficulty is, how do you prove to them that you're going to pay their money back?
Yeah.
So we have an opportunity, or what has happened to the continent now, we have an influx of buyers, right? Being the streamers, or we have currently set buyers being free to air or any sort of television market. But at the same time, you can't pinpoint to what a film will value or what it will cost. Sorry, what it will cost, but the value you can derive from the market. So I think, the reason I say it's a difficult question because you need to be able to take your product and be able to package it in a way that you can prove to someone that you're going to get their money back. And there's many factors, it's either through distribution or it's through trying to find an audience, being a platform, a television, to say, I'm going to pay you this much, then you can create your product. So it's, like I said, it's a very difficult question because access to financing is not an easy thing, but I do think the way to go about is create a product that you can prove to someone that you can pay their money back. And that's kind of the key.
Comment prouver, en fait?
Non, mais sur ça, justement, moi, ma perspective, c'est que tu ne peux pas, une institution comme Afrexim Bank ou un État ne peut pas avoir une perspective bénéficiaire ou de business sur la culture de prime abord. Il faut d'abord un investissement qui, dans le temps, va être productif. Donc, c'est super important. Donc, on ne peut pas appréhender cette problématique comme une problématique commerciale de base. Et c'est pour ça que je reviens encore sur des choses qui sont très simples. Moi, j'aurais aimé qu'Afrexim dise, nous, on a un projet de création d'une école de cinéma panafricaine, on a un projet de création d'un support média panafricain, on a un projet de financement, ainsi de suite, et que parce qu'on fait une école de cinéma, on sait que derrière, on va financer des jeunes qui vont sortir de cette école-là, et demain, on est sûr qu'ils feront des succès dans les salles et ailleurs, et ça pourra rembourser effectivement une partie
Sur du long terme.
Sur du long terme. Mais c'est une politique d'abord volontariste, c'est une politique volontariste. Ce n'est pas du business d'abord à la base, et le business, il vient après.
Mrs. Zepi, how has the global decolonization of conversations and also the COVID pandemic changed storytelling and point of view?
Okay. I think it's what I started saying. There's a lot of conversation as to who is supposed to tell the story. Why are you telling the story? So let's hold on that for a moment. Let's talk about COVID. Before COVID, everyone came to Africa to tell stories. For example, like the BBC would send their whole crew, Vice will send their whole crew, just all like media. But now what happened during COVID? People couldn't travel. So what happened to us as, African-based filmmakers? We started getting these jobs. But when we gave our budgets, they were like, but you're in Africa, And then the conversation started becoming a bit more intense because they needed to realize that we are there. There's a lot of talent. There's a lot of very good products coming out of Africa, and I think these moments proved that. We were able to start doing lots of really big projects that we could have never done before because they didn't realize that we were there and we were making the films and we were making in the best quality. They were shocked at the quality that we were actually producing for them, and it's continued. Even post-pandemic, we are still getting those jobs that they would bring a whole crew. And so these days, they're like, can you do this? And who do you want to bring? I know sometimes, as a filmmaker or as a director, you want to bring your DOP or whatever. I'm like, who are the key people you want to bring? But I assure you, the rest of the people, they are here. We have the people. And so for us, it really shifted a lot in the kinds of the jobs that we do, either whatever for NGOs. For NGOs, they come, they say, we want to do. leave them in a way, like, let us help you tell the story in a way that is not, we call it NGO-ish, right? You tell them, like, we can tell the story from this perspective, and we'll help you write the story, and they appreciate that. So exactly, post-COVID, we're still, kind of carrying on a lot of work from outside, and we are directing, we are producing, we are doing the things that we were not trusted to do before. And I think that, for me, has really shifted. And the beautiful thing is that now we can tell it from our own perspective and, let them know, be aware and see things that they themselves would never have even dreamt of showing from, about us. So, yeah.
Être nos propres porteurs de nos propres histoires et les raconter à notre façon, en gros, dans ce qu'elle disait. Je voulais aborder avec vous, Madame Chabi, la question du blockbuster. Vous saviez que ça allait arriver, The Woman King, avec Viola Davis, qui raconte un pan de l'histoire des Agodje du Bénin, et qui a été réalisé par une Américaine, notamment Gina Prince Bitthood. Alors, qu'est-ce qui a manqué au Bénin pour totalement assumer une telle production sur son sol?
Honnêtement, rien. Rien ne nous a manqué. Je crois que c'est la barrière de la langue qui a
Ni
penché.
même les moyens logistiques.
Vous savez, quand on fait une production, les moyens logistiques viennent forcément de l'extérieur. D'accord. Même dans les pays dits développés, ils peuvent faire venir du matériel de partout. Ce n'est pas une barrière. Sur le plan des ressources humaines, comme elle disait tout à l'heure, on a les ressources humaines, on n'a peut-être pas les chefs de poste pour certains matériels, mais on a les ressources humaines pour les assistants, les premiers, les deuxièmes assistants. Moi, je viens de finir une série télévisée donc, de haute facture où on a utilisé 1600 personnes et on les a trouvées et elles étaient de qualité. Et donc, c'est pas ça. Je crois que pour ce projet-là, c'est plus la barrière de la langue parce que c'est plus facile pour eux de travailler avec un maximum de personnes qui maîtrisent l'anglais. Parce que au niveau des décors, les décors originaux sont chez nous. Je veux dire, quand j'ai vu le film, Ouida, c'est chez nous. Ils ont reconstitué Ouida. Bon, ils ont essayé de reconstituer Ouida.
Parce que Fabrice a notifié cela, effectivement. C'était pas totalement Ouida.
Exactement.
Les montagnes au bord de la mer, c'est
voilà,
pas Ouida.
Voilà. Quand on connaît Ouida, c'est des montagnes au bord de la mer, on se dit, mais c'est quoi? J'ai regardé les décors, donc c'est pas les mêmes décors. Chez nous, c'était des décors naturels. C'était historiquement les endroits où les Amazones ont foulé de leurs pieds ces sentiers-là, et ça aurait peut-être été plus émotionnel de tourner effectivement au Bénin.
Sol,
On avait tout. On avait tout. Je crois que, puisque dans ce film, les coachs de langue locale ont été prises au Bénin. C'est des Béninoises qui ont coaché Viola Davis et toutes ses collègues pour pouvoir prononcer correctement les rares phrases qu'elles ont prononcées en langue Cornelia et Carole Lokossou, donc une autre collègue. Donc, ça aurait pu se faire si on était totalement bilingue. Moi, c'est ma lecture. Ça n'a rien à voir avec la capacité du Bénin à accueillir des grandes productions. Et on commence à accueillir des grandes productions. Et je crois qu'on va s'atteler à apprendre l'anglais. Hein. On n'a pas le choix.
Il faut.
Et pour pouvoir, la prochaine fois, être sur
plus
le
présent
avec eux. Oui, exactement.
Mr. Audo, you are an entertainment lawyer and also involved in the music industry. We can say it, African music is now global. We see featuring between big stars of USA like Beyoncé, Wizkid, Shatta Wale, etc., and so on. How do you think we could create more partnership within African producers and also outside Africa?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think, just to go back to what I said earlier, which is that we must always focus on ourselves before we focus on third parties. Charity begins at home, right? We say that. When I started in music, the vision of me and my partners was to build a local product that may go global. Right? That was 18 years ago. It's happening now. But what happened? It wasn't that people learned how to sing better. What happened was there was more access to production facilities, there was internet connection, and more importantly, people focused on collaborations. Right? Some of the biggest songs in the world are collaborations. And what happens is that if the quality is good enough, people will jump on it. I think that is a great model to use for film as well, which is if I have a great story, I was telling my colleague over there from A, I was like, we need to stop talking about collaborations and start collaborating. And simply means one project, just one project. Just say we're going to do a movie, it's going to be shot in 5 locations, you bring 20,000, I bring 20,000, this is $100,000. First of all, we spread the risk, right? So talking about funding, we can crowdfund internally.
Yeah.
And if I see 5 companies from around the world that are well spread, it makes sense for me to invest in those companies because I feel more convinced that these 5 people will not collude, right, to fail, basically. So I think that the model is already happening. I mean, as Zippy was saying, during COVID, people were forced to trust local staff, local talent with productions. But the truth is, we have an amazing culture. I mean, have you guys been around Côte d'Ivoire? Anybody, any of the visitors? The fashion, the style is amazing. I haven't seen anything like this before. So that is what we should project and not trying to sound and be like them. So today, I mean, one of the things I'll charge us here is, why don't we work on a project? Why don't we? You have the facilities, you have some of the funding, you have the infrastructure. Let us do one project so that this time next year, when CANEX is happening, we can say, guess what? We signed an MOU, and we don't even need Afrexim to fund this. We can internally fund this and say, we're doing a project, and this was the outcome. It sold 100,000 copies or whatever. Netflix bought it for $15 million, and we're all richer people at the end of the day. As simple as that.
Mr. Mayenzeke, with the global streaming platforms coming into Africa, what are the quick wins for the African creatives to access this platform?
Yeah.
You was talking about Netflix.
Yeah. So I think there's opportunities, right? Just firstly, I think as Africa, we like to compare ourselves to North America, which is a big mistake, right? Because, why don't we compare ourselves to Poland? Like any other country that is not as advanced as that. I think the reason we compare ourselves either to French because of the languages we speak. So we're dictated by what we aspire to be like. So I think, coming back to the opportunities within the streaming platforms coming in, so to be African is cool. African stories are cool. So there's a need and a demand for these stories. Anyone who comes to you with money, they dictate the terms, of course. They want you to create for the audience they've already built. So we need to be cognizant of how do we then take what we have, create for them, for what they need, in order to quickly advance ourselves, right? Use that opportunity. But at the same time, it opens up a global market for us beyond, the platform that's speaking to you. Because we did this project in South Africa, which really blew out globally. But what it did for the creator, it actually surpassed the platform itself. Because the creator was trying to create for other people because they can see. So I think we should use the platforms. What is it that they want, the specific genres they want? They want to satisfy their current audience. That is in the continent, but also globally. You must understand. So all the streamers who come here, they don't have enough subscribers from the continent. So it's not because they've got plenty, they want our story. It's just that they know Africa is cool. Global market is looking for diversity. So if you put anything white only on screens, people look at you funny. They're like, man, where are the black people? So I think that's what's really happened is that, so let's look at what are the opportunities, what are the genres that works, and how do we quickly supply that so that we can continue to work. And then, in line with that, how do we develop ourselves so that we can stand on our own? How do we, like I said, music did the same thing. How do we collaborate? And I want to use, for example, like if you look at something like Women King, as much as we may not be happy with how it's represented, where it comes from, but they already built an infrastructure. They're satisfying their global audience. It's not like they're trying to make it for us. So we can learn from that. Maybe we can use it as a case study. Then you go to your government and say, look, we could have done this if we build this infrastructure and we could become like this. And we could collaborate with the guys in North America or anyone. So there's nothing that beats collaboration. I think oftentimes we want to collaborate with us here, but there's opportunity to collaborate globally. So I think the opportunity the streamers did is, in my early on in distribution, when I used to sell African content to North America, I used to be faced with a gatekeeper that says, I don't want to see content that comes from you. But now what they've done, they've just opened up a global market to say the story I create can reach someone in Kazakhstan. So, and then there's no barriers. So I think that there's definitely opportunities we could use.
Alors, on parlait des plateformes de streaming, Monsieur Sawignon. On va parler télévision, puisque c'est aussi là votre expertise. On parle aussi beaucoup de qualité de production africaine. Les chaînes locales, est-ce qu'aujourd'hui ont suffisamment de moyens justement pour acheter des grands films au gros budget? Est-ce que finalement, ce n'est pas un cercle vicieux? Est-ce que les producteurs n'injectent pas peu d'argent parce que les diffuseurs ne payent pas beaucoup, ou c'est plutôt le contraire en fait?
Alors, c'est très intéressant comme question. Le plus important d'abord, c'est de comprendre le modèle économique de l'activité. En gros, les télévisions sont financées ou en télévision payante, comme c'est le cas pour certains grands groupes. Elles sont financées par des télévisions étatiques, donc par des systèmes, je dirais, publics, où elles peuvent être effectivement on demand, ou comme Netflix et ainsi de suite. Donc techniquement, il faut savoir dans quel type de télé on se situe. Quand on a une télé sur un bouquet ou sur un canal payant, eh bien, on se finance à travers fondamentalement les abonnements et les différents clients qu'on peut avoir. Quand on a une télé privée comme la nôtre, qui se finance que sur la publicité, donc une télé gratuite, on ne se finance que sur la publicité. Et donc, pour avoir de la publicité, il faut avoir de l'audience. Et donc, c'est l'audience qui va vous garantir effectivement votre capacité à aller vendre après à des clients, je dirais, du temps d'antenne. Et c'est là justement tout le sujet. Le sujet, c'est de savoir comment est-ce que ces télés-là sont capables effectivement d'être des télés en bonne santé financière, donc en vie. Et pour ça, il est important de réguler le secteur et de bien remettre chacun dans son contexte. Il ne faut pas que des télévisions qui sont des bouquets payants viennent manger dans le gâteau de la publicité pour les télés gratuites. Il ne faut pas que les télés étatiques, malgré le fait qu'elles bénéficient directement de financement étatique, puissent effectivement venir aussi se battre avec les télés privées sur le partage du gâteau publicitaire, et ainsi de suite. On pourrait citer beaucoup d'exemples comme ça. Et aujourd'hui, le vrai sujet, c'est un sujet de régulation. Et tant qu'on n'est pas régulé, tant que le modèle économique n'est pas compris, il y aura une incapacité chronique de ces télés-là, en tout cas, à avoir des moyens pour financer des séries de haute volée. Ce sera toujours des télés étrangères entre griffes avec des moyens plus importants qui vont se lancer dans un cycle de production. Nous, on essaie de le faire aussi avec nos petits moyens, mais fondamentalement, on a un sujet sur la structure financière, sur la structure du modèle économique. Et ça, c'est des sujets qui nous importent, sur lesquels on doit ouvrir de vrais débats.
Merci en tout cas à tous les 5 d'avoir répondu à toutes ces questions. Tout de suite, nous allons ouvrir le micro au public pour poser quelques questions. Nous avons 10 minutes. Ah, il n'y a plus de questions. On a apparemment dépassé le temps. C'est passé trop vite.
On est venu ici prendre des questions.
Juste une question. Une question.
Même.
Alors,
il y a des mains qui se lèvent.
on a parmi nous Madame Aminata Diop.
On a attendu 1 heure, on était en retard. Vous étiez en retard pendant 1 heure, on a attendu. On peut prendre 3 questions quand même.
On va prendre une question, d'accord, ok. Donc Aminata Diop Johnson, qui est la fondatrice de l'Agence culturelle africaine et du pavillon africain au Festival de Cannes, justement. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir un micro pour Madame Diop, qui a une question à poser? Donc un pavillon africain au cœur du Festival de Cannes, c'est une sorte de synergie qu'on crée entre les écrans d'ailleurs et les écrans africains. Nous allons entendre sa question, à moins que vous ne nous rejoigniez pour nous la poser ici.
No, I think they're bringing a mic.
Le micro, ouais. Ah, vous allez lui apporter votre micro. Attendez, on va en trouver un tout de suite. À moins qu'il marche celui-là. Ah. Thank you. Et donc, malheureusement, ce sera la seule question. 1 heure, ça passe trop vite. Madame Diop.
Bonjour, je suis Aminata Diop Johnson, donc fondatrice de l'Agence culturelle africaine et du pavillon africain au Festival de Cannes, qui se bat depuis 5 ans maintenant, 2019, pour donner de la visibilité aux professionnels du cinéma africain et également accompagner les talents à travers un programme que nous avons créé qui s'appelle Talentueuse Caméra d'Afrique et qui invite au Festival de Cannes de jeunes talents qu'on a choisis parmi les festivals africains qui viennent à Cannes faire des masterclass, rencontrer des fonds, présenter leurs films au cinéma à travers un partenariat avec la ville de Cannes, la mairie de Cannes. Et donc c'est un pavillon qui grandit d'année en année et qui depuis 2 années maintenant est parrainé chaque année par le président en exercice de l'Union africaine. Donc en 2021 c'était la RDC, cette année 2022 le Sénégal. Et l'année prochaine, on attend le prochain pays qui aura la présidence. Et cette année, on a également eu la visite d'Afreximbank de 2 personnes qui sont venues visiter le pavillon pour voir comment l'année prochaine, ce pavillon peut vraiment grandir et rassembler au maximum la diaspora et les professionnels africains. Alors moi aujourd'hui, là, en écoutant cet échange très intéressant, atteindre les écrans africains et mondiaux, effectivement, cette plateforme-là au Festival de Cannes et dans d'autres festivals que nous, aujourd'hui, avec qui nous avons des partenariats et sur lesquels nous sommes présents, comme la semaine prochaine en Arabie Saoudite avec le Red Sisouk, et il y a 3 semaines, on était à Afrif au Nigeria, c'est de dire comment vous, les professionnels du cinéma, vous pouvez aussi, par votre voix, par vos initiatives, par vos projets, venir rejoindre ce projet, et puis également comment les pays, les gouvernements africains peuvent s'impliquer un peu plus. Et ça, je pense que c'est des projets qu'il faut présenter. J'en ai discuté avec certains ministres de la Culture, mais qui font présenter lors des commissions à l'Union africaine, qui est déjà un partenaire dans le pavillon, pour qu'aujourd'hui ce soit quelque chose qui soit formel. Ce n'est pas encore le cas, mais en tous les cas, c'est voilà. Donc je lançais cette petite idée de voir comment appuyer ce projet. Merci beaucoup.
C'est une idée finalement, hein, c'est pas une question. Merci beaucoup Aminata Diop Johnson. Et je vais en profiter pour vous remercier tous les 5 d'avoir répondu avec autant de vérité et de passion finalement, parce qu'on reste des passionnés, à toutes ces questions autour du thème de ce panel. Merci à vous tous de nous avoir écoutés. Et c'était notre partition. Je vais juste vous demander, pour leur dire au revoir, donc d'applaudir nos 5 experts. Merci. Zipi Kumundu, Christiane Chabikao, Aoudou Maïkori, Mayenzeke Baza et Fabrice Sawignon. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Et bonne suite de CANEX.
Merci.
On peut applaudir encore bien fort, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, pour ce panel sur le cinéma, l'industrie cinématographique africaine. Merci à nos panélistes, à chacun de nos intervenants pour leurs interventions de qualité. Dans quelques instants, nous allons poursuivre avec de la musique. Merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs. On applaudit encore bien fort. Applaudissez, 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 ne soyez pas timides. L'industrie cinématographique, quel sujet passionnant. Moi, ce que je retiens véritablement de ce panel, c'est déjà, premièrement, l'importance du bilinguisme. Et puis, deuxièmement, l'importance de l'implication de nos gouvernements, surtout en Afrique francophone, qui réellement pourrait non seulement transformer, mais améliorer l'écosystème de cette industrie et nous permettre à nous, producteurs, réalisateurs, acteurs, de changer le narratif sur notre continent et de raconter nos histoires à nos manières. All right. Je vous ai dit qu'on allait transitionner en musique. Coming to the stage now is a young, talented woman with a voice like butter. J'ai eu la chance de pouvoir l'entendre tout à l'heure pendant ses balances. Et vraiment, je vous assure que si vous ne la connaissez pas déjà, vous allez réaliser que vous allez découvrir une fleur, réellement. She's an R&B singer and songwriter coming to us straight from South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Elaine.
These people need to leave. How are you going to do Elaine without her? Put some background music on, please. She is not ready. Can everyone please stand outside? I need to be able to see the stage. They are. Denver, we also need to clear those keyboards at some point. Mute MC. Did you need it on? Muted. Sorry, she wants it on. My bad. Switch it on. Tell me when. She's on. Sophie, go.
She's making her way to the stage right now.
Stand by track. Waiting for her to
And
come
she
up.
will give you an amazing show, ladies and gentlemen. I guarantee you. She's ready to wow us with her voice,
Sometime soon we need to just take those keyboards off.
her talent, her poise.
Guys, hang on. Guys, are you going to walk onto the track or are you going to walk on and then track? You also go. Pack. I need a 5 count. I don't have a pack. I need a 5 count. I need a 5 count. Guys, step back. Step back. Everyone step back.
Should I introduce her again? Should I introduce you again?
That's okay.
Before she goes in?
Before she goes in. Yeah, I just told her.
I'll just say her name again,
Here you go.
just in case.
The mic check.
I got it.
Just give me the go before you go.
Mm-hmm.
Mesdames et messieurs du CANEX Weekend 2022, veuillez accueillir sur scène la sensationnelle Elaine. Come on, make some noise for Elaine, mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît.
Clarity is clear to see. Oh, yeah, yeah. I still cry when we fight. I still dream about you at night. I still check my phone every minute. Even when I think I reached my limit, I still text to say goodnight. Even when we ain't alright, I still love you. I still need you. I still want you. I still love you. I still need you. I still want you. I I still need your reassurance sometimes. And I know that you get tired of me sometimes. Life can get tricky when your heart is open, cause we thinking we are not broken. We still have emotions, and we still say devotion. But I still need some reassurance. Can you give me that reassurance? Oh yeah. You still kiss me when I'm down. You still see me when you're out of town. You still call me when you touch down. You still apologize when you ain't wrong. You still love me even when I do wrong. You still make me feel like I'm still strong. You still, oh, you still love me. You still need me. You still want me. You still, oh, you still love me. You still need me. You still want me. You still, oh, yeah, yeah. Thank you guys so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. I still, oh, yeah, yeah. I still love you. I still, you still, ooh, I still love you. You still need me. I still want you. I still, oh, I still love you. I still need you. I still love you. I still, you still, oh, yeah, yeah. Thank you guys so much. My name is Elaine. I'm from South Africa. And I'm just going to be singing for you guys. I hope you guys enjoy it. This next song is called Deja Vu. Couldn't find a reason why I couldn't leave. You should've walked away from the start. And I wish that I knew then what I know now, that you're just a man after all. Cause I was trying to save us, hoping it get better, seeing that we made it this far. But I know what I know now, it's not like before. And you're just a man after all. But we keep running around in circles, doing the same thing. And I know you'll never change, but I'll keep coming back to you, back to you. Look what it is, deja vu. If it ain't me, tell me who. Day or night, you can come through. And I'm just waiting on you, make your move. It ain't right, but I want you. Let's run it back, rendezvous. You say I'm toxic, baby, you too. And don't get mad at me, yeah. How I love to see you run me dry. Cause that's the only thing you know how to do right, right. I'm not expecting much from you, I'm good on my own. But it's only you that gets me in the zone. But we keep running around in circles, doing the same thing. And I know you'll never change, but I'll keep coming back to you, back to you. Look what it is, deja vu. If it ain't me, tell me who. Day or night, you can come through. And I'm just waiting on you, make your move. It ain't right, but I want you. Let's run it back, rendezvous. You say I'm toxic, baby, you too. And don't get mad at me, yeah. Deja, deja vu, 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 deja, deja vu. Thank you so much. This is a song called Risky. And I wrote it when I was a teenager. It's very special to me and I hope you guys enjoy it. He said, enter at your own risk. I am not responsible for the misery I will bring you. It's just a matter of time before I start to destroy you. Let me warn you. And I said, take your time, boy. Let's see what you got, boy. I've dealt with worse, boy. Let's see who breaks who first. And it won't be my first time. Oh, cry all you need. Just let it bleed. Cry all you need. Just let it bleed. Cry all you need. Just let it bleed. Oh, cry all you need. Just let it bleed. I should have taken the first shot, but I thought you were something that you're not. I blame it all on my soft spot, yeah, 'cause that's the only way that I got caught. But that's not the only reason I'm hurt. I know I should have been way more alert. I care for you more than anything, and you hurt me more than anything, and that was a heavy thing. Let's go. You should have known that loving me is a risk, and you should have known that breaking my heart is a risk. You broke your own heart, and you played the right part. Ooh, I said, take your time, boy. Let's see what you got, boy. I've dealt with worse, boy. Let's see who breaks who first. And it won't be my first time. Oh, cry all you need. Just let it bleed. Cry all you need. Just let it bleed. Oh, cry all you need. Just let it bleed. Cry all you need. Just let it bleed. Thank you. Usually when I write music, I write from a place of reflection, from a place of healing, from a place of appreciation. And I love music, I love R&B. I love where it's going in the continent and how prominent it's been. And I'm just grateful to be one of the voices that are pioneering the sound for the youth. So thank you once again for having me. This one is called Fading Away. You look away, but I can always see right through your lies. Might have fooled me once, but now I know the truth behind those eyes. Said I'm broken still, you choose to follow through, ignore my cries. In hindsight, I should have taken my own advice. The more I try to hide, more pain I feel inside. Excuses used to always find a way to let it slide. Don't you know this can't survive? You need to pick a side. Got a feeling I've already made up my mind. I'm fading away, fading away. I'm fading away. Ain't nothing left to say. All the times you did me wrong, but I still stuck around. All the things I did for you, oh baby, why you let me down? Put all my faith in us, why'd you have to leave me underground? So many things to say, but never mind, I'll be okay. I'll find my way out. More pain I feel inside. Excuses used to always find a way to let it slide. Don't you know this can't survive? You need to pick a side. Got a feeling I've already made up my mind. I'm fading away. I'm fading away. I'm fading away. Okay, I guess it's time to party. This one's called You're the One.
Clarity is clear to see.
This one is light. I want to see the energy up. I think it's time we confronted the situation in front of us. And I think it's time we talk it out and forget all the fuss. And if it's not me, I'll have to understand, and I'll be out your way, no drama involved. But if you feel it's me, if you feel I'm the one, you're gonna need to make a way for me to see it. You're the one, yeah. Our time will come to the end. I'ma always be right by your side. You're the one, yeah. Our time will come to the end. I'ma always be right by your side. Ooh, I know you're the one. I know our time will come. I feel you in my heart. I see you in my dreams. I keep you in my prayers. I think it's time you admit that I'm the only one for you, yeah. And I think it's time you let go of all your fears and just trust me, babe. Cause I know your heart, and I know this isn't what you're meant to do. You have pure intentions, what is the issue? So just open up and let me see inside. Maybe you should just put your pride aside. You're the one, yeah. Our time will come to the end. I'ma always be right by your side. You're the one, yeah. Our time will come to the end. I'ma always be right by your side. Oh, I know we can make it, baby. Take a chance on me and let me show you good times, baby. Take a chance on us. Take a chance on us. You're the one, yeah. Our time will come to the end. I'ma always be right by your side. You're the one, yeah. Our time will come to the end. I'ma always be right by your side. Ooh, I know you're the one. I know our time will come. I feel you in my heart. I see you in my dreams. I keep you in my prayers. Thank you so much. I'm gonna sing one more song for you guys. This one is called Shine. And I was just writing it from a place of, being proud of being a black, young, independent African artist, just doing her thing. Baby, take my hand, hold on tight, don't be scared, it's alright, baby. You should live inside of your moment, let go, just be yourself, baby. All eyes locked on you, are you seeing what I'm seeing, baby? Yeah. Like diamonds flashing lights, your aura is so bright when I'm near you, baby, yeah. I don't wanna stop your shine, cause I love it when you shine. I just hope they know you're mine, baby. When we see you shine, like the sun in the sky and the moon at night, I don't want you to hide it. Go ahead and let the world see you glow, baby. I wanna see you glow, baby. Yeah. Burn it up, but you ignite it. Don't contain yourself, just explode. I wanna see you glow, baby. see you flow, baby. All eyes locked on you. Are you seeing what I'm seeing, baby? Yeah. Like diamonds flashing lights, your aura is so bright, baby. Yeah. I don't wanna stop your shine, 'cause I love it when you shine. And I just hope they know you're mine, baby. When they see you shine, like the sun in the sky and the moon at night. Shine for me. I love it when you shine for me, yeah. Oh baby, shine for me, yeah, 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 yeah. I love it when you shine for me. I love it when you shine. I don't wanna stop your shine, 'cause I love it when you shine. I just hope they know you're mine when they see you shine, like the sun in the sky and the moon at night. Shine for me, won't you shine, shine, baby. 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 Shine for me, won't you shine. Shine for me, won't you shine, shine, baby. Shine for me, won't you shine, shine, baby. Thank you guys so much.
Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, faites du bruit encore une fois pour Elaine qui nous vient tout droit d'Afrique du Sud. Elle est magnifique. Est-ce que je vous ai menti quand je vous ai dit qu'elle avait une voix comme du beurre? A voice like butter. Est-ce que je vous ai menti? Non, right? Est-ce qu'on peut le dire encore bien fort pour elle, s'il vous plaît? Après ce voyage musical qui a fait du bien à nos oreilles, nous continuons sur la même lancée avec la deuxième table ronde de la matinée sur le thème musique africaine illimitée. Une conversation avec des intervenants de qualité, encore une fois, sur la façon dont la nouvelle fusion des genres musicaux africains et pop domine la scène mondiale du divertissement et pourquoi un investissement accru dans l'écosystème musical africain est crucial pour maintenir et dépasser le cap actuel. Et pour le discours d'ouverture de cette table ronde, qui de mieux qu'un pionnier de cette industrie avec plus de 20 ans de carrière de DJ à son actif. Il nous a fait danser sur des sonorités house électro sud-africaines un peu plus tôt en début de journée. Je ne sais pas s'il y avait des gens qui étaient là. Je vois des têtes que je reconnais qui étaient là depuis ce matin. Donc, mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the legend, Oskido. Sous vos acclamations, s'il vous plaît, on lui fait des ovations.
Il est prévu que les revenus annuels du streaming musical passeront de 92,9 millions de dollars en 2021 à 314,6 millions de dollars d'ici 2026. Pourtant, la majorité des revenus provient toujours d'une minorité de pays africains. Toutefois, il y a davantage de revenus générés en dehors du continent par les acteurs qui possèdent les droits, les plateformes technologiques, les labels de musique et les entreprises de management d'artistes. Ce panel exposera des propositions quant à ce que nous devons faire pour lever les barrières existantes, afin de renforcer le développement de l'écosystème musical africain. Une discussion sur la manière dont les genres musicaux africains dominent l'échiquier mondial du divertissement et sur ce pourquoi accroître l'investissement dans l'écosystème musical africain est fondamental pour bénéficier économiquement aux artistes et aux entreprises africaines et aussi pour soutenir une croissance durable du secteur.
But what we do know is that the biggest music markets are outside of Africa. But in the 2020 IFPI report, Africa, I think, was the second or third, somebody can correct me, fastest growing market in the world, right? I think for this year, when the report comes out next year, we'll find that is probably in the top 2 fastest growing markets in the world. So, although our numbers are currently small from a revenue perspective, the growth in Africa is competing and is performing better than other markets globally. And that's a very important point. And the context of that in this conversation is that the truth is they're not just listening to Afrobeats from West Africa. They're consuming music from Africa as a whole. They're consuming catalog. They're consuming Brenda Fassie, Hugh Masekela. They're consuming Simon Chimbetu from Zimbabwe and other artists from all over the continent. So it's a great time to be making African music because more people are interested in what's coming from Africa than people that are trying to find the next songs from Europe or from America. And that beat has been, it's been a part of the African story. And that's the way that I think we should always celebrate the definition of Afrobeat. You're right, it's not meant to be a West African thing, it's meant to be a Pan-African thing.
Beautiful. Yeah.
But if you move to Afrobeats, let's just be fair and let's tell it how it is. Nigeria is killing Afrobeats. They made it a globally accepted sound.
100%.
Credit is due where credit is due. Afrobeats, it came out of Nigeria and West Africa, so Ghana as well. But the Nigerian artists have played a huge role in getting the rest of the world at a youth level to connect with African music, right? I think Amapiano has now done an amazing job of telling another story.
Yeah.
And I also think, though, we mustn't forget what was there before Afrobeats, right? Because before Afrobeats, you had people like Oskido doing Digong, Kwaito, and that traveled, right? And that was, although we didn't have digital platforms to help it travel easily, there were people in pockets around the world that were playing Kwaito music, and it was their way of connecting back to Africa. And after Kwaito, you had house music, and there was mid-tempo that was slowed down and given its flavor. That's now come back, and so I think Afrobeat, that's the one story. Afrobeats is another story, but there's a whole other world that lies in between those two labels.
L'Afrique regorge en abondance et de façons de talents musicaux. Néanmoins, il est nécessaire que nous créions un environnement entièrement inclusif, autonomisant et financièrement durable pour la musique sur tout le continent.
Bonjour, Sanbonani Nekrendi. Yeah, Kamalami, my name is Oskido. And yeah, the story of an African creative child is my story. 27 years ago, I decided to disown my family and embarked on a journey where my family wanted me to go and finish my education. I did my basic education, and they wanted me to further my studies as a doctor, as a lawyer. But I had to change that through because I wanted to follow my purpose. And I left my place and I got a job in Johannesburg, and I quit my job, but I didn't want to go back home. So I decided to go and get myself a hot dog stand so that I could really support myself while I was pursuing my journey. And through that hot dog stand, I started selling hot dogs outside the nightclub. And from that nightclub, I'll go into the club and start DJing, for the workers when they're finished. And later, to fast forward the story, is that the club owner one day, the resident DJ didn't pitch up, and he called me in to say, I must take over. And for me, this is when my story started. So therefore, when I got that job as a resident DJ, I started understanding what the music business is all about. I started teaching myself what was happening there, because I used to play vinyls. Then I would see, some of these DJs who were big that time were playing house music as remixers. So I started inquiring what a remixer is. And I found out that, okay, it's DJs like me who are playing at the clubs. Then from there, I started experimenting with those records, you know, with my friends, and we'll get the music. And we started slowing it down on the vinyl because, you know, for me as an African to get that soul, I wanted, the music was too fast. But for me to get the soul, I wanted a groove. And we started reprogramming that music. And when we reprogrammed that music, we started putting in our own lyrics. And that time with the youth culture of that time, it was the release of Nelson Mandela and it was the death of our apartheid. And we're tired of singing political songs. So we started singing things which were affecting us as the youth culture of that time. And this is when we created a genre called Kwaito, our own South African genre. Americans have got hip hop. In South Africa or Africa, we've got Kwaito. We started creating our own as the youth culture of that time. And the music wasn't played on radio. It wasn't allowed, you know, radio stations were saying that this music won't sell and all that. But the music started causing disruptions because we went to the big guys to say that, you know, can they distribute our music? And they said, no, it wasn't gonna work. So we started selling the music from the boot of our cars, doing the underground marketings, going to schools, institutions, and doing all that. And all of a sudden, boom, the music started exploding. And the big guys like EMI, that time Sony, who were closing it down, say the music, you know, wasn't gonna work. They started knocking on our doors to say, hey, can we start working with you? But little did they know that by closing us down, they were teaching us the music business, because we learned the music business through the streets by selling our cassettes that time, you know. And when they came back, they were wanting to sign us as artists. Then I remember sitting with the EMI lawyer saying that, no, we've got a contract for you. We want you guys to sign this. Then we said, no, but why are you calling us here? Then they say, because, you know, we can help you with marketing. We say, no, our music is huge already on the streets, you know. Our marketing is working. Then they said, no, we're going to help you with packaging. In those days, we used to do cassettes. And then their cassettes and say, we can package your cassette properly. But, you know, I remember taking the cassette and say, you know what, this cassette is well packaged. It's got a barcode, it can sell anything. So what can you do for me? Because I've done it by myself. Then from there, they didn't know what to do. And all we wanted from them was distribution. Because our distribution, our music was huge all over, but we couldn't distribute. And then we're the first group that time to do what we call a 80-20 split, where they got 20% as a major record label. We got the biggest chunk, which was 80%. And for me, I think this is how you start changing economies in terms of ownerships. And to fast forward, we saw the music growing. Kwaito became one of the biggest genres in South Africa. And then the music started like, you know, being played on radio, being commercial. And from now, today, when you look at what has happened, it has developed to something called Amapiano. So Kwaito was the foundation, which I always call is the firstborn of, Amapiano is the firstborn of Kwaito. So right now, we've seen Amapiano just also making a huge impact in the music industry. And this is what I think we have to look at as Africans and say, what will make our African music limitless? We've seen Amapiano, we've seen right now how big Afrobeat is. It's huge at the moment. But if you ask yourself, is that what is going to make our African music limitless? It's a question which you have to ask yourself. For me, the most important thing is that we need to educate ourselves about the music business, especially the technology in the music business to solve our problems, because there are huge problems at the moment. IP issues, which are big. Without ownership, we are nothing. It's going to be the way it happens when our older generations, they lost all the minerals because they didn't understand what was going on. But right now, we need to understand the technology. But you ask your question and say, even right now, when I was listening to the, what was happening with the film industry, it also points to one direction, to say that who owns these streaming platforms? Because I hear everyone saying that we have Netflix. Do we have our own Netflix as Africans? What is stopping us from there, from doing that? So right now, I think with a situation like this where we are all gathering as African creatives, this is where we have to get down at the bottom of things and start talking about owning some of these platforms so that it's easier. Because I heard someone, when they were here, they were talking about saying, okay, you have to go and prove your financial model and all that. But once we start owning those platforms, it opens a lot of doors. And for me, besides that, the investment support is needed. And I really have to applaud African Bank for being part of that and also creating this CANEX. Right now, I mean, we've set up a studio here with CANEX Music Factory where we are doing a lot of collaborations with the artists who are here locally. And without collaborations, if we don't network and collaborate, nothing is going to happen. And I'm glad that I've met a lot of amazing talent since we were here yesterday. So if you have the opportunity, you can come and check out the studio where we are recording, collaborating with artists from here locally, and some of the African artists who are also participating. So therefore, for us to be noticed globally and for us to be wherever we want to, if we want to reach this thing which we call it limitless, we need to take action. And action has to be taken right now. Collaborations, let's make things happen. And this mustn't be a talk shop, because most of the time we meet, we talk, but there's no action. Action has to begin right now. By the time you leave this CANEX 2022, you have to make sure that you have taken action. You have collaborating, you're already sorting out and saying, I'm collaborating with this person and that person. And tomorrow, all my DJing sets, because I'm booked here to perform, I'm going to take action. All the artists who I've picked up and recorded, you know, this weekend, they're going to be performing with me right here on stage. Africa, we rise.
Mesdames et messieurs, vous avez eu devant vous la légende Oskido. Je vous rappelle que vous aviez devant vous le père du Kwaito qui a donné naissance à la house sud-africaine, puis un genre musical qui est vraiment à la mode en ce moment. Je veux parler de l'ama piano. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir encore bien fort pour Oskido, s'il vous plaît? Alors le panel qui va suivre, c'est un panel sur la musique africaine illimitée. Pour le modérer, c'est un passionné de musique depuis sa plus tendre enfance. Cet enfant du Cameroun se bat sans relâche pour voir réellement fleurir l'industrie musicale camerounaise et africaine. Il est chanteur, coordinateur national du pôle d'art musical au Cameroun. Il est le fondateur de Calabash Entertainment et le directeur régional Afrique centrale des Afrima Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Nde Difonka, a.k.a. Wax Day, sous vos acclamations, s'il vous plaît.
Boss, yes, I think this is yours. Is this yours?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
welcome once again. Bienvenue au CANEX. The democratization of music globally is leading to increased collaborations. And more audiences for African music and genres across the globe. Now, the big question is how much are local ecosystems being developed, and how much are the local players in Africa benefiting from these increased collaborations between South Africa and the North? To discuss these issues with us today, we have a really spectacular panel of experts and musicians and executives that will help us dissect this issue. First of all, I would like to welcome, I call her AB. I feel very happy sometimes when I introduce women because they signify power and the new Africa. Ebukun AB, Abidoye is the vice president, the executive vice president of Chocolate City Music, and the founder of the NASLA initiative in Nigeria. Please give a round of applause for her. AB. Hello.
Let me give you a quick hug.
You're so young.
I look
You're
young.
so accomplished. Next is a man that, yeah, please, thank you. That needs no introduction, at least when it comes to his company. He's the co-founder and the president, director general of perhaps, I think, the biggest global TV organization in the world that deals specifically with music. Please give it up for Olivier Laouché. Yes, sir. Okay. I've been a fan of her music for a very long time, and I actually had a chance to do a collaboration with her once and to perform with her. But then I'm just really wowed by the fact that she's blown up to be a global superstar, and I think she's an epitome of what we're discussing here today. So once again, give it up for our singer who's going to be with us today, global superstar, the queen of Afrobeats, Yemi Alade. Oh, why? Two ladies. Okay. And how befitting that we're talking about the expansion of African music and the willingness of the North to collaborate with Africa, which I think has been proven by the increased presence of major labels and major music institutions across Africa. So specifically for that today, we're going to invite one of those majors through its director for Francophone Africa. And we're talking about Mr. Elvis Adidiema of Sony Music. Ça tombe très bien que M. Elvis est le directeur de Sony Music pour l'Afrique francophone, dont il va s'exprimer en français aujourd'hui. And finally, it's a gentleman that I believe not only comes from an industry that has been renowned to push the global expansion of African music, but also has been a key player. Unfortunately, is one of those people that have epitomized African unity when it comes to music. And we're talking about the associate producer of the All African Music Awards, a man who wears many caps, as you'll discover when he talks today, Mr. Olisa Adibwa.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah. Donc la question pour aujourd'hui, est-ce qu'on peut vraiment dire que l'expansion de la musique africaine favorise l'écosystème local au profit des acteurs locaux? Can we really claim that the expansion of African music and the global collaborations that are happening between African artists and the West is working to the advantage of African artists, African stakeholders across the value chain through the development of local ecosystems? I will start with you, IB, ladies first.
So I think that's a very interesting question. And I think, first of all, I should thank CANEX for inviting me here. Thank you very much. I feel honored to be on the stage. And I think this is a very necessary conversation to be having. I think the answer is in the results. We already see the advantage of the collaborations. It introduces you to a completely different audience. And I think one of the beauty of collaborations is that it also introduces you to a different culture in a very sort of easy way. It's an easy way for people to appreciate art. And what better way for you to be sort of recommended to, what better way for you to be recommended to a new market than by somebody that already is well respected in that market? So what it's also doing is that we're seeing that Afrobeats, of course, is appreciated by the world now. So what it does is that it signifies that you're good enough or well-known enough in your market for you to be able to collaborate with somebody so that there's a mutual benefit. Collaborations don't happen if both artists don't really respect each other. And so I think it's doing more in generating more streams, it's doing more in providing more visibility for the talent, and also spreading the gospel of Afrobeats. So it's definitely beneficial. I don't see the negative in it.
Merci, Ivy. Thank you. So, you've stated that Afrobeats is beneficial, and there's no doubt about that. Now, but let's dig a bit further. And I'm going to turn to Olivier Laouché because he has a global footprint through Trace TV, which is, by the way, congratulations. Now again, beyond just giving more exposure to African artists, is it actually, these collaborations, are they actually making sure that the entire value chain in Africa is being developed? Are you seeing African distributors, African promoters, African managers, African songwriters reaping the fruit of these benefits? And even can you say actually that the African artists themselves are reaching their full potential through these collaborations, or it's just a matter of getting wider audiences and that's good music?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me also to CANEX and Afrexim Bank. I think this question should be answered first by Yemi. Because she's an artist, she can tell us. I don't know exactly how much money she makes, but she knows. So you should be the one, because I'm not an artist. Our job is to try to promote artists, to help artists being successful in Africa, but also in the entire world. So I will appreciate if you can tell us your view on this. Yemi, do you think that this expansion benefits to you?
Thank you, sir. And speaking of how much I make, I know you also make a lot of money from the music too, sir.
Okay.
Of course. Hello, everybody. Bonjour, bonjour. Thank you so much for inviting me and being on the stage with, people who have been for so many years doing great for the music industry. And I can point to a few people who have impacted my life from day one up till today that are seated on this stage. So it's a pleasure and honor to be here with every one of you as well. In terms of that question, I'll keep it short. I'm a musician, but also a businesswoman. And what I believe is that for every business, when there starts to be some kind of influx of investors or interest from the outside world that's outside your community, it means that you are doing something good. So it's the influx of the attention that's on Africa right now with Afrobeats and everything that's going on. Is it a plus? Yes, it's a huge plus. Is it an opportunity? Yes, it's a big opportunity for both parties. Is it to our advantage? My advantage as an artist. Being an artist is beyond just recording music. There's an entire ecosystem behind it. And I think those are, in the ecosystem, there are different segments, and those are different departments that need to be developed a little more so that we can really demand and command what we deserve.
in the music industry. An example of that would be you ask whether the artists, the producers, the songwriters, if they are getting what they truly deserve. It's only a matter of time, but I think we as Africans need to develop our actual structure so that when the investors and when the outside world want to invest in what we are doing so easily and naturally, it would also benefit us in the long run, not just for when the music is hot or when it's there. Because, you know, Mariah Carey is about to cash some big money in December for the Christmas song. Every year, she wakes up and cracks her sides, stretches her body. So yeah, we need to, that's because there is a structure available for that to happen. We need to make sure that we are covered on all sides. So I think it's a plus and that there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah. Sorry, may I double click on that for a second? I think that, can everyone hear me or do I need the mic? Okay.
Just hold it.
Just hold it. Okay,
It might be for the recording.
So I think that the question almost puts weight on areas that are kind of different. So the purpose of a collaboration is supposed to bring visibility to the music, to the artist, that's the purpose of the collaboration. The reason behind the collaboration shows that Afrobeat is needed around the world. Now, that should signify to all the different channels that there's work to be done. How do we globalize, right? And that's a question that is completely separate from the actual collaboration. It's how do we create, like Yemi has said, structures, but how do we also educate ourselves on the business enough that we're now globalizing? Because there's local laws and there's international laws. There's local policies and there's international policies. So the collaboration shows to us that there's interest in what we are doing and in our music, but the onus is on us as Africans to position ourselves to not only attract the collaborations, but also protect ourselves from things that may be disadvantageous. For example, if a label decides that they want to partner with a local label, right? That's a great thing because it means that they see value. What are the types of conversations that we're having to make sure that we're not being taken advantage of, right? That is a conversation for the type of lawyers and the people that are in the room. That is also a conversation for government. What type of policies are you putting in place to make sure that these companies are not going to cannibalize, or they're not going to take the intellectual property and go away, or that, you know, at some point the company is not going to be completely taken control of because there are policies in place that allow for, let's say, a percentage of local ownership in the business. So collaboration by itself is a good thing. It shows the interest, but it should pique the interest of other industries and other people in the value chain to say, how do we protect ourselves? How do we create content? How do we amplify and educate ourselves? And so that's, I wanted to just kind of make that.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, I think that it's a good thing that this point is raised, and I would like us all to give a round of applause to Afrexim Bank and CANEX for starting the conversation. Yeah? If we agree. Come on, like you're here. OK. Je vais revenir à Elvis. En tant que directeur de l'Afrique francophone pour un majeur, revenons à cette discussion. Quelle importance placez-vous sur l'automatisation des structures locales en tant que majeur? Est-ce que vous pensez qu'il y a des collaborations qu'on peut poursuivre pour assurer un meilleur épanouissement des structures locales?
Bon, je vais m'exprimer en français. Yemi, you don't need translation because I know you have a very good French.
Oui, monsieur, je comprends un peu. Un peu.
Non, il y a des choses très intéressantes qui ont été dites en première partie de cette conversation. C'est l'importance des acteurs locaux. Ce qu'il faut comprendre, c'est que en tant que major, nous, on s'est installé il y a à peu près 6 ans. Donc, on est relativement jeune sur le marché. Et il y a une expertise à avoir, il y a des partenaires à avoir, et ces partenaires sont souvent des labels indépendants avec lesquels on veut collaborer. Il y a un terme qui a été utilisé qui est très important, c'est de ne pas cannibaliser ou de ne pas prendre parti de toutes ces collaborations-là. Donc, il y a une relation de collaboration égale à égale qui doit être mise en place par les majors aujourd'hui, et on en est bien conscient. C'est pour cela que nous, aujourd'hui, on a différents types de contrats qui nous permettent de travailler avec les acteurs locaux. On parle de contrats de distribution, de contrats de licence qui permettent à ces acteurs de l'industrie de conserver leur propriété intellectuelle et les masters. Donc, je sais qu'il y a des fois une vision qui est assez biaisée de l'apport des majors et du travail qu'on fait sur place, mais on a vraiment conscience de cet esprit de collaboration qu'il faut mettre en place pour pouvoir avancer dans cette industrie, parce qu'on est finalement tous dans une phase de construction. On est en train d'évoluer, on est en train de comprendre le marché, on est en train de mettre en place des modèles économiques. Et si on est dans une relation, on va dire, belliqueuse, finalement, il n'y a rien qui va avancer. Donc on a bien conscience de ça, et je pense que c'est ce qu'on met en place depuis des années maintenant.
Et est-ce que c'est efficace, ce que vous mettez en place?
Ça va petit à petit. Je pense que, comme on le dit, il y a des problèmes d'ordre structurel qu'il faut d'abord endiguer. Et c'est l'intérêt de tous ces panels-là, de tous ces talks. Il y a quelques jours, on avait ce salon des industries musicales, le CIMA, qui avait lieu ici. Il y a 2 jours, j'étais sur une conférence autour de la propriété intellectuelle, parce qu'il faut qu'on puisse mettre des bases en place qui vont nous permettre justement de mieux aborder ces thématiques-là et ces problématiques-là. Donc il y a quand même un travail à faire, il faut y aller étape par étape.
Okay, so thanks a lot. So he's explained that. I think we have translations. I'm not going to go into it. Yeah, definitely. But I'm really, anxious to listen to Oliswa, because he's a gentleman that has wide experience across the different platforms and across the different structures, the ecosystem. But before that, I want to come back to Olivier. And I know you yes, exactly. Yes, he promised to answer this time, please. And I want to know, now we've heard from Yemi, she's answered. She says there's so many other. And I want to say that Yemi Alade, actually, she has a song that says, "Soup is sweet and money kuka." When the soup is sweet, it's because money is into it. She obviously has a lot of money, so everything is sweet and rosy to her right now. But then there's lots of thousands of creators and artists in the villages, in the rural areas, who are part of our musical ecosystem, and producers and songwriters and creators and event organizers. What kind of collaborations do we need to put in place to ensure that those people who are down there, as much as those who are up, are feeling the impact, have a structure in place that can help them to advance and grow? And it's not just from Trace. As Trace is a big organization, what kind of collaborations do you want to have with other stakeholders, but also what kind of collaborations can you extend to record labels, to artists, to promoters, to us who just want to have, have some bread on the table? Yeah. In a sustainable manner.
Okay, wow. No, thank you very much again. Definitely, first, do you want me to speak English or French? French, English. Français, il y a plus de Français dans la salle. Bon, je vais parler français. D'abord, c'est vrai que nous avons construit un groupe qui est un acteur, qui est impliqué, j'ai presque envie de dire, à toutes les étapes de la création de valeur, de la chaîne de valeur de l'industrie musicale africaine. Si on veut que les artistes africains, si on veut que les labels africains soient forts dans le monde, il faut qu'ils soient d'abord forts en Afrique. Et Elvis l'a dit, nous sommes en train de construire l'industrie musicale africaine. C'est une industrie excessivement complexe, ne serait-ce qu'au niveau juridique, la compréhension par l'ensemble des stakeholders, des droits de publishing, des droits de licence, de distribution, de synchronisation, et j'en passe, et des meilleurs, c'est super compliqué. La plupart des artistes ne connaissent pas tous leurs droits quand ils commencent leur carrière. La plupart des petits labels indépendants ne se rendent même pas compte en signant certains contrats que finalement, ils donnent parfois tous leurs droits pour quasiment rien. Donc, première des choses à faire, c'est effectivement construire cette capacité, cette compréhension de l'ensemble de l'industrie pour que l'ensemble des acteurs sachent ce qu'ils ont le droit, ce qu'ils peuvent faire. Deuxième chose, l'Afrique est le continent au monde où on consomme le plus de musique. C'est le continent au monde où il y a le plus de jeunes. C'est certainement le continent au monde où il y a le plus de créativité et de qualité musicale. Par contre, tous les ans, en Afrique, on paye moins de 80 millions de dollars de droits musicaux pour une industrie de plusieurs centaines de milliards de dollars. Donc il y a déjà aussi une chose à faire, qui est de faire en sorte que des droits musicaux soient mieux payés, mieux collectés, mieux répartis sur le continent africain. Nous allons annoncer en début d'année prochaine une initiative dans ce domaine. Et je pense que ça sera aussi un game changer. Parce que si les artistes africains réussissent à mieux vivre déjà sur leur continent, ils seront encore plus forts pour aller chercher les marchés internationaux. Parce que malheureusement, les artistes comme Yemi, il n'y en a pas tant que ça. Combien d'artistes africains ont cartonné dans le monde? On a quoi, une vingtaine, une trentaine? Alors qu'on a des dizaines de milliers d'artistes sur le continent. Et donc, il y a tout un boulot à faire d'abord ici, avec l'ensemble effectivement des acteurs de l'industrie musicale, pour qu'on puisse ensuite être encore plus fort à l'international. Et la bonne nouvelle, c'est que les diasporas d'origine africaine dans le monde sont des fans absolus. C'est-à-dire que quand on starte aujourd'hui un artiste, nous sur les chaînes Trace, on en a une trentaine et on est présent dans 190 pays dans le monde, on sait très bien que le bouche à oreille va faire que finalement, non seulement dans le pays où on va commencer à le jouer sur la chaîne locale, mais quand on va reprendre les titres sur d'autres réseaux qui sont repris eux-mêmes à l'international, on va activer, on va mobiliser ces diasporas. Le digital joue un rôle aussi très important pour cela. Et donc, on peut compter sur un socle de public qui est en moyenne solvable pour aussi contribuer à la monétisation, au fait que les artistes vont pouvoir gagner de l'argent avec leur musique. Et finalement, aujourd'hui, on parle d'afrobeat, on parle d'afrotech. Demain, on va de plus en plus parler d'afropop, parce que la musique africaine va devenir de plus en plus populaire. Je pense qu'elle a toutes les capacités, on le voit, pour dominer le monde. Donc là, on est à un moment qui est extrêmement intéressant de l'histoire de cette musique. Et je pense qu'on n'en est finalement qu'au début. Et oui, je pense que le monde va apporter plus de revenus, mais d'abord, faisons le boulot ici en Afrique pour mieux structurer l'industrie.
So, thank you for that. You know, one of the things about conferences sometimes that we evoke all the right things and say all the right things, but I think that the actors who are here, what they really want to know, I guess, when they leave this hall is that, how is my life, my company, you know, the songwriter, you know, the people that we're talking about here, how are their lives and their businesses going to change concretely? And I think that it's a good thing that we are here with the bank and they've created this platform, because that shows that there's an interest from another kind of sector industry that is involved in growing industries. And so I'm going to use that to breach over to Oliswa. Concretely, Olisa Adibwa, yes, my bad.
Perfect.
Yemi has not changed. So it's like this. Anyway, that's why she's number one. Anyway, here's the point. Let's go back to feeding people. We're talking backstage, and you were drawing allusion to comparing Afrobeats to the reggae drive that happened in the past. But I want to know concretely, what can we do as actors on this table, as the people that are here, this group, this big energy that we have? What can we do really? How can we work together with what we know that we have to ensure that when we leave CANEX this year, by the time we come back next year, we have a good project on the ground, we have more ownership, we at least have a roadmap to ensure that there's development in these places, so that these collaborations not become a case of it happened, and then the bank accounts were filled in the US, and then one artist bought new cars.
Thank you very much, my brother Waxy. I don't know about next year. Maybe by the time I finish, they might not invite me back next year again. I don't know. So let me just deal with this year first of all. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to Afri-Exim Bank. Big thank you to the government of Cote d'Ivoire. Also, a big thank you to African Union as well, and to the wonderful people behind the scenes at CANEX who've been working tirelessly to make it happen. Can you please give all four a round of applause, please? Please. Because, trust me, I've been traveling around Africa for more than 30 years. To do an event in an African country is a nightmare, trust me. And bringing people together from all over the world, all over the continent is massive. All right, now, I wish there were more people in the hall, more young people, and I hope that Afri-Exim Bank will package some of the highlights from these last few days and put them out on local TV so that young people, especially in Francophone Africa, can get to see it. African music. I love African music. That's why I got into the business in the first place. I'm not a big fan of that word Afrobeats, by the way. I don't like it but it's what has put African music in the shop window. I see Africa as one big boundaryless, entity where we can thrive, where our music can travel amongst ourselves and travel around the world. We're all excited. When I saw the theme for this panel, which was African music limitless. I was excited. Okay, limitless, yes, to a certain degree. And it could be, and it will be, if we put certain things in place. We have to put certain things in place to make it happen. Number one, look at where we are now. We have a trickle. A few artists are making it globally. Your Burna Boys, your Fally Ipupas, Davido, Wizkid, Yemi Alade, Tiwa Savage. You have some artists from different regions, Maitre Games, Daju, playing sold-out concerts at the stadium in Paris, sold-out concerts at Madison Square Garden, O2 Arena. But that is not enough. We need to create a system, a structure, architecture that enables us to create a pipeline where more of those kind of people can come through, not just a trickle. And then we need to have ownership. Ownership, if African music is going to be sustainable and limitless, we have to have our own structure. We have to own that structure. With all due respect to international music companies, music labels, I am a Pan-Africanist, first of all. I love the fact that we are here doing it. But let's be honest, of the big record labels around Africa, how many are owned by Africans? Of the big streaming platforms around Africa, how many are owned by Africans? So until we consolidate and focus on the backbone of the industry, whereby, as you mentioned earlier, the value chain, where you start, you empower singers, rappers, songwriters, and producers. That's the first point of interaction. Your next point of interaction are marketers and promoters. After that, your next point of interaction, you need distribution. And after distribution, you're going to need the streaming platforms. And after that, you will need the live events and concert venues. There's a whole conveyor belt, and all of them have to be strong. How do we make them strong? How do we make sure that the next 5 years, there's a massive growth of people coming in? We need to accelerate it. It's not going to happen just by accident. It needs a catalyst. And that is why I'm so happy that people at Afreximbank are involved, because they can be the catalyst. But they also need help to understand that our sector, our industry is different from transportation, from oil and gas, from construction, from finance, from fintech. We thrive with intellectual property. How do you value somebody's intellectual property when a person comes to you and says, I need a certain amount to set up a record label, a TV station, a radio station, to set up a streaming platform? So the way that financiers, investors look at the music ecosystem has to change. They have to look at it in terms of view of, let us build the system so that people can plug into them. Let's invest in them. And it's very important that it's not done in the conventional banking manner where I'm going to give you a loan. We need to reevaluate that whole thing and start thinking about grants. Look at create a pool of people who are going to be driving the sector. You said, okay, this time next year, we want to know that 100 producers around Africa were empowered by Afreximbank. 100 promoters and distributors were empowered. Oh, we have new streaming platforms owned by Africans. Who owns Spotify? Not Africans. Who owns Tidal? Not Africans. Boomplay? Chinese. I could go on like that forever. These are American. Where are the African platforms? Where is the ownership? The biggest record labels, if I take my country, Nigeria now, the last 12 months, the biggest record labels, only one, Chocolate City, is out there. The rest of them are owned by foreigners. So what is going on? How do we ensure that we get to that level? We get to that point. We accelerate our growth. We have to play a massive leapfrog and catch up with the rest of the world. That is the only way we can make sure that our music becomes limitless. Our music doesn't go, no disrespect to any Caribbean person here, but there was a time when dancehall and reggae was all the rage. Now, who can tell me who won the Grammy for reggae last year?
Definitely not reggae.
It was a white reggae band from America, by the way.
Yeah.
So I'm just telling you, so we don't want to be in that position in 12 months' time. So it's very important. So the future is African. The African music is limitless, but we have to accelerate and empower it.
Wow.
Thank you.
Just for thought, someone once asked me a question and said, why, or they were complaining that when your family member wants to grow a business, you're not going to give them money. But when the person dies, you spend a lot of money in their funeral. And I came and asked there that, have you ever seen a funeral that failed? You know? The simple question is like, we need to think as well, how can we make sure that when these grants are given, the businesses do stand? But that's a question for CANEX as we move forward. Now I want to turn to Aibe that we started with, and now I'm going to speak to Yemi as well. Maybe just a minute each. We see the evolution of chocolate music over time, back in the day until today, and you're still relevant. What's the secret, very quickly, and how are you ensuring that that structure stands and makes the most out of this, but also that you're empowering, you know, as we said, other structures around you to make sure that it's a movement and not just a record label?
I think it starts from the visionary. I'm fortunate that I have the founder of the label right there, Mr. Audu.
Audu. Hello.
I think if you look at most, yes, he deserves all of that. I think if you look at most record labels that have been established in Nigeria, a lot of them are started by artists themselves or like people that like also are in the craft. But it's kind of unique that Chocolate City is started by somebody that is not an artist. It's just somebody that actually loves music. And one of the beauties of that is that it allows for transfer. It allows for you to be able to step back, hand over to somebody else if you have the right vision. And I think what Chocolate City has done from the very beginning is that they had a very clear vision of what they wanted to do and what they wanted to be. And it was easy for that to be handed over to the next person and to the next person. I think there have been maybe 4 different handovers in terms of CEO. And I would say that the last 3 years have just because of the interest in the global markets, we've seen just this incredible just spike in our content, in our artists, in all of that. We're lucky that Love Nwantiti is owned by Chocolate City and it's doing what it's doing globally. But I think that really started by being able to fine-tune what the vision is and being able to hand it over to people that are also really bought into the vision and are running with it.
Very quickly, before we pass over to Yemi, do you think that Chocolate City can grow bigger to the level of a Sony Music Universal without collaborations, perhaps with other record labels across Africa?
I think we need the partnerships, but I think what we need more is funding. Because the reason you're going for the partnerships is because of the access that they have.
Wouldn't you say that partnerships sometimes, or funding sometimes, the need for funding is lowered by the input of the partnership?
It's great, but the funding gives you the control. Sometimes the partnership can limit what you want to do, but if you have the funding and the vision, you can find the right people to run with.
Thank you. Food for thought. We have 1 minute left, but we're gonna beg the organizers for another 3 or 4 minutes because Elvis has to say something and Laoshe quickly before we go. But I want to speak to Yemi, the other lady. As an African woman who's growing on a global and competing on a global scale, what are the challenges that you face very quickly, and how would you say to young women out there? It's very important for us, I think, because we see less and less women blowing up across the world. And I think that you have something that you can share with young women to say, this is how I can be big on a global scale, but these are the challenges really that you have to face.
Thank you, Wax. What are the challenges that I face? Is there a life without challenges? There's challenges in every aspect of life. As a woman as well. I get that question a lot, you know, and I think the challenges are right there in everybody's faces. I think what I would like to plead with everyone who's listening right now is to focus on providing solutions for the African woman. Let's stop asking her what her problems are, because we already know what her problems are. Most times we are always second guessed. Most times we are given the second fiddle position. And it's not like there's a book of rules somewhere. It just happens somehow. You can't ask why it's happening. You can't ask the universe. But it's the force that is happening. We just need to reroute that force and balance things out. So no more asking the African woman what her problems are. Please find solutions for her. And I mean, not just in words, actively, you know. Because if you do that, you've actually bettered the life of a young lady out there, a kid. I know how many women I was watching on TV that made me believe, oh wow, because of this representation, I can be this and even more. And every day I cling on, I cling to, you know, bigger and broader dreams, you know. In terms of how this whole thing can be better and at the end of the day for everybody, I think another direction that we all need to look at in terms of how it can favor us, I'd rather say, instead of only focusing on how this influx of investment, blah, 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 can favor me as an artist, let's create a structure that can favor the next person as well. Because it seems that when we look out for other people, we create an entire community of potential, entire web of a force that no one can deny. So just listen to everyone. When you ask the first question, I heard everybody say structure, 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 structure. What is structure? Structure can never be built on one beam.
Yeah.
We need to put up several beams. So in that aspect, I think when we all leave here, when we go home, let's look at how we can not only empower ourselves, but we should empower everybody in our corner. From there, you see the structure is already done.
Thank you. Avant qu'on parte, concrètement, Olivier, si vous pouvez faire une chose avec tous les partenaires qui sont ici pour faire avancer cette histoire de développement des structures de l'écosystème local, qu'est-ce que ferez-vous?
D'abord, Yemi a totalement raison, on doit être focus sur les solutions. Je pense qu'on est tous conscients des problèmes. À notre niveau Trace, on fait deux choses. D'abord, on a créé des structures de médias, de promotion des artistes. On les aide même à monétiser leurs talents. Mais surtout, on vient de lancer, on en a parlé tout à l'heure, Trace Academia, qui est une plateforme de formation professionnelle en ligne, absolument gratuite, dans laquelle on va retrouver des cours concernant l'industrie de la musique, concernant le fait de pouvoir devenir un DJ, concernant la compréhension de toute cette complexité dont on parlait tout à l'heure. Et donc, je crois qu'il faut investir d'abord et avant tout dans les hommes et dans les femmes d'Afrique, parce que c'est vous, c'est nous qui allons ensemble créer et fabriquer le futur qui devrait être un futur plus inclusif dans lequel on a un meilleur contrôle de ce qu'on fait. Donc, vous pouvez télécharger cette application Trace Academia sur les stores de Google, d'Apple et de Huawei. Et c'est aussi un petit peu notre contribution à nous pour que tout le monde puisse avoir accès à ce savoir, parce que l'éducation, quand même, et c'est, je crois, Nelson Mandela qui l'a dit, la principale force pour changer le monde.
30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Well said, Olivier. Thank you very much.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I just want to add that there are people here, the likes of Olivier, Yemi, and Abby, and my brother Elvis, of course, Waxy as well. We are in this because we love it, because it's a passion. And I want everyone to believe that Africa is actually the future of the music business. If you don't believe it yet, it might not seem like it now. If you think at where we were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and fast forward to where we are now, we've made a lot of progress. So I want everyone to go out there and play their own part and support. I work with Afrima for a reason, because I want us to unite Africa musically and also to elevate the young people with their creativity. It's very important that we do that. And anywhere that you can get involved as an individual or corporation, please do. Because this continent is so blessed, and we are going to get to where we want to get to in a very short time. So Africa is the future. Be part of it. God bless you all.
Okay, so our time is up, unfortunately. You can meet the panelists and speak one-to-one afterwards. I think we have the message. We have the Grammy Awards. We have Afrima. If we do not have and valorize Afrima, for example, tomorrow we might have a situation where the winner of Afrobeats at Afrima is going to be a white person or an American. So think about that. Let that be food for thought, as Olisa said. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been great having you. I think let's move.
Thank you so much, Wax Day. Thank you to all of our panelists on this talk on Music Unlimited in Africa. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir bien fort, s'il vous plaît, pour ce panel très, très enrichissant avec des professionnels de l'industrie musicale sur le continent africain. N'hésitez pas à sortir vos téléphones pour prendre des photos et utiliser les hashtags et surtout taguer les pages du CANEX Weekend sur les réseaux sociaux. Thank you so much. On applaudit encore bien fort pour nos panélistes, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs. Ok, mesdames et messieurs, alors nous allons à présent aller à notre pause déjeuner. Je vous donne rendez-vous tout à l'heure à 14h30. N'oubliez pas que nous avons une exposition d'art et un lounge networking qui est ouvert toute la journée à la salle Chandelier. Et puis cet après-midi, nous aurons des performances d'artistes qui nous viennent du Nigeria, du Togo, de la Côte d'Ivoire, de la Guinée. Nous avons Techno Miles qui est là et qui est à Abidjan et qui va performer sur cette scène. Nous avons les Toufan. Bien sûr, nous aurons les Giant Conversation avec la... Je ne sais même pas comment la définir, tellement c'est ma star. Chimamanda Ngozi. Et puis, le temps attendu, je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont là ici pour lui ce soir. Monsieur Idriss Elba, qui est déjà sur le territoire ivoirien, qui est déjà dans cet hôtel d'ailleurs. Et puis ensuite, nous aurons évidemment d'autres tables rondes sur des thématiques de mode, de cinéma et de la culture de l'art. Voilà. Donc, je vous donne rendez-vous à 14h30 précise pour la suite des festivités de cette deuxième journée des CANEX Weekend 2022. À tout à l'heure.
Yeah. Okay, so you can hear me? oh, 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 oh. I can't live without you. Oh, 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 oh. I can't breathe without your love. Your love. Without
Bonjour tout le monde. Veuillez vous rapprocher de devant de la salle, s'il vous plaît. On a les artistes qui sont invités uniquement pour vous, qui vont passer sur la scène tout de suite. Merci.
Something gonna happen this night. Watch it.
Et tout de suite, vous aurez les tout fans qui vont monter sur la scène.
Non, jamais. C'est quoi le récital? Les récitals sont deviennent.
Mesdames et messieurs, excellent après-midi. J'espère que la pause déjeuner a été délicieuse. On attend encore quelques personnes qui vont nous rejoindre, mais nous allons rentrer dans le vif du sujet de cette deuxième partie de la deuxième journée du CANEX Weekend 2022 à Abidjan. Et nous allons démarrer tout de suite avec une table ronde sur construire des récits transformationnels à travers l'art et le design africain. Donc c'est une conversation qui va se concentrer sur la construction de récits transformationnels pour l'Afrique à travers les arts visuels et le design. Comment travailler ensemble pour créer une feuille de route qui plaide pour le retour et la protection de l'art. Générer une appréciation et une consommation locale de notre art et de notre design. Collaborer pour exposer et monétiser nos formes d'art. Et puis enfin, l'utilisation de la conception vernaculaire pour transformer les récits qui promeuvent, en français là on dit on dit quoi? On dit quoi? Ok. Je recommence. Pour transformer les récits qui promeuvent. Aïe, c'est veut ou bien c'est promote ou c'est bon. Dernière fois, pour promote. Transformer les récits pour promote et develop l'empreinte de l'art et du design en Afrique. Alors, bon, merci déjà pour votre aide. Vous pouvez applaudir pour vous, s'il vous plaît. Applaudissez pour vous. Merci, merci, merci. Alors, pour le discours d'ouverture, j'aimerais inviter a curator of African Art and department head of Africa, Oceania and Indigenous Americas from the Detroit Institute of Art. He's from Ghana and from the US. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dr. Ni Kwakopom. Sous vos acclamations, s'il vous plaît.
Good afternoon. And I thank you all for coming this afternoon. I am going to start my presentation. Africa has produced some of the finest contemporary artists and designers, a few of them who are present at this year's CANEX event. I pay homage to these artists whose unique creations keep confounding the world and applaud the CANEX program for the monumental effort to support them. However, I honestly think that the current program is much more skewed towards contemporary art than classical or historical art. The reason is probably because, unlike classical art, one can put a face to contemporary art. The need is real. It is about livelihood, and the impact of the investment is easier to quantify in the short term. Yet, if CANEX wants to create an enabling ecosystem for the visual arts, the apparent neglect of Africa's historical traditions cannot continue. Africa boasts a rich artistic heritage. Africa boasts a rich artistic heritage that includes some of humankind's finest works, exceptional creations ranging from spectacular rock paintings and engravings found in the Sahara Desert and Southern African mountains that date somewhere between 10,000 to 25,000 years before present. There are also full-fledged sculptural traditions like Nok, Igboukwu, Ife, Benin, and Jene that began 2,500 years ago. Some of these visual traditions have endured, but many have long ceased to exist and now grace the world-class museum galleries that we visit. But historical African art is not dead. On the contrary, it is very much alive. We encounter it in our communal shrines. We encounter it in our family altars and in the leadership arts. It is in our textiles. And as an art historian and archaeologist, I can say there is still much more beneath the ground on which we walk. We walk on art daily without realizing it. Therefore, the notion that no good classical or traditional art remains on the continent is palpably false. Africa did not lose all its classical arts to the European colonial intervention. So as Africa strives to build museums to house returned objects, it behooves all Africans to recognize that their communities are virtual living museums. Sadly, across much of Africa, archaeological work is either non-existent or has stalled if it ever existed. Amateurs and treasure hunters are wantonly and illicitly plundering ancient sites and selling off artifacts at an alarming rate to outsiders. National governments look on helplessly as existing antiquities laws are proving ineffective. I am of the opinion that while Africa pursues lost treasures in European museums and American museums, it cannot continue to hemorrhage valuable artworks. It likes going to fetch water with a basket. So how can Africa create value, a value chain from its classical arts? There are tried and tested methods, and so far on the African continent, it is only Egypt that remains the shining example with its consistent drive to discover, study, and preserve its rich artistic and cultural heritage. The country's efforts are commendable and worthy of emulation. Elsewhere on the continent, some African communities have also taken the initiative to create local museums around their ancient works. I tip my hat to the Akwanshi Legacy Project and ACA Museum, but these are few and far between. After more than 3 decades of teaching and working in the museum field, I can say with some certainty that there is a thirst for knowledge about Africa's arts, classical and contemporary. And there are many ways Africans can reap benefits from this enthusiasm for Africa's classical arts. First of all, Africa needs to invest in academic research around visual art collections already in their local museums and increase the pace of discovery and study. There are objects in our national collections yet to see the light of day, and those objects are so spectacular they will wow the world. Second, African museums must partner with cultural institutions with requisite expertise to develop, curate traveling exhibitions around their art that they can loan to Western museums. And I can tell you from a curatorial perspective that Western museums will be willing to pay handsomely for whatever exhibitions we create in the African nations. Third, Africans must begin developing their own commercial galleries to better manage art collecting on the continent. African art dealers cannot continue selling art like they do cola nuts, because the value creation begins with proper and accurate documentation of original ownership and how, when, and where the object was originated from. Thus far, Africans have ceded that authority, that critical authority, to Western dealers to undermine to determine what is valuable and what is not. Last, Africans must do a better job of connecting the ancient and the contemporary arts to create a meaningful and mutually rewarding value chain. Pre-modern and contemporary African art may seem separate and somewhat different. However, as you can see on the screen, they are uniquely intertwined in so many ways. The connective tissue may lie in materials, in techniques, in history, in design, especially in architecture, in jewelry, in fashion, and textiles. Some African artists are even boldly touting the inspiration they get from classical African art. But contemporary art can also stimulate the revival of old, dying traditions, and vice versa. I am asking our contemporary designers, who are fantastic, to begin to think about African legacy, the legacy. Don't just wear designs and forms, wear their meanings too. It can be a win-win situation, not only for yourself, but also for the communities that support your industry. Last, we must raise public awareness about the grassroots, and from the grassroots, and develop a sense of local pride and ownership of our arts. As UNESCO has rightly noted, the link between tangible and intangible art is particularly strong and invaluable in the African context, and more significant now when tradition bearers are dying without passing down critical, essential knowledge. In conclusion, there is no question CANEX is doing something remarkable and long overdue. Conceptually, it is addressing a critically important need and therefore has the potential to have a wide-ranging and long-lasting impact on the African continent. It is exciting to know how the program is harnessing the continent's incredible talent pool, supporting a broad spectrum of art-making activities and creating opportunities for adding value on multiple levels. I want Africa's efforts to reclaim ancestral arts to go hand in hand with a concerted drive to preserve and treasure what still resides within her borders. If Africans fail to connect the dots between the past and the present arts, the profit they make today may be the debt they will owe future generations. I think it is time for the continent to reimagine the place of the classical arts, to repackage them as refined products in the form of exhibitions, and to represent them to the world as among the creations, the most and the best creations in humankind's history. Thank you very much.
En 2018, les ventes du marché des arts mondial ont été estimées à 7,4 milliards de dollars US, dont 13 milliards pour le marché des arts africains, qui devrait atteindre 15 milliards de dollars US d'ici 2023. Stimulé par un marché croissant d'investisseurs locaux, l'art africain impose des prix de plus en plus élevés lors des ventes aux enchères dans le monde entier. Compte tenu de l'explosion de la demande de l'art et du design africain, comment pouvons-nous travailler à la construction de récits qui vont transformer l'Afrique à travers les arts visuels? Nous pouvons y arriver en travaillant ensemble à la création d'une feuille de route qui préconise le retour et la protection des arts, en suscitant au niveau local et mondial l'admiration et la consommation de l'art et en collaborant pour rendre visible, puis monétiser les diverses formes d'art africains.
The creative industry is a business like any other. The same way that you have businesses in agriculture, in banking, creatives is also a business. For any business to thrive and survive, you need a market, you need capital to run it, you need people who understand how to run the business. So one of the things that we're trying to do is connect all those bits together. How do we get people who have the capital to connect to the people that have the ideas, so that you can create a business model that is sustainable, that can scale and grow to the levels that you want to see grow within the creative industry.
Selon Marcus Desando, directeur du Fonds des Arts et Culture en Afrique du Sud, les peuples ont besoin des arts. C'est l'âme d'un pays. Et cela doit être soutenu en développant constamment de nouveaux artistes africains et amateurs d'art afin de faire croître durablement l'écosystème des arts visuels et du design.
For your opening remarks, and thank you again for being one of the facilitators on our masterclasses here at the CANEX Weekend 2022. Now, to moderate the panel sur la thématique construire des récits transformationnels à travers l'art et le design africain. J'aimerais inviter sur scène une spécialiste de l'art moderne et la coordinatrice des expositions à la galerie Cécile Fakori. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, sous vos ovations, Madame Magali Owens. Sous vos ovations, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs.
Cette discussion sur transformationnel au travers de l'art et du design africain. Je vais appeler d'autres intervenants, dont Aïda Moulinet, une photographe et la fondatrice du studio Aïda Moulinet, et aussi de la 10 Photo Fest et de l'African Photo Fair qui vient d'Éthiopie.
You decided to do it like this.
Je vais maintenant appeler Samali Kiyingi, la directrice du service juridique d'Afrexim Bank. Ejiro Onagbrakpeya, art consultant et directeur de la fondation Bruce Onagbrakpeya, qui vient du Nigeria. Nana Amou Fleischer Gioletto, une designer d'intérieur et une visual artiste qui vient du Ghana.
Hello, good people. I need to come round. Can I go over there? You want me to go over there?
Ila Donvayi, fondatrice de la fondation Donvayi de Côte d'Ivoire.
I was gonna say let's have a balance in German.
Oh. Well, we'd balance eventually. Anyway,
Huh?
We'd balance eventually, wouldn't we?
Where do I sit?
Maybe. Et enfin, Steven Chiokoma, directeur et Global Head of Asia de Afrexim Bank.
Which channel does this work on? Do you know? For the. Because I don't know.
Donc, my first question is for Aida, Ejiro, and Nana. How to build transformational narrative for Africa through art and design? What are the artist initiatives?
Okay, I guess we're starting with me first. I mean, I do believe that creativity is part of development, and when we look at events like this and also different events across Africa, you know, creativity is a big part of promoting our continent and engaging people beyond our continent as well. But at the same time as well, Africa is rich in many heritages, both traditional and contemporary. So in that sense, from my work, for example, I use my creativity to advocate for specific things that I feel moves, you know, people forward to understand that the continent is a complex place. It's not just one thing. There are many different perspectives in that sense. So for that, creativity is a key tool that I feel that governments needs to understand and also corporations to understand.
Okay, thank you. And you, Nana Amun?
Yes, can you, there was one part of the question that I didn't hear, so can you repeat it,
Yes.
please?
How to build transformational narratives for Africa for art and design, and what are the artist initiatives?
Artist initiatives, yeah. I think for me, the transformational narratives, the new stories that we are trying to create in Africa are certainly stories that are compelling I think Africa has become the new kid on the block in terms of popularity, and we are now owning Africa more because we are also appealing to people outside of Africa. And I think the president made reference yesterday to being proud of who we are, and I think that need to put our own stamp and tell our own stories as opposed to suddenly feeling, okay, now we're here because we're seen as being attracted by others is important. I think it is important for us to base our desire to showcase our work on our authenticity, our originality, own it and develop it, not necessarily just looking at how we're perceived outside before also feeling comfortable to hold our own as Africans in the creative space.
Oh, thank you. And you, Ejio?
Well, first of all, it's very important for our sense of identity. Our art and our artists are working from within, and they are looking at materials in their environment, they are looking at the system, they are looking at what is right and what is wrong in society, and they are replicating this in their work of art. So they are representing either a period or a mood of the people, and they determine a lot. Now, we must be proud of our heritage. It's very important that the things we see in our environment, we pick them up and make, just like she said, compelling stories. We have to define who we are as a people so that when people see us from all over the world, we are unique, we are different, and we have something to say. We have also something to sell. So that is compelling enough for our stories.
Oh, thank you. And do you think that the artists have the necessary resources for their production? And what about art education in Africa?
There are two types of education in Africa. There's the informal art education and there's the formal art education. Both of them work together. Now, I'll talk about the formal art education, which we have we have curriculum from the West. Oh, you do this, you do that, you do that. And then you go to school for a period and you come out. Now, that is one kind of education. The second type of education is something which our foundation, Bruce Nobrakwe Foundation, is promoting. And it is called the Informal Art Institute. Now, the Hammertown Workshop, which we hold 2-3 times every year, brings people together under one place. They work, they are older artists, they are younger artists, they work together, they interact, they talk about their problems, and they produce artworks for a period of 3-4 weeks, and then we go photograph the works and put them together and exhibit them. Now that is the informal style. Now, which one is better, the formal or the informal? I'm not sure. But what happens is that the informal art system brings out the artist in anybody. It could be anybody that just has a feeling to be creative. So that informal system doesn't select you based on your criteria. It just says, come, and then let's see what you can do. It's a very effective way of creating geniuses. And we have many examples from our workshop. And so now, you spoke about resources. It's important for government to assist, to help, because all this we're talking about requires a lot of money. Now, but if the government doesn't help, people, they are art collectors and they are art enthusiasts who say, look, this is for you. You can work together and build a system that over a period of time you look back and you see that the works of art produced are very good, they're credible, they are unique, they speak a story, they can be in any museum or gallery all over the world, and they are well sought after. Even in auctions, they are there. So that is our story.
Okay. And what do you think, Nana and Aida? Oh, Ila.
I think Ila should. What is the question, please?
So,
Enfin, en français, quelle est la question?
La question en français, c'est est-ce que les artistes ont des ressources nécessaires pour créer? Et qu'en peut-on dire en fait des écoles d'art ici sur le continent?
D'accord, je vais un petit peu développer en allant sur le sujet que je devais traiter,
Ouais.
parce que tout est lié en fait. C'est vrai que depuis quelques années, depuis une dizaine d'années, on a vu que l'art du continent, l'art contemporain du continent, avait droit de citer un peu au niveau international. Ok. Par les efforts, bien sûr, par la créativité des artistes, mais aussi et surtout, il ne faut pas oublier, par tous les espaces, toutes les initiatives privées ou de collectionneurs ou des initiatives d'artistes même qui ont fait en sorte de promouvoir, de montrer, de soutenir ces autres artistes-là qui n'ont pas, pour la plupart, effectivement, les moyens de leur créativité. Et pour nous, ça nous semble un problème essentiel. Et c'est pour ça qu'il y a différentes initiatives qui sont nées dans tous nos pays, fondations, galeries, espaces d'art, lieux de résidence, etc. Et pour que justement, pour revenir à votre question, et pour donner les moyens aux artistes, il faut aussi donner les moyens à ces espaces-là. Et je crois que c'était une des questions, un des objectifs posés et qui explique le CANEX. Je crois qu'il faut être concret et il faut faire peut-être un état des lieux et il y a certaines mesures. Les enjeux économiques sont importants, hein, on voit un peu les chiffres représentés par les performances des artistes au niveau mondial. Entre 2021 et 2022, les performances, notamment en maison de vente aux enchères, sont assez importantes. Donc les enjeux économiques sont importants. Et je crois qu'au niveau du public, des institutions publiques, il y a différentes choses à faire que peut-être nous développerons un peu plus tard pour soutenir les artistes.
Mais est-ce que les artistes, ils arrivent à trouver le matériel dont ils ont besoin sur le continent où ils doivent...
Assez de
matériaux dont ils ont besoin pour leur production créative? Est-ce qu'ils arrivent à trouver tout ce qu'ils ont besoin en fait ici?
Oui, parce que en fait la question ne se pose pas comme ça. L'artiste n'est pas, ce n'est pas une industrie, ce n'est pas une usine où on a besoin de matériaux précis pour produire tel produit. C'est de la créativité et souvent l'artiste est inspiré par l'endroit où il est, où il a vécu, donc il travaille avec ce qu'il trouve aussi dans son environnement. C'est ce qui fait la particularité aussi de nos artistes qui sont vraiment les garants aussi de nos identités nationales. Et je pense que vous trouverez un artiste en Amérique du Sud, en Amérique du Nord, c'est un petit peu la même chose. Il n'y a pas de... voilà, maintenant si on veut aller plus loin et parler de toile, choses comme ça, ça dépend un petit peu des pays, mais je crois qu'on a des artistes très créatifs et qui utilisent voilà, ce qui existe sur place.
D'accord. Et quel est le rôle et les problématiques qui se posent pour les espaces et les plateformes d'art dans l'écosystème?
Ça, oui, ça s'adresse directement à nous qui avons et qui gérons des espaces, qui autogérons ces espaces, qui autofinançons et qui essayons donc de fournir des espaces d'expérimentation, des espaces aussi d'exposition, de donner une certaine visibilité à l'international à ces artistes-là. Effectivement, il faudrait qu'au niveau des politiques publiques, il faudrait qu'il y ait beaucoup de choses qui se fassent. Alors on peut parler de la fiscalité, on peut parler de défiscalisation pour aussi, d'un côté, pouvoir pousser des amateurs à collectionner, pouvoir pousser des structures privées aussi à collectionner. Donc il y a tout un travail à faire sur tout ce qui est fiscalisation ou défiscalisation. Donc ça s'adresserait directement à nos espaces et aux artistes. Si on veut aussi structurer, il faut toujours au niveau de l'État, il faut donner un statut à l'artiste qui se retrouve aujourd'hui sans l'artiste n'existe pas. Il n'a pas de protection sociale, il n'a pas de salaire, bien évidemment, par définition. Mais il y a des politiques qui peuvent être appliquées ou, de manière à ce que ça soit mieux structuré et que nos espaces puissent être soutenus. Il peut y avoir aussi au niveau public un fonds d'acquisition créé. Ça existe déjà dans d'autres pays, des fonds d'acquisition qui permettent chaque année au gouvernement d'acheter les œuvres de leurs artistes pour ne pas, 20 ans, 50 ans après, se plaindre et parler de restitution. Là, c'est vrai qu'il s'agit de patrimoine contemporain, qui est un patrimoine, et il faut également que ce patrimoine puisse rester ici. Et je crois que là, l'État a un rôle à jouer qui va nous aider aussi. On soutient les artistes, on soutient les espaces qui défendent les artistes. Voilà, donc pour l'instant, c'est ce que je dirais.
D'accord, merci. Samali, quelle est l'importance de créer quelle est l'importance de créer en fait des mécènes pour l'art en Afrique et dans la diaspora?
Okay. I heard the question as how important is it to create patrons from Africa and the diaspora? Well, in terms of the visual arts, I would say that contemporary art from Africa and the diaspora is having an amazing moment globally. But for that to be sustainable, we need patrons from Africa and the diaspora. We need collectors from Africa and the diaspora in order to ensure that the art, first of all, that is created reflects what you were saying, our story, as opposed to a story that somebody else wants to buy. Exactly. So if we are buying our own art, that ensures that it is our story being told. The other thing is, I guess, the bigger word around patronage and how else to support the African art ecosystem. Because it's not just about money, it's not just about collecting. So for example, I head up the legal department at Afreximbank. And over the last day or so, a lot of people have asked, but why are you here? And the reason why I'm here is about the patronage of the arts. And so in my personal capacity, I support various non-profit organizations across the continent, art residency spaces, etc. I sit on museum councils, so the Zeitsmoker in South Africa, the Tate Modern in Britain. And more importantly, Afreximbank has set up a specific art program, which I co-convene with my colleague Tio. And I list these examples to say that patronage is not necessarily just about money. It can be about using your influence. It can be about making connections. It can be just about turning up to an exhibition. And I think as Africans and as people from the diaspora, we need to think, I think, more deliberately about how we support our artists. We can't just assume that this moment that we're experiencing will continue indefinitely.
Ok, thank you. Et comment en fait générer une appréciation locale de l'art? Ça, je pose la question à vous tous, mais comment générer?
My thing doesn't work, so I don't know what you're saying.
So, la question is, how to generate a local appreciation or conception for art and design in Africa?
How to what?
Local generate.
Generate?
Yes. A local appreciation and conception of art and design in Africa. It is for everybody.
I'd like to start by telling a little bit about my experience as an African coming back to live in my own country at the age of 32 with my little kids, having lived abroad for most of my life. At the time, I fell in love with the beauty and pageantry of African art and fabrics and jewelry. And I dressed accordingly, reflecting my love of African materials. So I would wear mud cloth from Mali and Adire, from Guinea and Nigeria. I learned to make beads, and I would wear bead jewelry. And everywhere I went, my fellow Ghanaians would ask me, "Where are you from?" And I would wonder why. Time and time again, I'd be asked, "Where are you from?" And I'm Ghanaian, just like everybody else. Most people assumed that I was African American. And the next assumption was that I was from the Caribbean. Few people thought I was from Ghana. Why? I wore African material. I wore African jewelry. I didn't have a Louis Vuitton handbag, and it wasn't delicate gold. And my hair was short and natural. So the instant assumption was that I wasn't from Africa. That was 30 years ago. Things have changed since then. But in terms of talking about local appreciation of art and design, this is just a story to illustrate that in our mindset has to start to think in terms of, yes, I'm African, I look African, I like African design. We can contemporize design. Design doesn't have to mean that you create things that don't have relevance. We can contemporize what we do to have global relevance as well as African relevance. But I think the important thing is local appreciation means that we inherently have to start looking at the things that we do and create and possess as things of beauty, not always aspiring to looking elsewhere for that beauty.
I mean, I think what you were saying earlier, I'm a big believer that we need education. And the education system, I find, in the continent. For example, for me, I was educated abroad. I came back to Ethiopia, and the first thing that I invested in was really how do I educate photographers to reimagine how to use this tool into a new way. And when I was doing these small workshops, eventually it became one of those things where I realized, okay, then we have to educate the society, we have to educate the government to understand the application of what photography is, because it's a big spectrum. And I believe that's the same for every sector that we're in. So when you look at the creative sector in Africa, one of the key challenges is that we don't have institutions that support us in order for us to take ourselves to the next step. And even when we look at the major artists that have exhibited internationally, the visibilities that it has brought to our continent, this has been really by the sheer effort of the artists pushing that agenda forward. So my main thing when I run at these photo fests, even other festivals in Africa, Photo Fair, and all these other activities, we have to engage the government as well, because a lot of government officials are really unaware what the creative sector is doing. And the same goes for people in business, because often, and I don't know if you've seen this report, and I mentioned this to you, there was a report done by Ernst & Young in 2016 talking about the creative sector coming out of Africa and Middle East, which is a $34 billion industry. And that's on the formal side. It's not even calculating the informal part of it. So when you look at the business side of it, there's actually a lot that can be gained from supporting the creative sector. And for me, honestly, you know, one of the biggest challenges when you were asking about funding and, you know, how we support ourselves, so far in the continent, it is the foreign culture institutions that are supporting our activities, when it should be the corporations, when it should be the banks, you know what I'm saying? When it should be the patrons. But that requires an education that has to start within the policy changes. And I'm a believer that without policy changes, without really reforming education, because right now, I don't know if in your countries, you know, for example, in Ethiopia, the art education stops at grade 6, you know, and then after that, you have no art education. And if you look at the science of art education, it really supports in creative thinking and solving problems creatively. So there's a perception in our continent that anyone that comes from the creative sector is really, you know, we're in this fancy idea of what art is, but in actuality, we're the ones that are pushing very specific agenda, because in the end, we are the witnesses of our time period. And as you mentioned, that's the whole point of art, is that it is the witness, it's the advocate for our own countries. And within that, we're promoting it to the next step. But that has to start within our own system and not really, even when you look at the power of culture, this is what brings us together. So in the continent, the main challenges is we have a language barrier, you have Francophone, Anglophone, then you have perceptions, and then all of that is connected to the media and how we're communicating this out. But that means that we have to make efforts in order to push things to the next step. So even on this panel, we're speaking different languages, and really trying to understand as well. But the art, the power of art has no barriers, It really transcends beyond any language. But I don't see enough interaction happening between different countries in the continent because everyone is fantasizing about going to Europe or fantasizing going to the West when really the richness and all this diversity and all this creativity, I'm sure like in Sotheby's has been auctioning art, Christie's has been auctioning art, all these, Philip collection has been auctioning art from Africa. And it's not because, the market is really ripe. But my main concern is that we should not be a fad. Just because Africa is popular this year, we might not be popular next year. But that means that we have to build our own system and our own institutions on the ground here. And that requires a lot of effort. And if you look across the continent, this is led by artists. It is the artist initiative that's pushing things forward. It's not the government, it's not institutions, it's really the artists that are pushing these agendas forward and trying to really engage different stakeholders to understand what we're doing is something far beyond, this is really, the future is really, it's not, they say Africa is the future. No, the future is now.
Yes, thank you.
If I may add one or two things to what I just said. The first thing is that we must begin to look within for our solutions. I mean, I remember when I was growing up, the fad is that, you finish school, you go to London or you go to New York, and you dress like an American and you buy Gucci bag and all that. We have to look within. Now, how do we look within? It's through some kind of education, which is like a value system reorientation. Now, people have to change their mind. They have to be proud about their culture. They have to be proud about their heritage. They have to consume functional art. They have to look at furniture like this, functional African art. It has to be part of them. It has to be part of their spirit. It has to be part of everything they do. In that, like I said earlier, what are we targeting? An identity, a strong identity about who we are, what we can be, our potentials, and how we can more or less rule the world through our art.
Thank you. I think the gentleman at the end has not spoken. The gentleman at the end.
Yes. And I have a question for you too. How to invest in African visual arts and design?
How to invest in art and design.
Yeah.
Well, thanks very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Obviously, the question is directed at me because I work with the Afrexim Bank, and Samali, my colleague, has mentioned some of the things that we're trying to do in the patronage space. Now, some of you that may have been here yesterday listened to the president of the bank and the vice president of the bank speaking extensively about some of the things that Afrexim Bank is trying to do, investing in the creative and cultural industry in Africa. But let's look at this from two perspectives. The first is the personal one. We have large pools of capital in Africa that are looking for investments of different kinds. It is unusual that these investments will look at art as an asset class. Now, in more sophisticated markets in America and Europe, you find that you have instruments that have been created which allow investments in art and art-related instruments. And so, in Africa, I think the first problem is not necessarily that those instruments don't exist. The first problem is that we do not see the value enough people do not see the value of investing in our cultural heritage. And I think, some of my panelists have spoken about this. which is why it's important for us, first and foremost, to reorient our minds towards looking at our cultural heritage as a valuable asset in its own self. That's the first and most important thing, that if inherently we believe that the heritage that we have and our culture is important, it means a lot to us, then we will be prepared to actually invest in it. So first level to second level. So there's quite a bit of work to do in that space. The second element, of course, is that the creative industry is, by definition, the way that people create means that there's a burst of complexity that comes with creation. Now, typically when you have an investor who would like to invest, sometimes you have that dissonance or information asymmetry between the investor and the creator. Again, in sophisticated markets, they have created instruments which allow intermediation between the people that have got the money but don't really understand the industry and those that create. So we still have some kind of gap in that space. But Afrexim Bank has come out very strongly, and we are putting our money where our mouth is. In 2020, we announced a $500 million facility, of which we've used up $329 million as up to date. Yesterday, the president announced that this facility had been increased to $1 billion. He also announced that we are investing in early stage creativity through our venture fund and our private equity subsidiary, the Fund for Export Development of Africa. So there's a lot of things that are going to go on in that space, and as far as investing is concerned. But it won't happen the way that we want it to be if we don't start with the reorientation of our minds, of re-understanding and re-asking ourselves why our cultural heritage is not as important to us as it should be. Finally, I would like to encourage all of you, and again, carrying the same message. Part of what Afrexim Bank has done here today is put up an art exhibition. It's just around the corner, down the corridor towards the breakfast area. It's a beautiful exhibition that shows you the creativity that exists in Africa. It's a group of 8 artists. Now, if you come from Abidjan, you know the place called Abobo. It has its issues. But when you see the work and creativity that has come from these people, it shows you how much value we have trapped in here that we can actually use to grow, and transform our continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben, merci à tous. On a fini. Et il reste quelques minutes s'il y a des questions dans le public. Ou, non, voilà. Non. Ah, il y a une question devant, mais je ne sais pas s'il y a un micro. Oui. Il n'y a pas de micro?
That's the timer. Well, that's telling us how much.
Il n'y a pas de micro.
2 minutes left.
On va essayer de parler alors s'il n'y a pas de micro.
Just have her ask and you repeat it.
Et le toucher du doigt, en fait. Donc, je recommence. Donc, bonsoir à tous. Ma question, c'était de savoir comment ça serait possible de rendre l'art plus accessible. Parce que la plupart du temps, quand on parle d'art, on a l'impression qu'on s'adresse à seulement une certaine catégorie de personnes et d'autres n'ont pas accès. Ce n'est pas vraiment accessible à tout le monde. Alors que si on veut s'approprier notre art et le propager à l'intérieur et à l'extérieur, on a besoin aussi de le voir.
So the question was about seeing art?
No, it is about accessibility of art for everyone.
For what?
Everyone, everybody.
Access to art.
Yes.
Okay.
Accessible to everyone.
Making it all.
I think one thing that we perhaps don't have on the continent is enough exhibition spaces and enough museums. And that's something that I think as a continent we really need to work on. And I think the other thing around accessibility to art goes back to education. And we really need to start with children. We often talk about artists and their education, but children should be taken to museums and exhibition spaces, even small ones like this one here, so that art becomes something that is not foreign. It becomes something that's accessible to them. And there was one story that we were told about a museum in Nigeria, the Yemi Shilon Museum, which is a magnificent museum with thousands of both modern and contemporary works of Nigerian art. And they make sure that they bus in local children once a month to see the exhibition. And when I say local children, it's from rural areas. So when it rains, they can't drive there. And they bring these children and they put the Menin bronzes here and they say, touch it, see what it feels like, and then draw something. What do you think? We really need to start there. And it goes back to building local appreciation for art. Because if the next generation grow up appreciating, this conversation that we're having becomes much easier.
No, to answer your question, I mean, the one thing that I've always believed in is, I think in Africa sometimes art is like the activity of the elite. And I've always said that in Africa, creativity is something that's within us, within our culture. And even if you look at the history, looking at contemporary art globally, I mean, there's a reason why Picasso took so much from Africa, because, the world was saying that our traditional art was like primitive, but in actuality, it had a big value. So the art is within us. I mean, this is not something that you have to go to an exhibition to see. But for that, it means it goes back to like institution building and embedding it within the education. But when you look at every country across Africa, this is why I emphasize, artist-led initiatives. It's really to engage the community. So for me, it's, my main interest is the everyday person. Even in the work that I make as an artist, I make work that I feel, it's regardless of your class, regardless of, what nationality you come from and so forth. I want the art that I make that it has even a slight impact in making people think about what is art. But for that, it requires, and it goes back to the government. I can't help but overemphasize that. Because, I mean, for you, I mean, in Addis Ababa, one of our biggest problems is space. We don't have enough space. A lot of the government museums that we have, the conditions are not the best. It's only in the most recent administration that they started investing in building new structures. But it's the same issue across every city in Africa, is that the space is either privately owned, the space that's owned by the government, it's whatever it is, and then there is no middle ground. And that middle ground, unfortunately, has become the foreign culture institutions, and that has its own political agenda within it. So for that, it's, I know that whenever we do exhibitions or activities, the society still perceives it as this is just an activity for the elite, or people are afraid to come in. So it takes a great deal of effort to bring people into it, because it's actually through that you find new artists and you're able to develop new talents, because they see things and they realize, wow, I can be an artist or I can be a photographer or what have you.
Okay. Thank you, merci beaucoup.
Oui. Juste pour répondre à la question de la dame, dans le cas d'Abidjan, puisqu'on est en Côte d'Ivoire, en 10 ans, on a vu les choses évoluer. Je ne sais pas si vous êtes résidente de cette ville. En 10 ans, les choses ont évolué et effectivement, les expositions, donc la possibilité de voir de l'art n'est plus réservée, ou en tout cas, on sent très bien que le public s'est élargi au niveau social, au niveau... Enfin, vraiment, le public s'est élargi. Il y a vraiment un changement d'il y a 15 ans où, effectivement, c'était réservé à une élite. Aujourd'hui, les gens de milieux différents viennent beaucoup plus spontanément. grâce justement à la création de différentes plateformes. Nous, au niveau de la fondation, c'était l'une des raisons principales de créer cette fondation pour ouvrir un peu. Ce que nous avons fait, c'est que, en dehors d'ouvrir concrètement les espaces et d'accueillir tout le monde de la même manière, nous sommes allés aussi dans différents quartiers, aller faire des actions et ensuite inviter ces jeunes et moins jeunes qu'on rencontrait à notre fondation, essayer en dehors des salles d'exposition, créer des espaces de rencontres, de travail, et qui sont accessibles à tout le monde. Et de cette manière, ça nous a permis un petit peu de rassembler, d'attirer un peu tous ces gens qui se sentaient marginaux par rapport à cet art.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à chacun et merci à vous de nous avoir écoutés.
Merci.
Yeah.
Merci à tous pour un panel très enrichissant sur comment construire des récits transformationnels à travers l'art et le design africain. J'espère que vous avez été remplis, cher public. Dans quelques instants, nous aurons une performance aux couleurs de l'Afrique de l'Est. Mais en attendant de faire le setup du plateau, nous allons être ambiancés par l'un des meilleurs DJ de Côte d'Ivoire. Il est unique dans son genre. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, l'excellent DJ BDK. On peut applaudir parce qu'il va nous ambiancer, je vous le dis. DJ BDK. celui qui arrive sur scène est tout d'abord un DJ avant d'être aujourd'hui un artiste chanteur. Il est originaire du Kenya et c'est un musicien et producteur au style éclectique et décalé. Il est le fondateur du Kenyan Art and Music Collective Just Band. Basé à Nairobi, il a fait le déplacement exceptionnellement pour nous ici à Abidjan. He's one of the best performing artists out of Eastern Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Blinky Bill. Make some noise, please.
Hello, hello. The gunman of the Florence, the gimmicks here we sing to it. So bye bye boom solace. The kids got nothing to eat, and I got nowhere to be. The time is still gonna tick. Yeah, we live around the block, but we not from around the block. It must seem like we're dismusing, we a lot around the clock. And we're sitting on gems, but they're not checking for we. If you come with disrespect, you know you're gonna cut the straight out. Because I know they never care for me, they're gonna have to move it carefully, carefully. Don't taste the fruit of carefully, carefully. Coming out, lift up your best believe. Another me they'll never be. I wanna see the people free to open up their eyes and see that is a necessity. So yes, respectfully, I might be damaging some of the until they do it right, but we don't trigger my trigger. I got dreams way bigger than where I'm at, and that's a fact, yeah. Excuse my demeanor when I'm more meaner. I'll take him to the cleaners and take a little breather. The world went to dust around here, dog. The dogs eat dust around here, dog. You think I'm a cog in the wheel, yeah. Well, this stuff wants a new deal, right? Come on, yeah. Come on, yeah. Because I know they never care for me, care for me. They're gonna have to move it carefully, carefully. Gonna taste the fruit of carefully, carefully. Coming out on top, your best believe, yeah. Abidjan, how you doing? Thank you so much. It's my first time in Abidjan, in Ivory Coast. So if you want to dance, feel free. Well. Baby, won't you come close to me? I give you that attention that I want. Baby, won't you come close to me? I give you that attention that I want. I see the way you move, and I see the way you groove, and I like continue that way, and I think I'll wife. If you need someone that can face real life, not every day you and me, one in a billion. Me and you together, girl, one in a zillion. Dogo kidogo, hebu songa kidogo. Ukiweza inama, kisha simama. Ukiweza chelewa, jua sitachelewa. Amina, nakupenda zaidi. Ukiweza elewa, jua sitachelewa. Wajua. Baby, won't you come close to me? I give you that attention that I want. Baby, won't you come close to me? I give you that attention that I want. Yo, oh my, not really hard to decide. Everybody move to the side. You got the sauce and you got the vibe. Make it clap, up, die. Let me see you bumper, see you no lie. Chika, benda, bam, hey madam. You want a proper fix? Call me. Not by the way, call me. Hey, Joe, Nikali. Bring it back to Fagali, yo. Baby, won't you come close to me? I give you that attention that I want. Baby, won't you come close to me? I give you that attention that I want. Let me see you just clap, come on, clap, come on, clap, come on. Brush it off blowing, ear to the ground so you know we be knowing. Marching on forward, here we gotta keep it moving. Yeah, tell him. Look to the sky, ready for whatever comes. If you live by the gun, then you better run when the party's done. Hope you had fun. Trying to live the world much better than I got it. The world won't stop till I'm one standing complete. Tough to watch where everything is. Does anyone see what's happening? Gotta ask my mama to pray for me. Cause my heart too heavy for my mouth to speak. And the last thing I wanna do is ever lie to you. Top now, understand. Why am I so afraid to take a chance? Though got to show up what the wit. Aim for the sky, sky and high, high. If it don't fit, then bye-bye. Consider it done, consider it. Front foot for you, we're marching on this ain't. This ain't never know, but they're free and yet you ask me for a visa and a good reason. I know. They think they're slicker than you, they think they're slicker than me. Taereni, 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 taereni. Magoya mazan, manaina kafuga. Taereni, 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 taereni. Magoya mazan, manaina kafuga. So, I'm just about to leave. This is my last song. Sounding good tonight. Everybody say yeah, yeah. Yo, 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 we're gonna have fun, blow the house down, tunakamna my style, ha, zija onekana, aha, chukua dakika kama tano, uite mazima moto, tumeshikanare, wakite, leo watapata tu ni moshi, imebaki tu, maji haitoshi tu, zima hii beat so smooth, oh so nice, play it twice, have a good time. Are you ready to disco? We're gonna give you something, and I'll give you something back. Are you ready to disco? We're gonna give you something, and I'll give you something back. Are you ready to disco? We're gonna give you something, and I'll give you something back. Are you ready to disco? We're gonna give you something. Now everybody say yeah, yeah. Now everybody say. Sky, it's yo, I didn't know that we've been to the moon. I read you that nothing's gonna hold us, but take it easy, say she can easy, be up to me cheesy, watch until easy, the major points come up occupying, I need to keep my mind occupied. Are you ready to disco? We're gonna give you something, and I'll give you something back. Are you ready to disco? We're gonna give you something, and I'll give you something back. Are you ready to disco? We're gonna give you something, and I'll give you something back. Are you ready to disco? We're gonna give you something. Give me the clap. Feeling good tonight. And everybody say yeah, yeah. So So we're gonna have fun, puff and blow the house down to Nakamba style. Ha, zija onekana, aha, chukua kika kama tano. Ite mazima moto, tumeshika nare. Wakiche, leo watapata tu ni moshi. Imebaki juu, maji haitoshi crew. Zima hii beat so smooth, oh so nice. Play it twice, and have a good time. And have a good time. And have a good time, yeah. And have a good time. Thank you, my name is Blinky, straight from Nairobi City. See you. Yesterday, and yeah, thank you so much.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites encore du bruit, s'il vous plaît, pour l'extraordinaire Blinky Bill, tout droit du Kenya. Mais qu'est-ce que c'était bon à entendre! Alors nous allons à présent parler de mode, mais juste avant, je vais vous demander de regarder cette toute petite vidéo avant de vous présenter le prochain panel.
L'habillement africain a une histoire riche et variée, qui continue d'influencer la mode vestimentaire mondiale aujourd'hui. En dépit des nombreux clichés liés à la mode africaine, les jeunes designers africains d'aujourd'hui exploitent la riche diversité de la culture et des traditions africaines pour créer une mode contemporaine innovante et très demandée. Caractérisée par des créations profondément ancrées dans les textiles et les traditions d'Afrique, la mode africaine d'aujourd'hui apporte une saveur nouvelle et unique sur les podiums de mode, les salons professionnels et les points de vente en détail. Aujourd'hui, la mode africaine est un secteur d'activité important qui devrait connaître une croissance de 16,46% et atteindre un volume de marché de 13,53 milliards de dollars américains en 2025. Malgré la croissance rapide de la demande de mode africaine, les principaux défis et lacunes dans la chaîne de valeur de la mode entravent le développement de l'industrie. La production et la fabrication, les questions de propriété intellectuelle et l'accès au marché sont quelques-uns des défis que relèvent activement les professionnels du secteur, les gouvernements et les institutions de toute l'Afrique.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. For me, it's really, we've worked from nothing. We've produced amazing outfits, amazing content, literally from nothing. And I keep saying this, if you see a designer from the continent of Africa doing great stuff, just give them a kudos because they are working from nothing. We've been doing these things for years. The only reason why, literally, we've cried days, we've really struggled, but today is a new day. Yeah. Platforms like CANEX is what we need. Having a president like President Orama is what the Africa needs right now. Pan-Africanism, like putting everybody together, getting stuff done. Like for a while, we've been shooting ourselves on the foot. Oh, I'm from Nigeria, I'm from Cameroon, I'm from here, I'm from there. But today, we should all know we must think as one.
Pour la mode africaine, la reconnaissance n'est pas une fin en soi. Alors, en s'appuyant sur les discussions du CANEX à l'IATF 2021, nous mettons désormais l'accent sur le besoin d'intégration verticalement et de façon régionale.
Mesdames et messieurs, j'espère que vous passez toujours un bon moment. Est-ce que vous passez un bon moment cet après-midi? Non, mais donnez-moi quelque chose de plus. Est-ce que vous passez un bon moment cet après-midi? Est-ce que vous pouvez faire du bruit pour vous, s'il vous plaît? Make some noise for you guys this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. OK, alors on ne peut pas parler de créativité africaine sans parler de mode africaine, évidemment. Et donc la prochaine table ronde est, bon, évidemment, autour de la mode, avec pour thème promouvoir l'intégration verticale et régionale dans l'écosystème de la mode africaine. Et pour le discours d'ouverture de ce panel qui s'annonce très, très intéressant, j'invite sur scène l'un des pionniers de la mode africaine moderne, un véritable passionné de l'Afrique à travers ses couleurs, ses textures et ses textiles. Il est créateur de mode et fondateur du Festival international de la mode africaine, le FIMA. Est-ce qu'il y a des gens qui connaissent le FIMA dans cette salle? Est-ce que vous connaissez le FIMA? All right. Acteur de cette industrie depuis plus de 30 ans, qui de mieux que lui pour nous en parler en profondeur? Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, aidez-moi à accueillir chaleureusement la légende, Monsieur Alfadi. Sous vos acclamations, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup. Honoré d'être là. Honoré d'être en Côte d'Ivoire. Honoré de voir que la mode africaine commence à être comprise. Honoré de montrer qu'aujourd'hui, l'industrie de la mode, les créateurs, la jeunesse commence à être modifiée, donner une dignité à la mode africaine. I can't speak in English, but I want to do my speech in French because I'm francophone. Je suis obligé de faire ça. La mode est une dynamique contemporaine d'expression culturelle qui s'inscrit dans un processus d'ouverture à caractère universel, ce qui démontre sa spécificité dans le contexte global de la créativité artistique. Jusqu'ici, la mode africaine a su jouer sa partition dans le processus de développement économique, malgré plusieurs défis dont certains demeurent encore d'actualité. Ces défis sont avant tout d'ordre social et culturel auxquels s'ajoute le combat pour une intégration dans la chaîne de valeur mondiale CVM. Ce dernier aspect est sans doute le plus crucial, d'où la nécessité de réfléchir à une ou plusieurs stratégies qui permettront de garantir aux créateurs de mode africain un cadre d'épanouissement et d'indépendance économique. Il est essentiel de créer une condition d'autonomisation par l'acquisition de techniques modernes. Et quelle serait la valeur ajoutée de l'intégration verticale dans le secteur de la mode? Il est indéniable que l'intégration verticale est une alternative salutaire à plus d'un titre, car elle garantira aux acteurs de la mode une indépendance et une durabilité en termes de production et de distribution à grande échelle. Cela a été mon combat depuis près de 40 ans, parce que j'ai commencé la mode depuis 40 ans. Des années pendant lesquelles il nous a fallu d'abord relever les défis sociaux et culturels pour la reconnaissance de la mode africaine et de la haute couture africaine, tout en nous concentrant sur les multiples potentialités économiques du secteur et leur valorisation à l'échelle mondiale. L'ambition étant d'aboutir à une industrialisation effective et compétitive, à l'instar de ses pairs occidentaux, en revendiquant cependant son authenticité. Les grands avantages de l'intégration verticale se manifestent à travers une meilleure garantie de sécurité dans la production et l'approvisionnement, tout en réduisant les charges y afférentes. Un meilleur contrôle des activités liées à la gestion globale de la production et du stock dans un cadre autonome. Excusez-moi. Un élargissement des capacités de vente à travers les réseaux de distribution, une garantie d'équité dans la compétitivité. Ces avantages ne seront acquis qu'à travers une dynamique multidimensionnelle, à savoir sur le plan artistique, une création de qualité, sur le plan économique, une perspective entrepreneuriale en vue d'aboutir à une industrie digne de ce nom et une offensive promotionnelle par l'obtention d'un appui et d'un accompagnement conséquent par les grands investisseurs dont on a besoin. Sans investisseurs, il n'y a rien pour le continent africain, pour la mode. À ce propos, quelle pourrait donc être l'approche appropriée pour une implication effective des acteurs de la mode, des décideurs politiques et de tous les acteurs du monde des finances et de l'économie, hommes d'affaires, mécènes, banques, les grandes filières de la distribution, très importantes pour notre continent. Sur ce point, il est important de noter que les relations publiques jouent un rôle majeur. Les acteurs de la mode doivent donc adopter une stratégie de communication dans laquelle ils doivent faire ressortir la valeur ajoutée de leur action dans le processus de développement de leur pays. Susciter l'intérêt pour le secteur au niveau des décideurs politiques en liant la mode au développement tout court sur le plan touristique, culturel. Je donne uniquement un exemple, le FIMA. Je vais m'attarder un peu pour vous expliquer c'est quoi le FIMA. En effet, si nous jetons un regard rétrospectif, avant la première édition du FIMA, la mode africaine, bien qu'existant, était absente sur le marché international. La première édition du FIMA, en 1998, a permis d'insuffler une nouvelle dynamique de la mode africaine. Cette dynamique a permis de jeter les bases d'une intégration à l'échelle régionale et continentale en s'érigeant comme un creuset des échanges et d'opportunités d'affaires. Ainsi, plusieurs initiatives nées du FIMA viennent étayer ces propos. Nous citerons entre autres les concours de jeunes stylistes. Cette année, le FIMA aura lieu au Maroc. Nous avons eu 380 jeunes stylistes venus de 5 continents. On a eu plus de 1000 mannequins venus de 5 continents et le concours aura lieu au Maroc, à Rabat. Voilà. Et c'est très, très important. Auxquels viennent s'ajouter des concours concernant les métiers connexes, tels que la bijouterie, la maroquinerie, le textile et bientôt le cosmétique. Le cosmétique, c'est chez nous. On parle d'huile d'argan, on parle de beurre de karité, c'est aussi le continent africain. La mode africaine se doit de contribuer à la valorisation et la promotion de la culture par la mise en valeur du textile local et des activités connexes telles que la bijouterie et la maroquinerie, comme je l'ai dit, et les cosmétiques. Elle doit aussi mettre en évidence les avantages économiques et sociaux tels que la contribution au PIB, la création d'emplois pour la lutte contre la pauvreté d'une part et d'autre part l'orientation et l'encadrement de la jeunesse à travers une éducation de qualité dans le secteur de la mode. Exemple, ESMA, École supérieure de la mode et des arts, que je suis en train de construire au Niger, qui est en train de se faire en chantier et qui vise la culture de l'excellence et de la qualité, non seulement pour l'émergence d'une nouvelle génération de talents, mais aussi pour une intégration réussie du marché international. Aujourd'hui, l'Afrique doit former ses ingénieurs de coupe, l'Afrique doit former ses créateurs, l'Afrique doit former ses talents et sur le continent africain. Susciter l'intérêt des acteurs économiques et les grands investisseurs en présentant tous les avantages potentiels et les grands bénéfices qu'ils pourraient tirer du secteur afin qu'ils s'impliquent davantage. Enfin, le rôle des décideurs politiques qui doit se traduire par un accompagnement conséquent à travers le lobbying via les organes gouvernementaux, accorder aussi des facilités sur le plan administratif. Le lobbying, il consistera à un accompagnement des créatifs des différents secteurs en pesant de leur poids et de leur influence au niveau des acteurs publics et privés, à savoir les institutions, les organisations et les investisseurs. Les facilités administratives, elles consisteront en un assouplissement des démarches administratives relatives à la création et à la gestion des projets en amont comme en aval par un appui et un soutien pour l'atteinte des objectifs. Pour finir, j'exhorte les uns et les autres, à savoir les décideurs politiques et autres pouvoirs publics, les acteurs culturels de divers domaines, les acteurs du secteur privé, les grandes institutions internationales, sans oublier notre jeunesse, relais de notre action aujourd'hui à une synergie inclusive de grande envergure pour consolider les acquis en vue d'une intégration effective et solide des industries créatives afin de mieux répondre aux inspirations de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, ZELICAF. Brillante initiative de nos décideurs politiques qui est malheureusement aujourd'hui compris mais pas assez engagé. Nous devons tous être conscients que l'apport de chacun est essentiel pour poser les fondements d'une Afrique qui gagne et avec lesquels le monde devrait composer. Nous faisons du 7 au 10 prochain le FIMA au Maroc, sous le haut patronage de Sa Majesté le roi Mohammed VI. Je crois qu'une manière de montrer que le continent africain est en train de gagner le combat, de montrer que la mode était devenue une industrie. Les Africains doivent porter africain. L'Europe doit porter africain. Hollywood doit porter africain. Mais je crois certainement qu'aujourd'hui, si les investisseurs commencent à comprendre et dire que devant tout grand créateur européen, il y a toujours un financier. Si Yves Saint-Laurent est Yves Saint-Laurent, c'est qu'il a Pierre Berger derrière lui, il a des gros financiers derrière. Si Vuitton est Vuitton, ou Gucci est Gucci, c'est qu'ils ont LVMH, ils ont des grands financiers, des milliardaires derrière eux. Et si l'Afrique, les créateurs sont laissés à eux-mêmes, Gilles Touré est son propre financier, est son propre créateur, est son propre distributeur, et c'est pas normal. Il est grand temps aujourd'hui que l'Afrique se donne la main et l'Afrique cherche les financiers et que les politiques et les grandes banques comme Afreximbank, qui nous a réunis aujourd'hui, que je remercie beaucoup, commencent à s'intéresser. J'étais au CACS, au niveau de Kigali, où ils ont promis 500 millions de dollars pour accompagner les industries culturelles, dont le cinéma et la mode. Je crois que CACS a été une réussite. Aujourd'hui, CANEX va être encore plus. Une chance pour le continent africain d'avoir des grosses banques d'origine du Nigeria, peut-être, mais basées au Caire, qui amènera l'Afrique très loin. Je suis certain qu'avec vous, avec la jeunesse africaine, avec la mode africaine, on va aller très loin. L'Afrique est un combat. Les mannequins, les couturiers, les créatifs, toute l'Afrique a une dimension. On a un continent. On dit la France, c'est un pays. Mais l'Afrique est un continent de 54 pays. Donc c'est énorme. On a un savoir-faire incroyable, on est magnifique, on est beau, on a de l'argent, on a tout ce qu'il faut. Donc que les banques accompagnent les créateurs pour qu'ils puissent être des grands de demain. Je vous remercie. Alfadi. Et ce que je voulais dire en finale, je vous invite tous à venir au Maroc. Nous organisons la 14e édition du festival, qui est le FIMA, 14e édition, 24 ans d'âge, pour montrer la dimension que Afreximbank fait. Ils sont avec nous. On va travailler sur tout l'esprit de montrer que la Côte d'Ivoire, elle est belle. Merci la Côte d'Ivoire et merci pour l'image. Merci encore. Alfadi.
Merci beaucoup Alfadi, l'un des pères fondateurs de la mode moderne africaine. Merci pour ce discours poignant. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, et surtout, certainement, mesdames, depuis le début de cette journée, en général, j'introduis le modérateur off-stage, donc backstage. Mais je me devais de ressortir juste avant de présenter le prochain modérateur parce qu'on m'a fait part d'un petit Congo-sac que j'étais obligée de venir partager avec vous face-to-face. Je tenais à vous dire, cher public, que c'est officiel, M. Idriss Elba a atterri en Côte d'Ivoire. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir, s'il vous plaît? Il a atterri en Côte d'Ivoire, il est en direction même du Sofitel et il sera ici sur scène à 18h50 comme dans le programme. Alors je vous demande de rester bien ancrés dans vos chaises parce qu'il va tout nous dire. Toutes les questions que vous avez, vous aurez l'occasion de poser ces questions-là. Il sera là pendant quelques jours sur le territoire, donc ne bougez surtout pas. Alors à présent, pour modérer ce panel sur l'intégration verticale et régionale dans l'écosystème de la mode africaine, j'aimerais inviter sur scène un pionnier également dans le monde du journalisme, dans le monde du journalisme télévisé. C'est un présentateur télé, il est également producteur, c'est un pionnier, comme je l'ai dit, une légende du journalisme au Nigeria et sur le continent. Il représente la chaîne CNBC Africa. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, faites un maximum de bruit pour Monsieur Wole Famurewa, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here and to moderate this session. We are focusing this time on promoting vertical and regional integration in the African fashion ecosystem. Oh, by the way, I must say that everyone here, if you haven't done so already, please check out the exhibitions. You will see extremely great craft from the African continent, and we hope that you can all patronize it as well. So as she said, thank you, Sophie. My name is Wole Famurewa, and I'm delighted to now invite my panelists, starting with David Tlale, who is a fashion designer from South Africa, already exporting a lot to the rest of the world. David, please can you put your hands together for him as he comes? Hey, buddy. No doubt David has a lot of fans from this side of the room, but I hope everyone else can cheer as well. As I welcome our next panelist, Armando Cabral. He's also a fashion designer exporting to the rest of the world. He is, of course, the founder and creative director of Armando Cabral. Armando? All right, so Armando's fans are on this side. Thank you, Armando. Next, we have Faral Nkube. She is a regional arts director at the British Council for Sub-Saharan Africa. And she's from Zimbabwe, by the way. Right here. Thank you, Faral. Next is Kibonen Mfi, fashion designer and CEO of Cameroon Clothing Company and also Kibonen New York. A round of applause for her as she steps forward. Good to have you right here. And last to make up the panel, we have Boris Provost. He's the CEO of Tranois and also very involved in the Paris Fashion Week, all the way from Paris. So, let's see. All right, thank you all for joining us for this conversation. Now, globalization has brought many opportunities to the African continent, no doubt. We can tell by how much oil, for example, is exported from the continent. We have some economies like Zambia that depend so much on the export of some minerals. But there's no doubt Africa has fallen to the bottom rung of many global supply chains because if we continue to only export raw materials, we don't get the most of the value that is generated from that product. And so very much is the case for fashion. And today we're going to be talking about how we can promote vertical and regional integration in the African fashion ecosystem. So I'm delighted to have our panelists join us for this. Boris, you came last, but you go first in terms of taking the questions. So earlier we were talking about how we can develop local markets. And you were sharing your thoughts. Am I still here?
One, two.
You're still here, but we don't hear you.
Yeah, yours has gone off.
Yeah.
Probably from the back.
Okay. All right.
Hello.
Hello? Okay, we're back. Okay, so earlier we were talking about how China is presenting a lot of lessons in terms of how you can develop a local fashion market. So tell us a bit more about what we can learn from China and perhaps other parts of the world where we've seen deliberate efforts to develop local markets.
Merci pour cette question. Bonsoir à tous. L'idée de l'exemple de la Chine, on pourrait en prendre plusieurs, c'est comment des modes d'origine ont réussi, ont eu une expérience à l'international, ont réussi à développer la consommation locale et du coup ont réussi à séduire leur marché national. La Chine est un exemple, mais on pourrait en avoir beaucoup d'autres. Ce qui se passe en Chine aujourd'hui, c'est que beaucoup de jeunes Chinois d'une vingtaine d'années, ce qu'on appelle la troisième génération, ont voyagé un petit peu dans le monde entier, ont fait des études à l'étranger et se sont nourris d'une connaissance, je dirais, internationale de la mode et sont revenus dans leur pays, forts de cet apprentissage, de cette compréhension aussi, de cette culture qu'ils ont ramenée dans leur pays pour y créer de nouveaux designs en augmentant la qualité de production. La Chine, il y a 20 ans, était décriée par rapport à sa production. Aujourd'hui, on a quand même un niveau de production en Chine qui s'élève pour le haut de gamme. Et ça, c'est grâce à cette nouvelle génération qui a apporté de nouveaux designs, qui a fait monter en gamme la production et qui, du coup, a séduit un consommateur CSP+, en Chine qui est apparu, qui ne voyait que par le luxe étranger, qui ne voyait que par les grands LVMH, Dior, Chanel, dès que les moyens avaient de l'argent, et qui aujourd'hui, grâce à ces nouveaux produits de qualité liés à cette nouvelle culture, à cet assemblage de la production, arrive à séduire la clientèle locale. Et donc, on a une partie des CSP+ chinoises qui consomment chinois et qui sont contents de consommer chinois parce qu'il y a eu une montée en gamme de produits. Et j'ai un deuxième petit exemple qui n'a rien à voir, mais sur le Portugal, en Europe, est originellement un pays de fabrication, c'est-à-dire que beaucoup de marques européennes allaient fabriquer au Portugal ou en Espagne ou dans le sud de l'Italie, mais le Portugal avait un vrai savoir-faire de fabrication. Et pareil, la deuxième génération, voire la troisième génération aujourd'hui, s'appuie sur les usines des parents ou des grands-parents qui ont un vrai savoir-faire avec un nouveau design. Et du coup, on a une nouvelle génération de créateurs portugais qui arrivent et qui commencent à exporter dans le monde entier grâce justement à cette combinaison et je dirais à la culture. Parce que, en fin de compte, la mode, c'est une histoire de culture. Donc, plus vous êtes cultivé, plus vous pouvez élever le débat et élever le sujet, en vrai.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Thank you very much for sharing that. And so, great lessons to learn from China and Portugal there. But for all, how do we replicate such success on the African continent? What are your thoughts about how we can develop the domestic markets for African fashion? Because clearly there is that proclivity for most people to tend to just consume, if you like, Western fashion. But the truth is, it's really an orientation thing. But beyond the orientation, what are your thoughts about how we can do this in a practical way?
Okay, thank you. So I think my colleague, in terms of how he shared, in terms of China's example, a big thing that we need to invest in is research and to the local knowledge, and also looking at what other industries are really critical to support the growth of the fashion industry. So for example, agriculture. We need agriculture to be able to grow our cotton industry, our linen industry as well. And those are critical industries which fashion industry needs to lean into. And even at policy level, what is the conversation that is happening between those industries? The second one is really also looking at the products that we are making. Are they relevant to the big market in Africa, or you're making it for a Western-oriented market? Yeah, and that is critical because we tend to lose or disengage from each other when a product is really meant for a Western audience as compared to inward-looking. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. David, do you have any thoughts on this point? How we can influence the appetite of Africans towards African fashion?
I think, first of all, there should be a major paradigm shift from us as Africans to start believing in our product. What we create here in the continent is beautiful and it's powerful. And we need to also just have like a proper brainwash to say, not everything that comes from Europe or America is perfect, but everything that is made in Africa is perfect and can be great. Because we have talent, there is money in the continent. We need to start investing it in the right places. And as we resuscitate the entire value chain from textiles, manufacturing, understanding the business of fashion can change the world, because as we are Africans, I mean, some of our brands have been around for at least 19 years, 20 years, and there's been people that have been doing it over, like, longer than we have been doing it. Do you want to tell me that all these years of manufacturing and people that are tailors and just making things is not business of fashion? There is business of fashion. So we need to have a proper paradigm shift of saying, let us make this business of fashion become productive and profitable. And we need to come together as a continent to say, in Abidjan, this is what they're doing. In South Africa, we're doing this. In Madagascar, we're doing this. Let us come together. And also in Cameroon, what are we doing? Let us make it easy for us to trade as a continent so that we can get our product easily accessible and be ready for export globally.
No doubt. Thank you for that. Armando, let's now begin to take African fashion global. And
as we do so, I want to hear your thoughts about the opportunity to collaborate on a regional level, on a continental level. What value do you think that brings to the product as it goes out of the continent?
First of all, oops, sorry. First of all, I just wanted to touch up on...
Can you just raise it up a bit? Yeah. Gotcha.
Is it better? Yes. I just want to add on to what everyone just said about, what needs to be done before I answer your question.
I think you still need to raise it up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is it better? Then I'm going to be shouting. Is it better?
Mm-hmm.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I think
yes,
it's better.
I think it's better now.
Yeah, so to just add to what they said, I think Africa accelerated growth in terms of really doing what we've been doing for so long well and then share it to the world. There are three things that I think is very important. One of them is the infrastructure, which I think is very important. When you talk about infrastructure, I'm talking about, working with the key players that already exist here that produce. We have great example of these two great producers here. How do you support them to continue to be competitive and be able to...
So what do you mean by infrastructure? Can you be more...
Infrastructure means...
Give us some examples.
Yes, there are several things. Out of infrastructure, there's three things that I think can be looked at. One is basically creating new facilities, helping with existing facilities, how to basically support them so they can be able to be competitive. And the other part of it is the funding, because you have to be, in order to be competitive, you have to be able to play, have financial support. And then obviously technology as well, which I think is really important. In order to continue to do things, you have to be competitive. How do you connect the key players together so that they can be able to work and
I really like the point you're making about technology, because we know we're in a technology-driven age, if you like now. From your experience doing what you do, how have you been able to use technology to get your stuff out there?
Well, I think if it wasn't for it, somehow I probably wouldn't be sitting here today. So, I mean, my use of technology is really how do we communicate our product, things that we do, how do we connect with people, how we present our product to the world. We have platforms, social media platforms. We have our e-commerce, which allow us to, sell our product globally. And so it's really taking opportunity and these advantages of technology to connect and basically share with you what you have, which I think is important.
Thank you for that, Armando. Let's go to Kibone now. Now, you have also exported your fashion to the world. What lessons have you learned in terms of how we can scale that success that you have seen with your business?
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. Scaling our businesses really has to do with our ability to produce. You see, I prematurely, I call it prematurely because at the time I was getting maximum exposure, I was not appropriately equipped. And you get to a situation where you are overexposed and under-equipped, which makes you think twice. And I'm thinking now, if I really knew what I know now, I would have started by making sure that my production is tight before I get out there. Because what happens...
One lesson learned.
Exactly. Because what happens is you're excited, celebrities love your work. Because when you're talented, you're really talented. There's not much you can do about it. When you have a good product, you have that good product. People see it, they're attracted to it, they want it. Celebrities are gravitating towards it. They wear it, you get this massive outburst of orders, and you're not able to cater for production. So I am looking at it like, if we want to really talk about the sustainable fashion industry or an ecosystem which we are trying to create, we should be able to make sure that our designers have the capacity to produce what they need. Education, and like he's talked about infrastructure. Like, we don't want to be rushing to China when we have these huge orders, right? We want to be able to produce it so that the footprint is left on the continent. Yeah. And how do we do that? We run our own manufacturing they don't need to be like super huge, because I would say for a designer, it's challenging when you have to run a huge production, but at least be able to have a production which can cater for what the market needs from you. So for me, I'll be saying, let us invest in those infrastructures that can enable designers produce globally recognized products, but at a scale which leaves the footprints on the continent, because that's what we want at the end of the day.
On that point, maybe I can go back to David for a moment, because I did read about, and I mentioned it to you just before we came on stage, about what is happening in Cape Town, where the government was deliberate in terms of trying to create an ecosystem there. Can you just speak to what we can learn from that success?
I think there's a lot of conglomerates in South Africa that are trying to promote fashion, but in small pockets. And these are initiatives of individuals with experience in the industry. They're probably coming from a private sector or from manufacturing companies and saying, let's create these creative hubs that comprises of fashion, music, art, food, and the whole experience. What we see right now that is happening, there's a lot of multiple brands, stores that are growing in South Africa, which is what we need, because you can be creative, like Kabanin said, you can be creative, but if you don't have manufacturing or even distribution channels, whatever you're doing is pointless. So our biggest, I'll say, responsibility is to create platforms for distribution. But this distribution needs to be supported by manufacturing. But this manufacturing needs to be supported by investment. So everything is interlinked. You can't master one and make it perfect. So it's an entire value chain, because I can be an amazing superstar designer, but if I don't have money, what am I going to do at the end of the day? I mean, you're going to be a poor designer and not be able to do anything else. We're talking about, we are here out in CANEX. Our manufacturings back home are going on. If we are not able to pay the people that are doing the work, what's the point of us doing whatever we're doing? So everything that we do needs to be supported. But now the biggest challenge in where we are right now is that everybody wants to ride on this celebrity designer cloud, but not wanting to support the basics. So basics needs to be supported. Understand what does the industry in Africa needs. Support it, go to it. Do not make a decision. I always challenge the government in my country to say, don't make a decision sitting in your office when you have not visited my company or even my small studio, to come and say, okay, David, what is it that you need? What is it that you're doing? How do we amplify it? Because people want to amplify what they don't know, because they just see Instagram, oh, front page, this, that, but there's bigger problems on the ground. How do we support the work on the ground? That's very important.
Thank you very much. Perhaps, Frana, you would. Yes, I think it deserves a round of applause. Faral, I'll be coming to you to hear about some of the problems on the ground. But before that, let's talk about the Paris Fashion Week. And Boris, help us appreciate the importance of such platforms. Now, CANEX, I think, is bringing us all together on the continent. But talk to us about the importance of the platforms like that and what you've learned by bringing many African brands to that platform. What does it do for these value chains that we are speaking about?
Merci pour cette question. Ça me permet de faire le lien avec je voudrais rebondir sur ce qu'a dit David ou Armando sur le funding et le besoin de supporter les marques, que ce soit dans les aides à la commercialisation, à la promotion ou à la fabrication et au sourcing. Pour vous rassurer, il n'y a pas que l'Afrique qui a besoin de support. Toutes les marques du monde entier, tous les jeunes designers de Corée, du Japon, d'Australie, d'Espagne, du Portugal, sont subventionnés, sont supportés. Donc l'industrie de la mode est une industrie difficile, complexe, avec des saisonnalités, avec une exigence quand on veut faire des beaux produits qui nécessitent que des capitaux privés ou des fonds publics aident cette industrie. Donc, j'ai envie de dire, tant mieux si aujourd'hui les pays africains et l'Afrique tout entière vous soutiennent, vous le méritez et vous en avez besoin comme les autres. Ce qui veut dire que l'Afrique n'a pas du retard par rapport aux autres, puisque tous les autres sont subventionnés. Il faut déjà le savoir, ça c'est important de se le dire. La deuxième chose, c'est le collectif dont parlait David. Vous avez une chance incroyable, pays d'Afrique aujourd'hui. L'Afrique est à la mode. l'Afrique est à la mode, puisque l'inclusion est à la mode, puisque les savoir-faire sont à la mode, puisque la recherche de sens, la recherche de tradition est à la mode. Et donc il faut profiter de ça pour promouvoir tous les savoir-faire africains et ne parler que d'une voix de l'Afrique, c'est aussi important, puisqu'aujourd'hui la connaissance du consommateur international, il a une vision de l'Afrique entre la Côte d'Ivoire, le Libéria, l'Afrique du Sud, qui parle français, qui parle portugais en Guinée-Bissau, ou qui parle français. Le consommateur international, je dois vous le dire en étant honnête, il ne le sait pas. Mais ce qu'il sait, c'est qu'il y a de l'Afrique, c'est qu'il y a de l'artisanat, c'est qu'il y a de la créativité. Donc je pense et je suis persuadé que vous êtes beaucoup plus forts ensemble. C'était juste pour faire le lien. Maintenant, sur la Paris Fashion Week pour laquelle moi je travaille, je dirige un salon de jeunes créateurs à Paris qui a la vocation de mettre en lien des jeunes marques et des distributeurs de mode, des retailers, des boutiques, des acheteurs de grands magasins. Et c'est vrai qu'on a fait une première initiative avec la CANEX, et je les remercie encore, en septembre dernier pendant la Fashion Week où nous présentions les collections printemps-été 2023, donc qu'on trouvera en boutique à partir de février-mars. Et c'est vrai qu'on a présenté 15 créateurs, dont Judith Anderson, dont vous allez pouvoir voir le travail lors du défilé ensuite. Et ça a été un vrai buzz, une vraie adhésion en tout cas sur cette présentation. Donc ça nous a rendu aussi très très positif. Il faut savoir juste en 2 mots que Paris est une place internationale parmi tant d'autres, hein, parmi New York ou parmi Londres et Milan, mais Paris est une place internationale qui permet aux marques de tous horizons confondus de trouver une distribution et des moyens de développer sa marque sur une échelle internationale. Donc, si je pourrais conclure là-dessus, la mode africaine et la création africaine au sens large a sa place dans l'échantillon de la créativité et de la création qui se passe à Paris pendant nos Fashion Week.
Thank you very much, Boris, for that insight.
Thank you.
But maybe one more point for you concerning that. And will it be right to say that for African brands to be successful, they have to be, in quotes, high-end brands? Is that really the business of fashion? And if that is the case, what would you say to aspiring fashion designers from Africa who are looking to scale?
Je travaille sur le haut de gamme et donc sur le marché de la création. Oui, j'ai envie de dire que je suis persuadé, ça fait écho à la conférence avant qu'on avait sur l'art africain. C'est comment ouvrir l'art à tout le monde, comment l'ouvrir au plus grand nombre. Je pense que de toute façon, la mode africaine, elle ne sera connue que par... je dirais pas le haut de gamme, mais par l'authenticité de ses savoir-faire. Et comment on arrive à les communiquer au plus grand nombre. Donc oui, je pense que la mode africaine, elle percera, elle réussira à l'échelle internationale par, je dirais pas le haut de gamme, mais par l'honnêteté de la création et par la singularité de la création.
Thank you. Maybe on that same point, do you want to speak to how an African brand must position themselves for the global market?
Yeah, thank you for that question. What I'm going to say, just to add to what he said, is a lot of times in Africa, we make the assumptions that for fashion to be what fashion is, it has to be high fashion. African fabric, textiles, the way they are made, the weaving and all of that already is high fashion. But how do we make it ready to wear? How do we commercialize that, still staying authentic? How do we get our products be in a way that they are seamless? They don't feel too heavy. They correspond with our seasons, you know. Especially for us abroad, we have 2 seasons. Unlike in Africa where clothes can go year-round without you necessarily changing it like, oh, this is for this season or that season. So we have to be able to make products that are seamless, products that cut across. You know, if you're in Africa and you want to make products that would sell in Paris for the winter, you have to be mindful of the kind of texture of fabrics that you use. And one thing I tell designers is, our kente, bogolan, all of those heavy, they are perfect fabrics for the winter season in America. And then we can use our prints, the wax, the tie and dye, the indigo and all of that to do amazing summer stuff. So for me, what I would say is for us to be able to cut across the market, we need to be able to get products which, like he said, authentic. They have a reflection of who we are or what we stand for, but they are done in a way that they are tasteful and that can cut across to any consumer.
Very well said. Thank you very much for that.
Can
yes,
I
think
add
we can
something
clap.
to that real quick?
I was actually just going to come to you.
Thank you.
Because you make shoes,
yes,
which is quite an interesting niche that you've cut out for yourself. So what have you learned in terms of taking African products to the world?
Well, first of all, I don't think we need an outside world in order for us to, really make a brand or create a brand.
Yep.
The issue here is for us to start looking at our products and start being the consumer of our own products. If Africa work with each other, consume the products that they produce,
how can we be more strategic on that point?
Pardon me?
How can we be more strategic in terms of making that happen?
Well, I think it's just a sense of consciousness. I think we have to be proud.
So who needs to lead there?
Pardon me?
Who needs to lead? Who needs to make that
all
happen?
of us. All of us
So
need
everyone
to lead
there's a collective
by
responsibility.
example. We have to be proud of who we are and what we produce and what we wear. We take an example of Zara. Zara didn't need any African, consumer in order to be Zara. They produce, it's a mass-produced fashion. It's not a high fashion for the Europeans.
It's gone
They
global.
produce it, and they wear it. If Africans produce and we support and wear what we produce, and we're proud of what we produce, we will create market, and that's how people will come, and we allow them to come in. That's it.
Thank you. Farrell, you want to add some points to that?
Yeah, sure. I totally agree with him because we also have to shift the mindset here. We are looking outward and trying to get that validation, and then we come back. I think my field in terms of the fashion projects that we do, it's really important to allow the designers that have made it and those, in that journey to be more accessible and to really open up because they seem closed and designing for a certain part of the globe, which is not Africa. So for me, it really starts with the designers, these big brands which have made it, to become much more accessible in Africa. And we have to know about them and be able to also, wear them and embrace them. The second thing is about, for me, collaboration is the new currency and innovation. We are so siloed in this industry of fashion. It has got clicks. So that also is not a way of being able to integrate and to move upward and forward. So as much as we can talk about, we need policy, we need infrastructure, but at an individual level, it's clicks, it's so individualistic, and it's not accessible. One of the problems that we also try to support with is research within the sector itself, research outside your sector, and also enabling fashion to interact with technology, like XR technology. That's another industry on its own, working within the metaverse. How are you able to do a runway show within the metaverse? How are you also working within the gaming industry? So all those are new channels that are coming in, which we need to invest in. Our work is really geared towards the early and mid-level designers or fashion designers, and we support with skills, shared learning, connections, even taking them to London Fashion Week to build connections and networks. But what is important is through the exposure and connections which are global or even across Africa, how do you come back as a designer to really then plow back into your country and into your region? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think that also deserves an applause. So, as we begin to round this up, what I think I'm hearing here is that, yes, we want to take this global. Yes, we want to make sure that we get the value that is being generated outside the continent. But I think of what Audu Maikori said in an earlier panel today, where he talked about in building the music industry locally, they focused on being local, and it found its way global.
Yeah.
So really, it's all about putting the effort into making sure that we can be focused on the local market, and in the process, we are able to export this globally. But I just wanted to talk about stimulating regional integration. In that vein, how do we stimulate regional integration? We only have a few more minutes, but I was wondering, maybe Kibonet, you want to say
yes,
something about
talking about regional integration, we know for a fact that different regions of Africa, for instance, are specialized in different types of things. And we have to be able to build these infrastructures in these different regions that can accommodate people centering in that region for certain things. For instance,
yes, I was going to ask for an example.
for instance, South Africa is good in fabric, in mohair and all of that. If I need mohair, South Africa should have the infrastructure and the ability to scale such that if any designer wants mohair, they can go to South Africa. Northern Africa or Côte d'Ivoire, Western Africa, they are good with weaving fabrics. Other parts of Africa, Mauritius and all of that, they are great with production, you know. But are there sufficient of these factories that can accommodate and assimilate designers as need be? We should be able to have those conversations and say, you know what, production, we have production in this area, fabric in this area, shoes in this area, so that we can, I am a designer, I might need handbags. I was just talking to some handbag designers. Her designs are amazing, but she does not have the capacity to produce. So she does not even want to keep going to shows and all of that, because once she gets these orders, what does she do with it? She genuinely cannot produce. So in this whole regional integration, we should be thinking about developing skills for specific things in specific areas and really be intentional about it.
No, great point, so good.
And
I wanted you to say something too. And while you're making your comments, if you can quickly also speak to the value of meetings like this and trade fairs.
And maybe also create a made in Africa also, how it's
Exactly.
really important for the final consumer, you know. And when there is behind this made in Africa, you know, like you said, all what you said, you know, I was not aware about everything. So it's really important also to promote your know-how, your strengths, you know, in Africa, and not only the on-craft,
right.
what we see from, I see that with avec mes yeux d'Européen.
Quickly on the point on fashion trade fairs.
Sur ces événements comme ceci, et encore merci à CANEX, moi c'est la première fois que je viens à Abidjan et je suis absolument ravi parce que ce genre de meeting nous permet de confronter des expériences, des points de vue et aussi des héritages de ce que l'on est, de où on vient, et je pense qu'on est plus fort ensemble en mettant en commun notre savoir pour que chacun puisse tracer sa route, plutôt que l'individualisme et que, comme vous disiez, que chacun le fasse de manière individuelle. Et le rôle des trade shows, des fashion week, c'est ça, c'est que les gens se rencontrent, puisque la mode c'est aussi un métier d'humain, puisque c'est le métier de la main. Et derrière cette main, il y a un homme et un savoir-faire. On vient de là. Et c'est pour ça que pour moi, ces événements sont très très importants.
No doubt, coming together, so important. David, I think I can only allow you a few more seconds to make the final words.
Okay. Our biggest thing as Africans is, our responsibility is, as you wake up every morning and dress for work or a function, ask yourself, what is it that I'm wearing that is proudly made in Africa? More than anything else. Because when you do so, you're saying it's okay to keep the economy in the continent. It's okay for us to continue employing people. So that is the first thing that we need to do. And also, I do want to say to all of us here, the world is intimidated by what's happening in Africa.
True.
Let us be confident. Let us work at it. Let us be excellent in it. Let us support it. Let us invest in what is happening in the continent. And we can change the game because the current generation has got the skill, it's got the craftsmanship, it's got the excellence. We just need to support one another.
So well said. Thank you very much to all our panelists. I take the challenge. I think I may have to see some of you guys.
Yeah, please.
I was about to say that.
I'm not compliant, obviously. Well, please, another round of applause for our panelists. And I'll hand over to Sophie. Okay, step forward for photograph, yeah.
Thank you so much, Wole, and thank you for each and every one of our panelists. Thank you for sharing your insight about the fashion industry on the African continent. Merci beaucoup. Alors, j'aimerais également inviter notre père de la mode africaine moderne, Monsieur Al-Fadi, qui va rejoindre la photo de famille, bien sûr. Sous vos acclamations, mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît. Et puis, j'aimerais également saluer la présence ce soir de deux invités de qualité qui nous ont rejoints malgré leur emploi du temps très, très chargé. Je veux bien entendu parler de son Excellence Madame Françoise Remarque, ministre de la Culture et de la Francophonie de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, sous vos ovations. Et de son Excellence Monsieur Souleymane Diarra-Souba, ministre du Commerce, de l'Industrie et de la Promotion des PME de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs. CANEX Weekend 2022. On vient de terminer un panel sur la mode, donc qui dit mode dit évidemment défilé de mode. Alors à présent, soyez prêts, tenez-vous prêts sur vos chaises à être éblouis par les designers, la liste des designers qui vont faire leur défilé ici ce soir. Si vous avez aimé en particulier la tenue que j'ai portée hier soir, et ben la créatrice de cette tenue, Judy Sanderson, fait partie de ce défilé. Également, ce que je porte aujourd'hui fait partie de ce défilé. Donc, la production a été mise en place par une maison de production sud-africaine qui s'appelle African Fashion International et qui a pour but justement de promouvoir les designers africains de tout pays confondus. Donc, nous avons des designers qui nous viennent d'Angola, de la Côte d'Ivoire, de l'Afrique du Sud, du Nigeria et de la diaspora africaine. Donc, mesdames et messieurs, tenez-vous prêts et faites un maximum de bruit pour nos talentueux designers et mannequins.
Allora, buonasera ragazzi, io sono un ragazzo senegalese che vivo qua del Pigneto da tanti anni. Come il Pigneto è un quartiere rovinato da tante gente che ci vengono a lasciare a fare le altre cose, pure ci stanno gente bravi. Allora, buonasera ragazzi, io sono un ragazzo senegalese che vivo qua del Pigneto da tanti anni. Come il Pigneto è un quartiere rovinato da tante gente che ci vengono a fare le altre cose, pure ci sono gente bravi.
Sandra ushebe umdlalo bayibula abansawiloko yeah 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 ilibile seremani batsele kirata kiratura nake batlali sirela kutura akibe sikidira mutelo bongori mamuti alive. And suddenly I can release and unwind.
ojo follow follow, John follow, ye follow, Tanya no monai, can't bele, mona. Jive, watch out, Corona, Chiguanga, Corolina, watch out, Corolina, Fuguba, Corolina, watch out, Corolina. Sa, sombe pa ogan forba. Minyato nae, corona ile na menare, menayo. Minyato nae, corona ile na menare, menayo. Minyato nae, corona ile teme pingi, menayo. Minyato nae, corona ile teme pingi, menayo. Minyato nae, corona ile na menare, menayo. Minyato nae, corona ile na menare, menayo. Minyato nae, corona ile teme pingi, menayo. Minyato nae, corona ile teme pingi, menayo.
Alors j'espère que vous avez aimé ce défilé de mode avec des designers, comme je vous ai dit, qui venaient de partout sur le continent, de l'Afrique du Sud à l'Afrique du Nord, en passant par l'Afrique de l'Ouest et de l'Est. On peut applaudir encore bien fort pour eux, s'il vous plaît. Nous allons à présent augmenter la température avec un groupe connu pour ses chorégraphies entraînantes et une présence scénique hors pair. Ils sont à l'origine de hits tels que Tere, Tere, Tere ou encore Gweta, Mama, Agweta. Est-ce que vous connaissez cette chanson? Allons les dit, allons les dit, allons les dit, allons les dit. Alors, c'est pas mal la chanteuse. Mesdames et messieurs, tout droit du Togo, les fils du vent, faites du bruit pour tout fan.
Something gonna happen this night.
Shit. Est-ce que ça va ce soir? Comment? Fenty Sweet Bed. Follow me. We are on jubilate. Shall I honey jump me? Okay. Go, 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 go. Pa, 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 pa. Oh na, na, na. Si. Oh na, na, na. Oh na, na, na. Eh. Oh na, na, na. Eh. Something gonna happen, something gonna happen. See, come on. Est-ce que ça va par ici? Aïe. Suba.
Circuler.
Na, 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 na.
Si t'es pas content, circuler.
Na, 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 na.
Manger la vie, il fait beau villa. Chaloué, ma poupou.
Suba. Go, 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 go. Ba, 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 ba. Oh na, na, na. Oh na, na, na. Si, si. Oh na, na, na. Eh. Oh na, na, na. Hey, ça fait. Something gonna happen. And something gonna happen. Merci. Yann Blas. Fais-moi l'eau. La branche n'est pas mon sweet baby love. Ouais, sexy banana, ouais, c'est oh my love. Fais-moi l'eau. La branche n'est pas mon sweet baby love. Sexy banana, ouais, c'est oh my love. Essa que tu veux ni bras. Faut pas rapprocher. Danse ma gaga. Fais ma gaga. Essa que tu veux ni bras. Faut pas rapprocher. Danse ma gaga. Fais ma gaga. Come on, baby. C'est moi Daddy Sugar. Love me, baby. We did it, c'est mon way là. Come on, baby. C'est moi Daddy Sugar. Love me, baby. We did it, c'est mon way là. C'est le moment de tourner, de retourner. Super. On s'envoie des petits instruments en douce. Bisous canne chérie en douce. Fais-moi rêver bébé en douce. Envoie-moi la vidéo, allume douce. Check it the wine and allume douce. Allez si les papa maman mais en douce. Petit testo en douce, en douce, en douce. Allez, allez maman, allume douce. Allez maman, allume douce. Ça va tirer. Allez maman, allume douce. C'est danger. Allez maman, ça veut tuer.
Emmanuel Adebayor, Didier Drogba.
Il faut vérifier si maman est là. En tout cas, vérifions si papa est là. Position Adas. Bokili bo, bokili, bokili, bokili bo, bokili bo, bokili bo, bokili, bokili bo, allez bo baba, bo baba, bo baba, baba baba. Bokili go, bokili go, kere go. Yeah, la vie est beau. Yeah, tout est beau. Chris est beau. Et Lolo est beau. Yeah, la vie est beau. Baby, là, le bébé beau. Yeah, bon Dieu. Infini moto de joie. Akudo, kudo, kwe joie. Ene moto, je veux le kwe joie. Izama, 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 izama. Tout le monde sait. Bokili bo, bokili bo, bokili, bokili bo, baba. Bokili bo, bokili bo, bokili, bokili bo, baba. Bo baba, bo baba, bo baba,
Sugar bonito,
sugar bonito,
poquito, poquito,
poquito, poquito.
Ici c'est bonito,
Ici c'est bonito.
Benito, Benito,
Benito, Benito.
Ça c'est de l'art.
Picasso.
Tu suis le manga?
Samurai.
Nakamura.
Caméra.
Caméra, caméra. Dengolo.
Dengolo.
Ezama sistema, sistema dengolo.
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 Ezama. Dengolo.
Dengolo. Bo, bokili bo, bokili bo, bokili, bokili bo, baba. Bokili bo, bokili bo, bokili, bokili bo, baba. Allez, bo baba, bo baba, bo baba, 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 super. Bokili bo, bokili bo, bongiri bong 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 bong, bong bang bang, bong bang 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 bang. Ah, yeah. Merci, c'était le tout fun.
Merci.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites un maximum de bruit pour tout fan, s'il vous plaît. Mesdames et messieurs, est-ce que vous aimez la soirée que vous passez ici au CANEX Weekend 2022? Si vous aimez cette soirée, faites du bruit, s'il vous plaît, pour vous-même. Merci, merci, merci les gars, merci. Alors, je suis très émue ce soir parce que la personne que je m'apprête à introduire sur scène est l'une de mes idoles. Quand j'ai appris il y a une semaine qu'elle allait être présente à cette deuxième édition des CANEX, je me suis dit, waouh, le pouvoir de la vision, c'est vraiment quelque chose de réel. Parce que je m'étais visualisée, la rencontrer il y a plus de 10 ans maintenant. Et aujourd'hui, mon rêve devient réalité. She has paved the way for young women like me in the film industry on the African continent and across the world. In fact, she made dark-skinned actresses bankable on the small and big screen. She's a multiple award winner, multi-talented creator. She's an actress, writer, director, producer. She was the first to receive an original Netflix production deal in Nigeria for her movie Lionheart. I personally discovered her in the movie Blood Sisters. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, ici à Abidjan pour la première fois, faites un maximum de bruit for the true queen of African cinema, my idol, Mrs. Genevieve Nadji. Sous vos acclamations, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Love you too. President and Chairman of Board of Directors, Afro-Exim Bank, His Excellency, Professor Benedict O. Orama. The Minister of Culture and Francophone, His Excellency, Honorable Francios Remarque. Her Excellency, I apologize. All ministers present. The Executive Vice President, Intra-African Trade Initiative, Afro-Exim Bank, Mrs. Kanayo Awani. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be speaking at CANEX Weekend 2022. Thank you for having me. As creatives, we have transcended borders and our influence is truly global. However, the creative industry remains fragmented, segmented, and unable to scale, at least not in terms of revenues. Africa has a profound, beautiful, and influential cultural legacy, a cultural legacy that can be worth trillions. Yet, Africa's share of it is only 1%, and this is where we have the possibility of having the greatest impact. As critical stakeholders involved in the cultural and creative industry, CCIs, we must actively engage on how we leverage or change the existing structures to realize a dynamic creative ecosystem in Africa. By positioning creatives and the creative economy at the center of Africa's development agenda, we set the table for transformational shifts in the continent's ability to create new roles and opportunities for the youths that make up over 60% of its population. It also creates an intentional approach to altering negative narratives often attributed to the continent. As a filmmaker and a key player in the CCIs, I strongly believe that the African creative sector, despite its relative success, is still unable to achieve its true potential. Currently providing $5 billion in GDP across Africa, the creative sector, if effectively executed, can achieve 4 times that figure annually. To do this, we must develop collaborative structures that are focused on financing infrastructure development, capacity building, and evidence-based policies for film, TV, and digital content. This, I believe, is required across all the verticals, but as a film professional, I will speak to and for my sector in the hope that interventions, when created, understand that creativity thrives as an ecosystem and not alone. Let us use this weekend to develop a sustainable value ecosystem that enables the distribution of creative content, services, and products from Africa to the world. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites encore du bruit, s'il vous plaît, pour un trésor africain, Miss Genevieve Nadji.
Okay, go. So she's going to introduce him. Chimamanda.
Yeah, I did her intro. So what?
No, no, no. So I'll just introduce.
Just a few words in French,
Yes,
and then without saying her name.
No, you say her name. But don't. Yeah.
I'm going up on stage now. Tell her to introduce it.
All right. Alors maintenant, nous allons rentrer dans cette session qui est intitulée « Quand les géants parlent ». Et la personne qui nous rejoint maintenant est un géant de la littérature africaine et mondiale. Originaire du Nigeria, elle est récipiendaire du 10e prix Pen Painter. Autrice de plus de 8 romans, son livre Americana a été vendu à plus d'1 million d'exemplaires à travers le monde. Elle nous fait l'honneur ce soir de nous partager son histoire lors d'une session très, très attendue, vu le nombre de personnes ici dans cette salle. Et pour modérer ce panel, avant de donner son nom, j'aimerais inviter sur scène un acteur du monde des médias et de la littérature originaire du Nigeria, auteur de l'ouvrage Fine Boys. He is a director of business development at Narrative Landscape Press and the creative writing teacher at the annual Chimamanda Adichie Creative Writing Workshop. Please, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Dr. Egosa Imasuen. Make some noise, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, beautiful people. I will bore you for 5 minutes before you see who you came to see. Thank you so much. So this is cool, this is pretty. It looks better from up here. You look so fine today. So I want to thank you all for coming to this edition of When Giants Speak. Thank you to CANEX and Afrexim Bank for hosting our Creative Writers Masterclass. Thank you especially to the Chief Executive and Chairman of the company, and of course to my friend and the Program Director of CANEX for holding this masterclass of the book. We had other organizations join us for what we planned as a Pan-African look at the creative writing value chain, from the writer's desk all the way to the reader's hands. On day 0 of this year's CANEX Weekend, Jalada Africa, the Society for Book and Magazine Editors, and your very own Ivorian, Abidjan-based 1949, the Library for Women's Writing from Africa and the Black World, held a full day's worth of seminars on creative writing, writing communities, and support systems publishing, film and audio adaptations to an audience of artists from around the continent. It is good to see that Afrexim Bank and CANEX hold the position that writers are vital to the creative industry on the continent. Thank you so much, and I'm so grateful. So my conversation partner this evening is going to be Miss Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. Chimamanda Adichie is a Nigerian writer. She was born on 15th September 1977. Her works include novels, short stories, and nonfiction. She's been described in the Times Literary Supplement as the most prominent of a procession of critically acclaimed young Anglophone authors who are succeeding in attracting a new generation of readers to African literature, particularly in her second home, the United States. We in Nigeria love her and claim exclusive rights over our ownership of her, but we do not mind lending her to you, my dear fellow Africans. So for today, I will allow it. She's an African writer. Ms. Adichie has written the novels Purple Hibiscus, Half of a Yellow Sun, and Americana, and the short story collection, The Thin Around Your Neck. The booklet essays, We Should All Be Feminists, and Dear Ejawele, or A Feminist Manifesto in 15 Suggestions. Our most recent book is Notes on Grief, which we published in Nigeria in early this year and late last year, an examination of the kind of loss that we all have to deal with at some point, the death of a parent. Ms. Adichie's work has been translated into over 30 languages. In 2008, she was awarded the MacArthur Grant. She was a recipient of the Penn Pinter Prize in 2018. Ms. Adichie has received honorary doctorate degrees from Eastern Connecticut State University, Johns Hopkins University, Haverford College, Williams College, the University of Edinburgh. I like this part, so I'm going to list them. Duke University, Hammers College, Bowdoin College, SOAS, University of London, American University, Georgetown University, Yale University, Rhode Island School of Design, Northwestern University, and the University of Pennsylvania. And soon we hope that a few African universities will also be added to the list. Chimamanda is a champion of African writing by the evidence of our annual creative writing workshop, which holds every year in Lagos, and the caliber of young African writers who can claim to be alumni of this effort. I attended the first of these workshops and found that I was not alone, that there were others who felt the call of the muse. I thank Chimamanda for this discovery of camaraderie. I am honored to introduce her and her support for the masterclass and the CANEX Book Industry Initiative. Thank you so much. We are waiting, yes. She was connected a few minutes ago. So waiting for confirmation if she's still online, but what can we do? We will soon be live, I promise you. Yes. Technology. So Chimamanda is in the US at the moment, Maryland. She wanted to be here, but she had travel issues. She had to attend something in New York a few days ago, and she has to go on to Paris tomorrow, so she couldn't travel. So she's joining us from, yes, exactly. Perfect. I'm so happy. We actually were in trouble, if I can confess now. So we were supposed to start at 6 p.m. GMT, and when we planned everything, it was before daylight savings time. So Chimamanda was out walking and had to jog home and be ready within 15 minutes because I asked her to. And that is the generousness that she has always treated me with. She will scold me later on, but I appreciate this. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chimamanda. So I read a wonderful citation to Chop Time. And everybody has been clapping. I read all the universities that gave you honorary degrees. Welcome to CANEX Weekend When Giants Speak. I thank you for agreeing to do this. During our short conversation, thank you so much. During our short conversation, I will attempt to use your personal journey in writing to illustrate how a story gets from the writer's desk to the reader's hands. Welcome, Chimamanda.
Thank you. Thank you, my dear friend. Only my friends can harass me like you harass me, Doctor.
Thank you.
But I also just want to say that I have to disagree with you about I'm always African. So for my African brothers and sisters in the audience, always.
Thank you. I had no idea she heard that. So that you were connected early. Oh, they were just teasing me. So there's the first question I always want to start with, which is, it was supposed to be, when did you know you had made it as a writer? But the question should start properly like this. Did you always know you were going to be a writer? And what anecdote from your childhood proves this?
Yes, I always knew. What anecdote from my childhood? You know, I don't actually know that there's, I don't remember a time when I did not want to. Right, I've always known. I think some people learn things like life, some people know from the beginning. I knew from the beginning. I just do not remember a time when writing was not the love of my life. Actually, when words, so it was reading and writing, both of them for me came together at the same time. So as a child, I read everything, and words were magical, and I wanted to do this magical thing. So I don't know that I have any anecdote from childhood. I mean, okay. When I was in grade 4, I had my appendix removed.
Oh my.
And so you know when you're sick, you can ask for anything and be sure that you'll get it. So I remember my sister came to visit me in hospital in Enugu, and she said to me, "Oh, what do you want?" And I said, "I want a pack of exercise books so I can write my stories." And at the time, my sister was just like, "What kind of strange child is this?" Other children ask for, 5 boxes of chocolate or something, the kind of things you don't get unless you're sick. But I asked for exercise books because I was handwriting my stories.
Yeah. So, but that's so. Why science in school? Were you a victim of what most of us were? Once you showed ability, you were pushed into the science classes. Did you eventually wish? Do you wish now that you had done more liberal arts courses in secondary school and maybe in the first few years of universities, that you had actually followed this thing, or did all experiences help you to become the creator that you are?
As I get older, I'm trying to learn not to have too many regrets and to think about the things that have happened in life as experience that you end up using in some way. So I did very well in school, but I hated sciences. So I used to come first in physics, but honestly, I think if you ask me to explain to you what a circuit is, I don't think I know, but I could draw a circuit perfectly. I don't think because I wasn't interested,
Yes, I do.
And I think, this is the thing I really tell parents, I like to tell African parents, do not push your children to do something that you think they should do. I think parents mean well because they want they all want us to have, they want us to be gainfully employed in our lives.
Yes.
But I think that especially for the sciences, you have to really be interested to do it well,
I do.
And, but I have to say that in secondary school, I did push back a little. So, of course, I was sort of, not really forced, but it was just expected that I had to be in the sciences. But one of the pushback things I did was to insist on taking literature and French, which was not the norm for science students. So I had to leave my class to go to another class to take the French and literature classes. But I insisted.
Yeah. That also happened to me, but it was my dad. My dad insisted that though we were all in science class, every one of us had to take literature. So it was weird where I was in engineering class, but eventually studied medicine because I hated math, but I had to leave technical drawing to go and take my literature classes. My younger brother, the same thing. I think all 4 of us disrupted our school timetables because each of the Maswen children, because of their stubborn father, had to take literature. And I thank him for it. Yeah. Yes.
I think also, honestly, the way we think about education on our continent is something we need to change, where this feeling that you focus on one thing and one thing only, we have to be more holistic in our thinking.
Yeah.
I think that an engineer needs literature. I think a doctor needs music.
Stories, yeah, music.
It makes us more rounded people.
Yeah. So I was going to tease you about this. So the first encounters, the first story I read by yours was the story that eventually became the thing around your neck. And then I told you that when I was working on my first novel, I traveled to Lagos and I bought purple hibiscus, and I came back and I trashed my entire first draft. And I wrote the novel, which I really don't like. The second novel, we'll get to that. But tell me about the play published by Spectrum Books. You know I was going to ambush you. Basically, the idea is that what were the publishing opportunities or options for Nigerian writers with your very first abandoned child for the love of Biafra?
So you like the people
I know.
The reason that we talk about this is if we take a poll of the audience and they all agree never to go and look for that claim, that's the only condition under which I will talk about it.
Do we agree? They promise. Oh, some people are troublesome. Don't answer them, but they mostly promise they will not look for it.
No, so I went to school, I think I was maybe 14, and I was so, most of my life I've been so interested in our history, and particularly in the Biafran War. And so I questioned my father, my uncle, so I wrote this thing very childish, sort of very romantic, but still. And then I was determined to publish it. And so I remember then going to do all the research about Nigerian publishers. And I would go to the bookshop in the market in Suka. And each book I took, I would look at the back of it to see who had published it. I would look at the front cover to see the address of the publisher. I would write it down. So I started sending out letters to these publishers. And Spectrum responded, which I was just so excited about. I sent the manuscript.
Yeah.
And then they said, we'll publish it, and another reason I'm happy to tell this story is that I think it illustrates how important it is to try.
Yes.
And it was a good, actually it was a process. We had an editorial process. It was an editor who took me seriously, who had suggestions for things to change, It was published, and I haven't looked at that book in many years.
I have a copy in my house. I will send it to you.
I like making fun of it because, obviously, looking at it now as an adult, I don't think it's a very good thing.
Yes.
But when I think about the child that I was who wrote that and who was persistent, and who, I take kind of pride in that.
Yes. So let's move forward a decade away from that child. Medical school, pharmacy, then now you're in America, living with your older sister, attending journalism school, and working on a first novel that did not get published. You've told me it's a dreadful immigrant narrative, but let's keep that aside, no more dreadful stories. What was the journey like from that to Popular Hibiscus? How did you get your first literary agent? What was the story of publication for Popular Hibiscus like?
So we don't want to talk about the dreadful book that I wrote, but just very quickly to say,
please.
I've always been writing, right? And when I went to the US, one of the first things I did was I said to myself, I'm going to learn how publishing works in this country. And there was a very big book called The Writer's Marketplace. And so I went to the library and I read that book cover to cover. And so it had a list of agents, it had a list of publishers, and then bits of advice for writers. So one of the bits of advice was that it was important for you to try and get short stories published first before trying to get a novel published. And so that's actually when I started writing short stories. Because my whole thing from childhood was book. I was writing books. Even if they were tiny exercise books, for me it was book.
The hardcover.
And so I sent out that very dreadful. So what it was, I started reading books that were being published at the time, and many of them were these immigrant narratives, right? So I thought maybe this is what I should write. So I wrote that, just not a very good book.
Yeah.
You know why? It wasn't a true book. It wasn't what my spirit wanted it to write. I was being forced.
Yes.
And I started sending the first chapter out as a short story, and it was rejected by everybody. And then I just put it away. And I started writing for Popular Hibiscus. I was homesick. The winter in Kenya was so cold. And so suddenly I had in my head all these voices and this kind of romanticized nostalgia of Suka, where I grew up. So I started writing for Popular Hibiscus. And writing it gave me such joy, which I think is always a sign that this is what you're meant to be doing.
Yes.
And then trying to get it published again, I decided to then write one short story and try to get that short story published before I would then send my novel. And that's when I wrote the first draft of The Thing Around Jamaica.
What was the title?
No, that's not true. I wrote My New Husband.
That was the title. My New Husband was the title that became The Thing Around Your Neck. My American Husband. Where she goes abroad and she has anxiety and her chest is always heavy.
No, they're two different stories. My New Husband is where this character who comes from Nigeria, is brought by this Nigerian
Man to America. Yes, I remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
And she's sort of struggling to. So that was the first story, and I started sending that out. And the journal finally accepted it. And then I started trying to get an agent using that writer's marketplace. And one of the things I would do was look at the list of agents and focus on anyone that said open to ethnic fiction.
That meant us.
Yes, that meant people who were not white. And I got so many rejections. And then I will just never forget the day this woman sent me an email and said, I'm willing to take a risk and take you on.
Beautiful.
And then the rejections were all about how I was, I was not like anybody writing. And it would be difficult to sell me. And I was writing about Nigeria, and I had put an African language in the story. And, all of these things were supposed to for might not be
viable products.
Yes.
So I've always imagined that 16-year-old Egosa would have had a massive crush on Kambili. That's because at the time I read it, 30-year-old Egosa having a crush on her would be in jail. So what do you think made the character, that was the main character in, the point of view character in Popular Hibiscus. What do you think made the character so compelling? Was there any of you in her? How did you come up with a character who, while quiet, noticed everything? Was this a conceit? Because we were using the first-person point of view to tell the story. Because she saw everything. And you are not quiet, so that's not part of you that is in her.
Shut up.
Yes,
so, you know what? I mean, the question about how much of one is in one's character, I like to say that all of my characters are me in a certain way because, but I think the question of how much a character is directly derived from me, I don't think Kambili, I found her interesting, but I found myself sort of watching her. I didn't think of myself as inhabiting her, if that makes sense.
It does.
If anything, I think I'm a lot more like her cousin, Amaka. But Amaka I admire because Amaka, I think, has more courage than I do. But what you said about conceit, I do think that that for fiction, there's a sense in which there's always a certain level of conceit that's involved, right? Because you have to think about the best way to tell a story. And so having this really quiet character means that because she's not, in some ways, because she's not, I was going to say she's not producing things herself.
Yeah.
She then has room to
Absorb.
kind of, yes, what's being produced by others.
Yeah.
And because that's how I wanted the story to be, I wanted a certain kind of quietness, I wanted a kind of hushedness. And so it really just had to be that way.
I think it reminds me of, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, it reminded me of how the help you gave to me. So my second novel, Fine Boys, when it was in manuscript form, it had been finished 2008 after me and Chimamanda met, and I was in our first writing workshop. So she asked me to send it to her, and she sent me 6 pages of notes, which is immensely generous. And I didn't get angry, even the part where she said, "Is this character unlikable on purpose?" Because the character was based on me. But that was a NY. I will send you the email. I have screenshots. So, but that's when I understood this conceit thing about going back and reading a manuscript that I had kept in a drawer for about 2 years. And really, NY was not a nice person. And when I wrote it, this was a character based on me, and I couldn't stand the character. So I actually had to now manufacture ways to modify and construct NY and kind of remove a bit of my bad behavior. But the point I was trying to make, moving on, was you hold writers' communities to be a thing, and you've been part of developing for over, it's been a decade plus, for over about, this year will make it 15 years, an annual cadre of writers who go on to create great things by having first readers. So first of all, the first part is, who was your first reader? I envy them. Do they still read your work before anybody sees it? And secondly, talk to me about the Popular Hibiscus Creative Writing Workshop. The annual workshop that started with Farafina, moved on to Popular Hibiscus Trust, and what were your ideas? Because to me, it was community for me. The ability to know that I was not alone as a doctor who was doing only Panadol medicine instead of facing his work. I was sitting at home and writing My mom got upset about that. I wasted my parents' school fees. But talk to me about one, the need for writers' communities, and two, who your own first reader is, and if it's still the same person from Popular Hibiscus. Who do you trust with your unpublished work?
Okay, before I do that, there's something from the last question. You said that if a 16-year-old you would have had a crush on Camille, and I just wanted to say that Camille would not have had time for you.
I know.
Moving on. For no agree.
She for agree.
Insecure. She would not have wanted someone as sort of, full of personality as you. She would have needed someone a bit calmer to sort of draw her out of herself.
I'm shy, you. I'm a shy, quiet gentleman. But anyway, let's not disgrace ourselves in public, please.
Can I also just say that, so for everyone to see that Enosha's not, even though he's a mental character, he's not one fine boy. I think he's an African classic. Actually, I think it's a classic of a certain kind of, it's not so much coming of age. I think there's a certain kind of male, and we need more of those books of what it means to be, because what it means to sort of be male in the world and coming into your own, and what friendships mean, and in a certain specific and very real Nigerian context. So I think everyone should really find borders. I don't know how to manage to write it, but okay. So my first reader for so long was Binyavanga.
Yeah.
My beloved, our beloved friend.
Yeah.
And it's still very sweet to me to think that Binyavanga is gone. And so for a long time he was my first reader. He read, Binyavanga and I met before Purple Hibiscus. So he read My New Spaniard, he read Purple Hibiscus, everything really that I've done. Now he's gone. Another reader who's very close to my heart and who in some ways has now become, who sort of climbed up to become the first reader is my dear friend Chinaku, who is not a writer, but a reader. And I find that it's actually really good to have someone who's not a writer, but who's a reader. Binyavanga was very rare and wonderful in being able to switch from writer mode to reader mode. And because sometimes I think when writers, and I try not to do this when I'm reading other writers' work, I think sometimes we want to make people become us.
Yes.
So you're reading somebody's book and then you're thinking, wait, I wouldn't have done it this way, therefore I want you to do it the way that I would have done it.
Yes, yes.
So Chinaku is my first reader. I also have another friend who is an engineer, who's a very practical person. I send him everything because I really like the feedback. He really has no time for it. He's just, sometimes he says, it doesn't make sense, what's happening here? And that's really useful as well.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's usually passages where I think, it's subtle and beautiful and layered, and he reads it and he's like, I don't understand what's happening.
Exactly.
So it forces you to think about, and usually I get shades of things, but it forces you to see how your work can be seen.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
So that's sort of, and then I have other close friends who I send things to, but generally, right now, Chinaku reads everything first.
The creative writing workshop, yes.
I think what you said is really what it's what I envisioned. I really wanted to create a community of people who, so for me, it's not about teaching people how to write, it's not about, it's really just about saying to people, you're not alone. This thing that you want to do is not crazy. Keep doing it, keep trying. And also, I think I wanted to, I didn't have that when I started out. I didn't have a community of writers. I didn't have people who were like me around me. People who felt that writing was just this magical, wonderful thing. But I think also for me, the workshop was a way of hopefully trying to get other writers published.
Yes.
Because we all come to Canada in Nigeria and in Africa, because I wanted the workshop to have a Pan-African element. Also because when I was thinking about it, it was always going to be a partnership with Binyavanga.
Yes.
And so I remember once telling him it would be 80% Nigeria and 20% we can manage Kenya and Zimbabwe.
Yeah, that is so beautiful. So, yeah, so if you, So the pandemic has led to a small interruption in the annual creative writing workshop. Are we expecting it back anytime soon? And what are the structures for, if you don't mind our asking, because that is not cheap. How do you manage? For a long time, it had to be sponsorship and all that, and that's the same journey that you are on now, getting your workshop to make it sustainable. Are you open? Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so that's actually what I've been thinking about. I wanted to do it this year, but it was also just a logistical thing. I don't want to have to, and Elisa, you have to contribute to this conversation as well.
Yes, yes.
Because what I've been thinking about is ways to make the workshop not have to depend on a kind of yearly corporate sponsorship. And I don't think I've quite figured out how, but it is going to happen next year.
Oh, beautiful.
No, certainly. I'm actually thinking about finding a way to make up for what we lost from the pandemic. So
Yes.
maybe having 2 a year.
Yes.
I haven't quite figured out how, but I've been thinking about that.
Can we, because we'll end after this question. Are you examining children's writing now? Is this something you can talk about?
Well, I've actually had a children's book coming up next year.
Beautiful.
But I don't think it means I'm going to start. Well, actually, I believe you never say never because you never know. I always thought that I couldn't write children's books because my vision is too dark. And I love children too much and I don't want to traumatize them with my dark vision. But then this wonderful thing happened in my life, which is that I had a daughter. And so suddenly now I'm looking at her and my life has changed in so many ways. And so this picture book that I'm doing that's coming out next year is actually based on our life. So I don't know if I'm going to do more, but it's really going to be a very narrow thing. It's about her. It's about my daughter. It's about wanting her to see herself, kind of reflected in the book. But I don't think I don't think my next thing is going to be children's author. I think there are people that do it better than I can. Let's leave them to do
I have done something miraculous. I've made Chimamanda talk about work in progress. She never does. My day is made. We'll talk about it later. Chimamanda, thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for the conversation. I believe we've given an idea of what the writing life is. And the first question that I was going to ask was, when did you know you had made it as a writer? The answer is when Chimamanda is your friend and talks to you about your novel. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. GB, thank you. Yay. Yes, she really wishes that she could have been here. Go ahead. Oh, thank you. You missed the fashion show. And Idris Elba is coming next. You would have been made friends. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, my darling.
pouvez faire du bruit encore une fois pour Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, s'il vous plaît. Le moment tant attendu est arrivé. La 3e session de Quand les géants parlent du CANEX Weekend 2022 va démarrer tout de suite. Il a fait le déplacement depuis Londres pour être avec nous ici ce soir. Et avant d'être un créatif à succès, c'est d'abord un amoureux de son continent. Anglais d'origine ghanéenne, il a toujours défendu sa fierté et son appartenance à son Afrique. With over 18 movies under his belt, he is no doubt one of the most talented actors of his generation, with a British accent to die for. Named People's Sexiest Man Alive in 2018, he is an actor, DJ, entrepreneur, and philanthropist. And at 50 years old, je pense qu'on est d'accord qu'on peut dire qu'il vieillit comme du bon vin. Est-ce que je mens? C'est pas ça. Mesdames et messieurs, pour introduire notre panéliste ce soir, j'aimerais inviter sur scène une personnalité du monde des médias, une journaliste et présentatrice de la très populaire émission de CNN African Voice Changemakers. Faites du bruit, s'il vous plaît, pour Miss Harriet Okpo.
Good evening, everybody. It's so great to be sitting with all of you this evening. My name is Ari Topo, and it's my huge pleasure. And I mean, it's Idris Elba, really. So, it's my pleasure to introduce somebody who is an actor, a DJ, a spokesperson, a business person, a label owner, a man who wears many shoes with grace, energy, and charisma. Can we have a really warm round of applause for Idris Elba?
Wow, this is a catwalk.
Mesdames et messieurs, levez-vous s'il vous plaît pour accueillir Idris Elba.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm feeling good. I feel very welcomed. This is my first CANEX, and hopefully not my last. And it feels good to be here. Feels good.
It's really good to have you here. First of all, because you have had such a busy year.
Yeah.
So, so it says a lot that you made time to be here.
Yeah.
And that you have shown how important Africa and the continent are to you.
Can I take my jacket off?
Please, be comfortable.
Oh. Stop that now. Stop that now. I don't want your husband to come and chase me now, yeah? Please.
Can I get into it, or do we want to do one more round and get it out of our system? All right. So, you wear a lot of shoes. You do so many things. I don't know if we should start with a quick rundown of some of the things you do as your job.
If you want, you
Just
can do that.
A quick
Okay.
1 or 2 minutes.
I consider myself firstly as an actor. That's the industry which, as a young child, I decided that I wanted to be an actor. But, I'm an only child, and, with only children, you have a lot of imagination. So you see yourself in doing this and doing that. And as I've gotten older and more mature in my career as an actor, I decided to branch off into other areas of interest. And, honestly, for me, it has been the most fulfilling part of being an actor. I'm a good actor, I should say. I'm considered, thank you. I'm considered a good actor because I try to live my life as fully as I can be.
You know, I think it's important that no matter what you do, try to do other things because it makes what you do as a focus even better. So that's where the DJing, the music, the spokesperson, the philanthropic efforts. Did you guys know that I'm an artist? I paint. Because I'm lying. That's why I don't do that as well. Yeah. But you know, for me, it is important to have a diversity of interests because again, it makes you reflect on what your main focus in a different way.
So how have you learned to juggle? Or how have you learned to find balance and enjoyment with all these different things?
Yeah. Well, there's one thing to note is that by the time somebody has seen that I did this or I did that, I've already done it. So even though it looks like I'm doing it all at the same time, it's never that. You know, typically things are scheduled out in different areas. And that's important, you know, for anyone that is a multitasker, anyone that does multiple things, scheduling is the only way to do it. All right? You can't do two things at the same time. Or you can, but it's not good for you to do that. It's good to just pace things, schedule them, give them their own time and space. So for me, it is important that when, even though I do many things, it is important that I carve the time to do each one within their time. There are times, for example, when I'm working as an actor, I often have a small studio in my trailer. Just a little laptop and then speakers. And for me, that is a good reset for me. So if I'm filming something that is intense, I go back to my trailer, I make some music. That's the only time I really overlap. But usually I try and take the time and do things in their segments, you know?
That makes a lot of sense. You said also something about acting, where if you can, you try not to do the same genre. Is that a pretty similar mind frame to what you've said about doing different things? What does acting or functioning outside of genre do for you as an artist?
I think it's about widening one's perspective.
Yeah.
You know, if I play a drug dealer tomorrow, I don't want to do another drug dealer and then another one. I want to play the opposite of the drug dealer and play the policeman this time, you know. And for me as an artist, it's good for your bandwidth to understand that spectrum, you know. Some people are comfortable playing one character. You say, I'm going to play a drug dealer. And everybody applauds you for that. So you feel naturally, I'm going to play this again because that's what people want to see. But actually, people want to see you differently from the last time they saw you. That's how audiences build longevity around your career. And are there any actors here? Anybody? Hand up. Yeah?
Actors?
You're an actor? Okay, so you understand that it's good to play different roles, right? And that often makes you a stronger actor when you can play this convincingly and that convincingly, yeah.
You started, you've been working for a long time.
10 years.
10 years? Longer than 10 years.
Okay.
My math, I was just like 1994,
35 years.
35 years. What are some of the most sustaining principles that you have carried with you as you've grown, as you've found your feet, as you've identified the way you want to show up in the industries that you work in?
You know, the number one thing that I think is that, you know, good people attract good work, all right? That's just a real fact. One thing I realized very young is that when you are a good person at heart and you bring that to your film set, the next job will be a better job for you. When you bring negativity into your film set, it will follow with you. And that's definitely a guiding principle that I've had since the beginning. Collaboration is a really big principle to remind ourselves to have. You know, when a writer and a director, any writers, any directors? Okay, good. So you understand, writers, directors, the fundamental importance of collaboration, right? It's one of the things that you cannot do your job without. And I realize that there are directors and there are writers out there that do not want to collaborate, and they're successful. But it does not make for a good environment, and oftentimes does not make for a better product.
Yeah.
You might be the best writer in the world, and you don't need to collaborate with anyone else. You've given your product, and that's what you'll get. But oftentimes I've found that I become a better actor, a better performer, a better businessman from collaboration. And that is to share something, to share the vision. It's hard to share vision sometimes. When you've worked hard at it, you don't know what this person's thinking, it's hard to share that vision. But it is a really, really important commodity to have, is the ability to share and collaborate. So somebody walks in after you've been at the computer for 10 days and they said, change that. That's not collaboration. What collaboration is when you show them, this is what I'm thinking, what do you think? That's collaboration. And that can really be a game changer and also offer a lot of longevity in your career.
I was, of course, reading and doing my prep, and there's an interview where you talk about experiencing like a difficult period towards the end of like the 2000s. And I was reflecting that, looking as somebody who's just seen your career, I mean, that doesn't show. The path to success, the deep moments, the hard moments, are rarely as visible from the outside, but they have such a profound impact. What did that period or any other challenging periods teach you about perspective? And looking back, what can you say about where you are now?
I mean, look, just without making it too personal about me, but just taking the lifespan of an actor. There was a period as an actor where I did not work. I did not book jobs. I couldn't actually afford rent. I couldn't afford to, live a decent standard. I was living in New York City. It was a really tough time. And I guess, I'm an only child. My mom and dad had me. And they always told me that it was important that you didn't ever give up. You just don't give up. If it's tough, put it down for 5 minutes, pick it back up and do it again. And that was definitely something that was ingrained into me. So when I was in New York and I was broke, I was going for auditions, couldn't get in. My American accent wasn't good enough. You're too dark-skinned, whatever it was. I remember sitting there sometimes. I had a van that I had, right? This van. It was a brown Astro van. I call it the Grizzly. And sometimes I had to sleep in the Grizzly because I couldn't afford the rent for that month. So I was like, okay. And I was living from, small apartment to small apartment. This is the way you do. And I was living that Grizzly, and I'd sit and think, okay, tomorrow I have an audition. Okay. If I packed my stuff and went back to England, I'll be okay. I'll sleep in a nice bed. But my dream would be done, The thing that I'm just out of touch is right there. It would be done. So I persevered. And I remember that my parents telling me, don't give up. You keep going, you keep going. So then, in hindsight now, when I think about, the success, the moment that I got a job that really changed my life, I'm so thankful for that. I'm actually thankful for the hardship. I really am. Because not only did it make me appreciate, wow, shit, I got money now. I don't have to sleep in the Grizzly. I got a nice apartment. These things are one thing, but it made me really appreciate the work. It made me really want to work good, really get into it, really be better than anyone in there, And Thank you. The money was one thing, but it was the fact that it made me a better actor. It made me go, I'm going to do my lines better. That's the one thing I learned. And actually, that repeats itself in different ways throughout my career, you know. I've had a lot of success and I'm appreciative of it, but I remind myself that it's not easy to be where we are. It's not easy. And even this forum, being here, being asked to come to CANEX and speak, you know, is an opportunity for me to become better tomorrow. That's what I see it, you know what I mean?
You, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, you give the impression in many ways, like, yes, this is all great. I'm doing extremely well, but I can see such an importance for you not to allow even your huge success be the thing that defines you. Is that something you arrived at, or is it something you have traveled with?
I think it's something that I've traveled. I mean, I'm African, you know. My parents teach me stay humble. I don't know about you guys, but it's just because it's okay to have and to be successful, but to stay humble is way more graceful, right? And, you know, I made my career largely in America, where America has a slightly different disposition. The bigger you get, the more you make noise about it, you know? And that's good because it almost feeds the machine. You see more of yourself doing successful things you want to emulate. But with my African heritage, to be humble is just a much better way for me, more comfortable for me. But that said, you know, I think it's important that when you do reach success or you do have something to be proud about, and you come from, in our industry, Africans, black people were marginalized. It is actually very important to see your successors, the ones that are successful, making noise. It is important because it is a beacon for the next man, you know? If it wasn't for Denzel or Wesley Snipes, Don Cheadle, Omar Epps, these actors that at my coming into this industry were up there, big, doing the big American things, showing themselves, I wouldn't have known what success could look like, quite frankly, you know? And I saw them and I was like, I can do that. So for me now, you know, it's nice that you say I have a huge, successful career, but I have to find that cusp of, I want people to see me, yes, look at me, yeah, but I want to remain humble. I think the humbleness is important to also emulate, not just the like, I'm great. You know, I think the humbleness is, it's just related to our culture. I say that generally as Africans, just to be a little humble is related to our culture. We don't need to have to be them to be successful. We can be ourselves, you know? And by the way, by them, I'm not talking about Americans. I'm saying those that like to be braggadocious. You don't have to do that. You can be who you are and still be successful.
One of the things you've also continued to maintain is a certain privacy. And you've talked in the past.
Until now.
Just wait till you hear all the questions I have left.
I'm sweating.
And you've talked about, you used an analogy of house shoes and outdoor shoes. And it's something you talk about learning from watching your mother. It's a way that you describe as helping you to keep what should be indoors to you, indoors, and to know what you can share, so to speak. How do you choose the details of, like, how do you choose what to keep? Because even when you have told stories about your life, for instance, you do it with things like your series or your documentaries. So even with telling your stories, you're very intentional about how your stories are told.
Yeah.
And we exist in a world where social media means that our lives are expected to be digestible by the general public.
Yeah.
How do you maintain a level of privacy and then intention in what you share and how you share it?
Well, if I was to honestly tell you that I know how to do that, I would be lying to your face. Okay. I guess it's an instinct. I think my generation, the generation pre-social media, the mysterious actor was part of the allure, right? He's so mysterious. Oh, who is he? And, Leonardo DiCaprio, Robert De Niro, Denzel. These are people that did not expose themselves, their private lives. And so therefore, when you saw them on screen, that was the only time you saw them. And it made their performance even more like, wow, because you don't know who they are as a person. Those times have changed now. As an actor, you have to almost expose yourself to be even relevant. People want to know, oh, okay, what did you eat today? What? I had some egusi. And I had, some fufu as well. Is that okay? But the truth is, I'm not that guy. That's not my natural place to be that guy. So I've noticed, though, when I do my documentaries or my television show In the Long Run, they're very personal. My documentaries are very personal. You see my life, who I am as a person. And I think because of the forum of a documentary, for example, the one I did about fighting, okay?
Fight school.
It was important for me to show myself as someone that was weak, training to be strong. I don't think that anybody wants to see me buff just to fight. They want to see the journey. And during that journey, then that's where I'm vulnerable, because I'm going to be honest. With the TV show In the Long Run, that TV show is about my life as a kid, and there were some very personal moments, anecdotes that ended up in the writing. So basically what I'm saying is that I use my art to share some of the personal things about me, rather than use my life to share the personal things about me, And actually I think there's a thread there for any creatives that find themselves not sure how to amplify a very African story, traditionally African story, and want to amplify it for a world audience. Just be as honest as you can, because no ideas are original, right? But there are original tellings of the same idea, okay? There are every film that we may see, whether it's from Korea, Japan, Australia, is going to be unique but familiar. That's why it's successful. African stories are no different. So sometimes you have to put a little bit of your own personal story in the story to make it international, to make it a little bit more accessible, because people have heard a version of this story before. Now they want to hear your take on the story. And that's something that if I was a professor teaching writing, I would always ask the writer, and what would you have done in that situation? And in examining that, what I might find is they would say, wow, if that was me, I would do it differently. Tell me. And they would say, I'll do this and do that. There lies more honesty to the writing. You understand what I'm saying? So as an industry, we do have to show what our traditions are. In our films and our stories, whether it's Nollywood, whether it's soap opera, those stories that feel very African, very specific, those are the ones we need to tell, but from a point of truth. And that's how you get there. American films, they didn't tell Chinese stories. They told American stories, their version. And they told their truth, but they embellished it. And the rest of us ate that Kool-Aid like nothing else. We actually believe that that's what America looks like. But it's their version of their truth. And that's an important thing. I just wanted to highlight that for anyone that's a writer, creator, producer, at that cusp, like, okay, this is an African story, but how do I take it to the next level? That's something to think about.
You had your feature directorial debut in 2018. And you've been working since 1994 in film and TV. So there are a number of thoughts around here, and then you can answer, as you can. Why was that the right time? What happened then? What was the shift for you? And what was that experience like?
Turning to directing it's just one of the natural progressions as an actor like me. I'm a collaborative actor. I respect my director, but at some point you kind of say, okay, I can do what you're doing, and I want to do what you're doing, my guy. Give me the camera, please. Let me do it. And I came to that cusp. I came to that junction naturally. I've always wanted to sort of see who I am as an artist on the other side of the camera. The experience was incredible. I was scared. I was scared that I wasn't sure I had the articulation to tell people how to shoot this, shoot that, cut that. But what you realize is that by osmosis, when you've been an actor for 35 years, you're taking all of that information. Every time you've seen a director do this, a cameraman do that, a DP do that, a sound guy, you're bringing that in. So I found myself in this film. I made a film called Yardi, which is a book, and I shot a lot of it in Kingston, Jamaica, and in London, and it was the most incredible experience. On a film set, the crew is huge. The one component of the film set I didn't love was talking to the actors. Actors are annoying, needy. But it was really a great experience to be able to talk to an actor about their performance without teaching them how to act, That was a real fun part of it.
Did anything surprise you, even about yourself?
Yeah.
What?
Patience. I realized how patient you have to be as a director. You're the first person in and the last person out, and everybody has a question. Everybody. And that's okay. That's the process. But I didn't realize I had that patience, for that.
Do you know yet what you're going to direct next?
I do have an idea of what I want to direct next. Yeah, I have this script about a man that checks on the welfare of refugees. That's what he does. He goes to check on their welfare, see how they're living, how they're being treated. But when he gets there, he finds something out, which is bad, and that's the story.
Are you going to give us any more?
No. No more.
All right.
Come on. Oh, but I am getting funding, so I can talk about it more.
What have you learned about the business of creating from being on the other side of that? And have you discovered anything that has complicated your perspective, especially since, for the most part of it, you've been on the other side of the camera? As somebody who is now in the business of creating, what perspectives have changed? What perspectives have been reinforced. What is now more complicated?
Well, look, as an actor, you know, there's the, when you get to a certain sort of momentum in your career, you don't need to prep as much, quite frankly. You know, you've kind of seen this movie before. You come, you hit your marks, you say your lines, you wink, and then you leave. And as a creative in the business side, you have to be prepared. Preparation is everything. You have to be prepared for scenario A through D. What happens if they say that? Well, I have this answer. What happens if they say that? As an actor, oftentimes you can just, okay, I'm just going to go with the punches. But in business, in the creative business industry, you have to be prepared. There's no excuses for not being prepared. If you have a kernel of an idea, and it's just an idea, that's fine. But be prepared to talk about how you can embellish it, even if you haven't written it yet. Be prepared. Have thought to that. And the easiest way to do that is to literally look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself difficult questions, and then answer those difficult questions. Okay, maybe don't do that, but that exercise of examining yourself is really, really important. It sounds elementary, and I'm sure most of you understand that, but it is one of the most, when you walk into a room as a director and you have non-creatives who are spending the money on this project, they are asking the logic police questions. They've read the log line. They've read the treatment. This sounds fun. So, it says it's going to be raining. What happens if there's no rain? What? What kind of question is that? Well, here's what I would do. If you don't have the answer, it is off-putting to the person spending the money, quite frankly. So, it is really important. What I learned as a director is that I have to be overly prepared. Every single scenario, and it has to be case studied, walked through in my head, understood fully, so that when A, maybe the scenario comes that I need to exercise one of those plans, or B, someone asks me, and I say, well, this is it. We, as African filmmakers and creatives, have to have that level of preparation for what we're about to do, okay? African stories, this continent, is the most undermined narrative ever. It's the most undermined, and it has the most potential. But we have to be prepared. We have to be prepared for the multiple layers of questions. Why? Who? Why should I give you the money? We have to be prepared. That's something I feel so passionate about. I don't like people that come in and say, I've got this idea, and I'm like, okay, cool, this is a good idea. So tell me what happens in season 2. Well, what I was hoping is season 1 does, no. What about season 2 and 3? Oh, no, I haven't thought about that. Okay, well, when you have, let me know. Because that's what they're going to do to us, and have done, you know? That preparation is so important. Sorry, I've got long answers here.
Do any of us mind? Look, we can sit down here and chat for 2 hours if we could. So I think we're all great with the long answers, aren't we?
Well, I'll try and shorten them because there's 12 minutes and 19 seconds left.
You're on the continent quite often. You shot Beast of No Nation on the continent. You shot Beasts on the continent as well. And you do a lot of different things here. Talk to us a little bit about your relationship with the continent and why it's so important to you, for instance, to shoot here, to talk about things happening on the continent. Express yourself.
Well, you know, okay, how do I do this in a short way? Look,
we have 11 minutes. You have
I grew up in East London, East London, not South Africa, but I grew up in East London, and having dark skin and being African, my name is Idrissa Akuna Elba. That name, okay, just as soon as I said it, people started laughing. What kind of name is that? All right? That's my name, motherfucker. . ultimately, I had a complex about being African. A complex, which my parents were very proud of being African. In Sierra Leone and in Ghana. Very proud of it. But, thank you. But in England, growing up, I had a complex about it. In fact, I tried to pretend to be Jamaican or West Indian to be more accepted. The moment that I was celebrated as an African black man was the moment I realized I have to celebrate where I'm from, the continent. I have to. Okay? There's a picture of me at the Wire premiere, and I remember I went to the Wire premiere and I wore a black dashiki, proper one, bang. You know what I mean? I even had my toes out, sandals, yeah? This is at the Wire. You know why? Because everyone there was like, that's a dark chocolate African brother. That's all I heard, always, always. And it gave me such pride, and I said, yeah, now I have to find a way to make this feeling reach out to my continent. I know they make films there. I want to be a part of that storytelling somehow, okay? Because I don't want anybody to feel that their name is too African or whatever, you know? I don't want that. So here I had this opportunity as I grew through the steps of becoming an actor. Anytime I had an opportunity to work in Africa, whether it was sometimes in April in Rwanda, in Botswana, I did the thing with Jill Scott for HBO, I can't remember now, in South Africa, Mandela, you know, whatever it was important that my presence and the film was shot in the continent, on the continent, because it's important for me that, yes, I'm born in England, very proud of it. I had my career because of England, because of America. But Africa is where I actually come from, okay? So these stories need to come from here also, okay? So now I'm at a junction where, you know, my momentum as an actor allows me to continue working in England, in America, love that. But I have a real focal point on Africa now. I really do, because, and it's not now, because I've been doing it for 2 decades, but this is a junction where I can see so much talent, so much new stars, so much growth, so much money, so much financing, so many stories that could be nurtured here. It makes sense for someone like myself, or any other very popular African artist, to come back to the continent and do it here also. It's really important, because we've got to leave the door open for the next generation. And the next generation, thank you, but the next generation are going to be way more successful than me or anyone. Way more, way more. And for me, that's the reason why I'm always on the continent trying to plant seeds. Whether it's, you know, Alex Owusu's here, my partner, and he and I, we work on the Africa Day. We realize nobody celebrates Africa Day. It's May 25th, I think. And it's a day that's been there since the 60s, okay? Sanctioned by the AU. Africa Day, huh? What? What is that? To the new generation, nobody even knew that day. And we decided to try and make a mark of that day and invite new talent to celebrate it. And it was during the pandemic where Alex and I said, okay, we're going to do these concerts virtually, okay? But again, it is that seed to plant that Africa is proud of itself, okay? We have a lot of story. The music industry is taking over the world. We know that, right? So the films and the narrative is next, 100%.
And in building those narratives, in pushing stories powered from the continent out to the world, what are some of the things, looking to the future, you hope to see or be a part of?
Definitely an infrastructure that is fully supportive, okay? And it needs to come from the top. So when we talk about governmental help or support for the creative industry, it is a really important component. And some sort of infrastructure, framework that is bankable, insurable, and promotes talent and work and support mechanisms for creatives, that's something I want to be a part of. Right now, if you're in Nollywood or wherever you are, essentially everyone's a little bit of an island. There needs to be a ring fencing around that. In America, we might call it, for actors, the SAG union, or if you're a producer, it's the PGA. In England, they call it equity. That is basically a protection mechanisms for the creatives so that their jobs are professionalized, standardized, unionized in a way that makes anyone that comes into the creative industry see a standard and say, okay, that's where we need to go, okay? I'd love to be a part of that dialogue. I'd also love to be a part of the dialogue of the extension of cinema. You know, cinema is where people should watch film. Okay, pocket television is great. It's great, you know, and it is the future. Everyone's streaming. But the communal aspect of sitting and watching a film is something that Africans haven't had properly. We need to watch stories together in the forum of a cinema. That's a really important component because it's a shared experience, okay? For those that can't afford a mobile phone, they can still go and see a film, okay? And not to mention, when you look at the size of that screen, when you see that screen and you see me, I look small, but up there I look huge. It looks powerful up there. We need to see that for ourselves. We need to see powerful images of ourselves on big screens. We need that. We need it. You know, I want to be part of that journey. I want to be part of the dialogue of how do we get more cinemas into on the continent. The other part of the journey that I would love to be a part of is seeing an educative initiative supported. So, film schools, acting schools, media schools, filmmaking schools. These are things that are going to bolster our industry, okay? Or anywhere in the world, whether it's New York, America, they have schools. We need more schools to be able to, you know, build the workforce, okay? If it's not schools, then initiatives that help you as a creative nurture talent, okay? So if you have someone that wants to be a journalist, they can follow you, someone is helping finance that, I would love to see that happen in our country, in our continent.
And our last question for you, Idris. What are you doing, making, or building for tomorrow that makes you excited or you're excited about?
Look, I'm definitely excited about, I want to build a structure. I'm going to call it funding. I'm going to call it an infrastructure that has funding to allow other creatives to make projects, okay? I think that I can be a good partner. I think I could be a trusted partner to take funding and distribute to creatives with the guidance of being successful, with the discipline of making sure they deliver. I'm excited about building that, and I'm doing that. So on one side of the spectrum is an infrastructure, call it a production company that has funding, being able to amplify creatives. Within that, a distribution model that allows the use of cinemas, pocket TV, streaming to grow, centered around African voices. An educative system that employs and builds a workforce. And lastly, a facilities building, studios, camera equipment, lighting equipment, you know, of a standard that's the rest. So that's a really big, ambitious plan, but those are the things that I'm really excited about. And on this end of the spectrum, I'm already having conversations about finding that fund that I can distribute to creatives. And on this end of the spectrum, I'm already, you know, circulating how to create the studio system. So it's something that I'm been working on for a few years. As we spoke before, I'm a private person. I don't like to make announcements too much unless they're happening. But essentially, that's what excites me now. That's what I'm aiming towards.
We have 26 seconds.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to ask you one more question.
Is it about my rap career?
Go for it.
Because I've been dying to talk about it, but nobody asked me about that.
Talk to me about your rap career.
No. Let's leave that to the club.
10 seconds, but I think you can give some advice to young creatives who want to break stereotype, who want to share transformative narratives. What can you say to the young creative on the continent who wants to make a difference?
Okay, so be prepared, as I said, be prepared for every eventuality, whatever that is, okay? Believe in your talent, all right? As we said earlier, you know, you will not receive respect until you respect yourself. Point and case, all right? So if you don't respect the work that you are writing in your laptop, do not expect to receive any respect for that work, okay? That's a really important component. You gotta love what you're doing. You gotta love it. I laugh about my rap career and my music, but I love it. And that's why people go, you know, it's funny when you do that, but I like your music. It's fine. But it's because I respect myself, okay? I respect it. So it's important. I said be prepared. Don't be embarrassed if you fail, okay? Culturally, we can be, you know, quite sensitive people. Someone tells us that's no good, it hurts. And it can be very disrailing, you know, it can distract you from keeping going forward. Try to have thicker skin. Thicker skin, okay? I'm half Sierra Leonean. On my dad's side, I'm a Timini. The Timini tribe is a very powerful warring tribe. On my mum's side, I'm Ga, half Ga. And the Ga men, they get angry really quick if you criticize them. Now, for me, I had to learn very quickly that that is not going to get me any further. Take the criticism and move on, okay? It's really important. If you're a young creative, you're going to get a lot more no's than you are going to get yes. So just be prepared for that. Don't be sensitive. Don't let it derail you. Keep going. And don't change your story because somebody says it's not very good. Don't do that. Find ways for it to... Thank you. Find ways to make it better, whatever that is. Finally, be proud to be African, yeah? Be proud. Seriously. We tell your children, your families, to be proud to be African, because that is when people will offer us respect, okay? It's really important that your narrative is your narrative. We're not trying to be Americans. We're not trying to be English, Korean, Japanese. These are African stories. Be very proud of what they are. So that way, when you're telling them, people are like, wow, I got to be a part of this guy, whatever this is, you know? If you are in the room and you've come to CANEX, give yourself a round of applause. Good. Because this is how you progress. This is how you progress. You learn, you kind of do the research. Oh, this guy's going to speak there, I'm going to go listen. And take home your little, record it, take home, take notes, do the work. Yeah? Thank you so much. Thank you. Richard? Okay. Yeah.
Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, faites encore du bruit pour le grand Idriss Elba. Merci à lui pour sa générosité, merci pour son temps, merci pour son partage. On continue à applaudir bien fort pour lui, s'il vous plaît. Et à présent, nous allons passer à quelques minutes de photos de famille. La première photo sera avec la modératrice Arit Okpo. The first picture will be with our moderator, Mrs. Arit Okpo. Surtout, mesdames et messieurs, ne partez pas parce que nous avons une star nigériane qui s'apprête à monter sur scène. Son jet est arrivé hier soir. Ensuite, pour la deuxième photo, j'aimerais appeler le président Orama, s'il vous plaît, à nous rejoindre sur scène. The EVP, Mrs. Kanayo Awani. La ministre de la Culture et de la Francophonie de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, son Excellence, Madame Françoise Remarque. Et le président Jean-Louis Ekra à nous rejoindre sur scène pour la photo de famille, s'il vous plaît. Nous aurons par la suite le ministre du Commerce et de la Promotion des PME de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, M. Souleymane Diarra-Souba, le ministre de Tourisme et de la Culture du Bénin, le ministre de la Culture de la Guinée et le ministre de la Culture du Sénégal pour les photos de famille, as well as the former VP of South Africa, Madame Baleka Mbete. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not leave the venue. We have a special superstar that has landed yesterday with his private jet all the way from Nigeria. Nous avons une superstar nigériane qui s'apprête à monter sur scène. Son jet a atterri ici à Abidjan hier soir. Je ne peux pas vous donner d'indices parce que sinon ce sera trop facile. Mais vous allez kiffer le show qui arrive. We'll also have a picture with the creative advisory group members of CANEX. Magnifique photo de famille. Ne vous inquiétez pas, mesdames et messieurs, Idriss ne partira pas. Il reste avec nous pour le reste de cette soirée. Nous avons 2 performances et un dernier panel avant la cérémonie de clôture demain. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, je vais vous demander de prendre place. Veuillez prendre place, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs. Veuillez prendre place, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs. Merci beaucoup à tous. Est-ce que vous pouvez reprendre place? Can you guys be seated, please? Can you guys be seated, please? Ladies and gentlemen, Idriss is not going anywhere. He's staying with us until the end of this evening. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, veuillez prendre place pour la suite des festivités. All right, mesdames et messieurs, nous continuons les festivités comme je vous ai dit.
Dynamic leadership style, dependable human resources, investment in efficient technology, and ethical business practices, we have become a trusted oil and gas trading brand in Africa. Our vision remains to be the leading vertically integrated full-service energy company in Africa, and our passion is to add value to the world. Bono Energy, going beyond value.
All right, mesdames et messieurs, je vous ai dit qu'il ne partira nulle part. Il va backstage, il va prendre un peu d'eau et il revient s'asseoir avec nous pour le reste des festivités ce soir. Il prendra des photos avec chacun d'entre vous, ne vous inquiétez pas. Mais tout de suite,
Guys, please, guys. Chef, monsieur, venez, venez.
mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, il s'apprête à monter sur scène tout de suite. Il a chamboulé l'industrie musicale internationale en 2016 avec son hit Baby Pana. Est-ce que vous savez de qui je parle? Est-ce que vous savez de qui je parle? Il est originaire du Nigeria. Il a participé à l'album de Beyoncé pour le Lion King, The Gift. Il enchaîne des tubes interplanétaires avec des artistes de renom comme Kiss Daniel sur la chanson Lo 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 lo, let me see you, lo 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 lo, Bougao. Mesdames et messieurs, faites du bruit pour le self-declared king of Afro-pop, Mr. Techno Mo!
For like give me love, oh. Now you dey catch my shot, oh. For your sake, I go church, oh. We go drive around the for my. Yeah, everybody, let's go, baby panao. I say you like you wahala, I get you wahala, baby panao. Anywhere that you go, I go follow you. They go, baby panao. I say you like cassava, I get to. Oh, baby panao. My love for you, we never die, yeah, we never die. Say, if I oh. Say, girl, you too sweet, if I say, baby, dance to do the lagbaja. Make I take you to Guagualada. If I oh, baby, if I say, girl, you too sweet, if I say, baby, dance to do the lagbaja. Hey! Say, love is a beautiful thing. Say, you they cool my temper. Love is a wonderful, tender feeling. You they give me ginger. Say, baby, dance. The beauty in your eyes, they give me life, oh. Say, make we give the Lord the thanks, so for the sake, eh. Say, baby, ribiraba. Araba, ribiraba. Hey, and for your sake, I go kill you, show. I show you love that you never. For like I give me. Now you the catch my shot, too. Hey, for your sake, I go church, oh. For your sake, oh baby, oh, we go drive around the for. Yeah, everybody, let's go. I say you like you wahala, I get you wahala, baby panao. Anywhere that you go, I go follow you. They go, baby. I say you like, I get you, baby panao. My love for you, we never die. We never die. If I oh. Say, girl, you too sweet. Oh, baby, dance to do the lagbaja. Make I take you to Guagualada. If I oh, baby, if I oh. Say, girl, you too sweet. If I oh. Hey. DJ, let's go. My country people, them go taku, oh. Hey, them just a parambulate, rara, so story, oh. Let's go. Yeah. Generator one, tear my ear. Generator one. Oh, plenty greedy man, oh, plenty greedy man for there, oh. I take a project, oh. Forget about the big things, so make we talk about the small things. Yeah, everybody say. Forget about the big things, so make we talk about the small things. Yeah, everybody say. Agbada, Langbaja, Langbaja, Rarau, hey, Rarau, Agbada, Jangbaja, Ba. Oluwa where they bless me, Shay go bless you too. Bless your papa, bless your mama. Oluwa where they bless me, yeah. Shay go bless you too. Bless your papa, oh, bless your mama, oh, yeah. See me, I see you. Badura for me, yeah. Loke, oh. International something. It's a big situation. Back our money, oh. Invest Make it a better place. Spend. Make it a better place. Forget about the big things, so make we talk about the smart things. Yeah, everybody say. Forget about the big things, so make we talk about the smart things. Yeah, everybody say. Thank you. Alahaji, Dekino, baby, oh na, na. Hey, say na love I dey see for your eyes, so I love you, baby, and nothing come twice, so your beauty making me to realize, so say nepa, don't bring it light, oh lo. Say you must to marry me, you go love me. You go killing me, baby, oh. You go follow me, yeah. You're my remedy, oh. You're my melody. The baby na harmony, yeah. Say, I will show you, yeah. Balanga, and you're the mother of my baby Balanga. And if you like, we make out, baby Balanga, I will. Away. Hey, baby, duro. Hey, follow me. I go dance, girl, follow me, yeah. Your daddy, your mommy, but than me, I want to see, yeah. If you be Uche, I go. Baby, loving me, touching me, hey. You go killing me, baby, oh. You go follow me, yeah. You're my remedy, oh. You're my melody. The baby na harmony, yeah. Everybody say, I will show you, yo. And you're the mother of my, yo. And if we like, we make out, baby, I will love you, hey. Yeah. Collect your money. Better, go get that. Hey, oh, call out, con you. Abba. See, don't walk it down. You supposed to day. Kilogo. Person where the mother when I land on a so far so good. Let me see. Hey. Let me see you there. Let me see you. Buga. Let me see you there, Buga. Oh. Let me see you. Let me. Better. Abi. Kalako, uyelawa. Kalako, hey. Say, don't walk, you don't. You supposed to be. Kiloko. When I land softly on a sofa floor. So far, so good. Koni bajao, let me see you. No. Let me see you. No. Bugao, let me see you there, Bugao. No. Let me see you. No. God bless you guys. I love you.
All right, all right, all right. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir encore bien fort pour Techno Miles? Make some noise for Techno Miles! Make some noise for CANEX Weekend 2022. Faites du bruit pour CANEX Weekend 2022, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs. Si vous passez un bon moment ce soir, faites du bruit, faites du bruit, faites du bruit, faites du bruit. Ah là là. Que d'émotions, et ce n'est pas fini parce qu'on aura encore une performance surprise à la fin du dernier panel. Le CANEX, c'est ça. C'est plein de surprises. C'est des artistes qui nous viennent de partout, qu'on n'annonce pas. Voilà. Parce que c'est comme ça. On veut vous faire la surprise. Alors, je vais vous demander de reprendre place, s'il vous plaît. Can you guys all be seated, please? We're about to have another performer on stage right now. Veuillez prendre place, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs. Alors, la jeune dame qui me rejoint sur scène, c'est une artiste, comédienne et auteure ougandaise. Elle utilise la comédie pour explorer la vie quotidienne, notamment dans les relations hommes et femmes. Son style comique a tendance à se concentrer sur des aspects de sa vie personnelle. Elle dit « J'aime parler des choses qui se passent dans la vie parce que ce sera toujours différent et original. » Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, public de Côte d'Ivoire, je vais vous demander toute votre attention ce soir, s'il vous plaît, pour cet artiste qui s'apprête à monter sur scène. Veuillez l'accueillir comme il se doit. Est-ce qu'on peut lui faire un véritable aquaba à Miss Anne Kassimé? She's beautiful, she's talented, and she can dance. Hey, girl.
So others have been speaking, you sat down and listened to them, now you're standing up. Why don't we sit down and laugh a little bit, my fellow Africans? Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kansi Mean, and I'm a comedian from Uganda, and it is a pleasure to be here at CANEX. But what a dangerous thing to speak after Idris just removed his clothes on stage. No wonder I can't get your attention. I don't know what I must do to get your attention. What should I remove so that you all turn and sit down and let me perform for you, my friends? You're not going to be able to leave this place without laughing. If we are removing clothes, let us remove. Do I have your attention? Do I have your attention now? Are you ready to laugh about your problems? Because I have a few problems to share. Let's please take a seat and enjoy what I have to tell you. It's a few minutes, but you're going to break some ribs if you have any. Turn to your neighbor and tell them to check for their phones, the things that were being done here when Idris was on stage. Check, my friend. You never know. And I have my West African brothers and sisters who are always suspecting when they're innocent. So please, just check around and see if you have what you had. So guys, when I was told I was coming for CANEX, that excited me enough. Now, being put to perform after someone like Idris, and then as if that was not enough, they bring Techno to sing for you the farewell song. And then they bring me in as a comma, a punctuation after full stop. I don't know what I am doing here. But here I am, and I'm hoping before I leave, I lighten your mood and make you think about other things, not the problems you're going to find at home when you leave this beautiful CANEX. Because we've been hosted like queens and kings that we are, and been given a platform to speak about our stories that are so organic and authentic. Thank you so much, CANEX, for making me a part of this. I'm still trying to see if I can say something that Idris didn't say. Do you know, fun fact, Idris is the only man who can testify for true love. Because if you remember, in COVID, I think he was the first celebrity I had to have COVID. And I was like, but COVID, of all people, you're starting with our handsome man. But you know what happened, the twist? The wife refused to leave. refused to leave and they got COVID together. And they loved each other through COVID and thickness and thin. And right now, I bet he's the only man right now in Africa who can say he's living and experiencing true love, which we have seen. Some of you during COVID, you realized that you are married to a fellow man because the nails, they couldn't go to the salon, they were in lockdown. They couldn't change the hair. You met them for who they were. You saw the nails were dark, the face was light. Some of you could not be yourselves. But this woman stuck by Idris, and I'm saying, no wonder he is so good at acting. White people looked at him and ignored the color, and they put him in line to be James Bond. Imagine. That's when you know you're talented. When they look at him, they're like, no, 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 no. How good he's doing it, he's not black. Let's give him a role. So I'm so glad that I get to speak after a man like that, you know. And he reminds me how I still have a long way to go. Because I looked at him and I said, Anne, so right now they bring people from Hollywood to cut and rise for you. Eh? What kind of performance are you going to put up? So I've been under so much pressure backstage. Then I remembered, no way, no way. I missed out Wakanda too, but I'm ready for James Bond if they want extras. I even put some face makeup, in case I'm ready for my makeup. Wakanda 3 will find me ready, won't it? So I'm ready for it, and I'm ready to usher in. There's a beautiful talk coming in after me, so please don't get out at all. We have to listen to these African beautiful stories. And when I talk about stories, I remember my son I left at home. I'm a mother, I'm a proud mother. Do we have mothers in the audience? I'm a proud mom. Some of you who are not clapping don't know how hard it was for me to get a child. There's nothing I didn't do. I did what you did and more, and still didn't get the child. And God had pity upon my life and gave me a child. But this is one thing I learned about being a mom and trying to get a child and grooming a very good African child. This is the one thing I learned. You need to be very careful what you're asking for from God. When you kneel down to pray, choose your words wisely, because God has a way of giving you what you have asked for. Just that it doesn't come on the exact time you have asked for it, but He always gives it to you. So those of you who give popcorn prayers, while asking for something as precious as a child, learn from me. Because I look at my child, and I'm like, God, what lesson are you teaching me? So my son is 18 months. He's the most gorgeous. I don't care about your children. My son is gorgeous. I look at him, even me, I'm like, but are you a girl or a boy? Who looks this beautiful? A very gorgeous product. But it's because I prayed and I was specific. I said, God, let this child not look like me. Honestly, when I was praying, I thought of all the important people I've ever met. I said, Father, you know what you are doing. Me, I don't know what I am doing. Wait, why is this saying time up? I haven't even greeted you, and you're telling me time up? Hey, Idris, you see what you have done? This man has left me here timeless. I swear. And when did you notice that the air conditioning kind of stopped functioning when he removed his jacket? I was like, you're already hot. What are you doing? Why are you removing your jacket? We are already paying attention. So I started swallowing water, and I didn't have it. I didn't have a bottle of water, but I started swallowing with my dry throat. Who comes here in the spotlight and reviews and removes even part of what he's wearing? So, yes, I'm still talking about my son. I love my son so much, and I'm so grateful that God gave me a child. But the prayers we give when we are getting a child really matter. When you're praying, don't just say, Father, I pray in the name of Jesus Christ that you give me a well-behaved child. Where is vague? God might give you a well-digger for a child. Give birth to a child who is a good well-digger. Be specific. What do you want? A very well-behaved child with 10 fingers, 10 toes, the things you take for granted, 2 holes in the nose. There are kids that are born without, you give birth to a child and you count and there are 4 nails. You're like, God, what is this? Were you in a hurry? Should have taken your time and given me the right thing. So when we are praying, saying a prayer For the next generation that we want to be here to see the stories we are telling, to be here to learn from the things we are doing, let's be intentional about the things we are asking for from God. Now that I think about it, Idris is from London, right? UK. I have a sister who stays in UK, so I don't know what that means, but I think we are associated somehow. Somehow it affiliates me somehow to Idris. And talking about my sister, I remember when lockdown was starting, she happened to have been in Uganda, so lockdown found her in Uganda, and she came with a friend called Laura Birmingham from the UK, who unfortunately was with us for 2 days and then lost the housemate back at home, called Christopher. That's when I realized that when you white people have feelings, we see them all over you. If you're mad, you turn, we see either you're purple, or when you're in love, we see yellow, the floodlights. I don't know what happens, but it's all here. She was really so broken. She was like, oh, Christopher, how do you die when I'm not around? Christopher had a heart problem. Is that the accent? Christopher had a heart problem. The right pulmonary, there were scientific terminologies. The left ventricle had, and I'm like, why is she explaining a lot about a condition of someone who has already died? Let the person rest in peace. Now, this is the beauty about African culture. For us, when you lose someone, we don't care whether we know them, whether we are not like white people who come and you're a very important person and just a handful of 15 people who even had time to put makeup, wear suits, carry black umbrellas, come and bury you, just a handful. In Africa, you dare die. That's when you realize you're famous. The whole village will come to bury you, especially those ones who want to prove are you actually dead or you're pretending. So when she told us she had lost someone, naturally, as African as we were, we needed to mourn with them. How can we leave them to mourn just like that? So like, oh, sorry, sorry. Actually, by the time she finished telling us the story, our neighbor had volunteered a cow. They had slaughtered a cow, they had put a campfire. We have associations, we have our circles in the village. They cooperate, you come, you bring the big saucepans, we have criers. Every association has like 5 criers, who they know if they're at your burial, everyone will feel pain for the rest that you're in. So we organized a whole burial. And then time came and people were asking, so who has died? We cry of female, or hey, how do we cry? And then I'm like, just give me a moment. I ran to Laura Birmingham. I'm like, excuse me, ma'am. Is it possible maybe you give us a picture? Because what we do, we can, yes, like a picture of the deceased. So that we put it in a frame, you know, and then put it there with the wreath, because people had brought flowers, so that we mourn in Bluetooth. That's when Zoom had come. So for us, we had put internet so that we Zoom with the people in London, and we bury together with the people in Uganda. So she's like, I don't think I have a recent picture, but I think I can find something. She sends me a picture, WhatsApp, document. You know, you can't see the document. I forward it to the printer, they print it and bring a framed photo of what? You've said a dog. A dog is good. A dog can bark, and then thieves can go. A dog, you should celebrate dogs. You people give riches to dogs. That's important. A dog can chase away thieves. Even if it's small like this, does you hear there is something happening outside. Was it a dog? At least. And it wasn't a cat, because a cat can eat rats. It has a purpose. When you have it in a home, you know that rats will not be there. Hey, it wasn't a rat even, because you can use a rat in a lab to test medication which you can use on human beings. This woman wasted feelings of a whole village. Not a cow. It was a chameleon. Honestly. First of all, the first thing that came to mind was, who figured out that it was the left ventricle of a heart of a chameleon? That chameleon had a better life insurance and health insurance than me, the accused queen of comedy. I don't think I have those plans for health. Right now, if I fall sick, the money I have in my pocket is what will take me to hospital. But this chameleon had a full-fledged health plan that me, can't see him, I do not have. And that's what you people do with your love. Why don't you love me and adopt me? Put yourselves together, make an association, and adopt me. He's looking behind. No, I mean you. and your fellow white people that we have in the audience, instead of having chameleons, love me, I swear. Love me, you'll find it very nice. So, sorry, I would still continue and talk. The problem is, I didn't give Idris my phone number, and I can't. I have to see this. I can't risk it.
Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, faites du bruit encore une fois pour Anne Kassime, qui nous vient tout droit de l'Ouganda. À présent, nous allons passer à notre dernière table ronde de la journée, avant la projection du film Woman King, ici au Majestic du Sofitel Hôtel Ivoire. Un programme chargé, magnifique, intéressant, enrichissant dans cette deuxième journée des CANEX Weekend 2022. La dernière thématique, la dernière table ronde porte sur la thématique Histoires africaines sans limite. En gros, le storytelling africain sans limite, avec des intervenants de qualité, vous allez le voir. On a des personnes qui nous viennent des États-Unis, du studio Tyler Perry. On a des personnes qui nous viennent du Nigeria, avec Film One Entertainment. Nous avons la productrice. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui a regardé déjà la série Smart Money Women? Série sur Netflix. Nous avons la productrice qui est là, présente ce soir. Nous avons le fondateur de Wasakara Productions. Nous avons la directrice de RTI Distribution. Nous avons des personnes de qualité ce soir. Mais avant qu'ils n'arrivent sur scène, pour avoir cette discussion avec les acteurs de l'industrie cinématographique africaine sur l'importance de raconter des histoires africaines qui mettent en évidence la force et la résilience intrinsèque de l'Afrique et des Africains pour un public mondial, j'aimerais introduire pour le discours d'ouverture une beauté. Elle est gracieuse, elle est magnifique, elle est adorable. Elle nous vient tout droit d'Afrique du Sud, de South Africa. She is the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture at KwaZulu-Natal. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, faites un maximum de bruit pour Amanda Bani Mapena. Faites du bruit pour elle, s'il vous plaît. Oui, faites du bruit pour elle, s'il vous plaît. N'est-elle pas magnifique? She's gorgeous and her dress is beautiful. She honored us tonight.
Thank you very much. You're far too kind. President and Chairman of Africic Bank, Prof. Orama, Executive Vice President of the Intra-African Trade Bank, Ms. Kanayo Awani, all senior management of Africic Bank, Mama Wetu, I think she's still around, Mama Balega Mbete. It's heartwarming to see you if she's still around. All ministers from Cote d'Ivoire, all dignitaries present, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. From the onset, let me share our gratitude from KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, for being part of this CANEX event. I bring with me well wishes for this event. They come from my counterpart, who's the chairperson of the organization that is the ruling party, the African National Congress, who also holds the title as the MEC for Economic Development, Trade, Investment, and Environmental Affairs, MEC SA Duma. I come from a country of so, and therefore, please forgive me that I was unable in the few weeks that I had to really have a great grasp of French. I would have loved to communicate much better and connect with yourselves better in that particular language, but I thought it was too big of a platform for myself to embarrass myself in attempting to try and speak the language. We are thankful to the leadership, President Omar. We are very grateful for this invite to such a visionary concept like CANEX. As MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture and the KwaZulu-Natal delegation that is with me today, it is a great honor. We are certain to leave today or tonight, or when we do leave, richer. When we talk about richer, we're not talking about wealth, but we're talking about in knowledge, in network, in collaboration, and possibly investments. We are gratefully honored to be with you today. Chinua Achebe, in his wisdom, once said, "Until the lion learns how to write, every story will glorify the hunter." I felt this relevant tonight, as this is exactly what our African writers, filmmakers, and storytellers have done. They've changed the narrative. What were hunters are now victors. What were victims are now victors and own their own narrative. And that is quite profound in my understanding. To us who went in the past, the documented events portraying what took place before plays a pivotal role in what we are to do today. One of my greatest memories growing up was watching Sarafina. I was never part of the generation of the 16th of June, but as I watched it every year, I felt that I was there. I felt connected to what was happening and understood the brutality of the system of the time, and hence moved forward with activism. On social media platforms, they say, give them their flowers. And in this regard, we really would like to honor Nollywood, because in South Africa, that was one channel that everybody watched. What it did, though, more than that, it reminded all of us that our stories are relevant, our stories are important, and our stories can also be income generating. And thus, from there were channels that were created that were purely for Mzansi content. And we are grateful for them for paving that way, or giving us that kind of attributes for us to move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to say, before I leave, to Ms. Okba, the moderator we just had before, the show that she hosts is very instrumental in what is most important to us. It plays as a vehicle in this 21st century, which is key in moving in the right direction in advocacy for African voices, especially for our youth. The show allows for unfiltered, sometimes uncensored tales of African stories. We love that, we own that, and we are proud. From here on out, what is left in the industry players, or for the industry players, is collaborations and also creating linkages to ensure that the entire diaspora to shape the story of a new Africa while harking back to where we come from. Last night, the president spoke and said, "We will support you as long as you are African." It was not a blank check. It meant work and do what you can, and we will be your support base. If we have investors as such, really truly contributing to the creative industry, I see no reason for failure at all for all of us. I look forward to seeing everything that would prosper. We would like to take these 2 minutes that are remaining to thank the people of Cote d'Ivoire for their hospitality, but also say to the president, we've seen CANEX president, and we love it. And you know what I'm going to say? Debian is already ready or KwaZulu-Natal is ready. It's been brilliant. We are honored, and we go home with great stories to tell about what we experience in Côte d'Ivoire. As I said, my French is not great, but I'm certain I'm going to get this one right. Merci beaucoup. C'est bon.
Merci beaucoup, Amanda Bani Mapena. Beautiful, all the way from South Africa. Thank you so much for your amazing speech. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alors à présent, pour modérer ce panel, cette table ronde sur les histoires africaines sans limite, j'aimerais inviter sur scène une modératrice que vous avez déjà vue tout à l'heure, si vous étiez là pour le talk avec Idriss Elba. Il s'agit bien évidemment de Miss Harriet Okpo, s'il vous plaît, sous vos acclamations. Mesdames et messieurs, on applaudit bien fort pour elle. Elle est journaliste et présentatrice de African Voices Changemaker sur CNN. Elle est encore avec nous ce soir pour une discussion très, très enrichissante.
Hello again, everybody. Wow, it's so good to see all of you still here. I would like to start by thanking the MEC for Sports, Art and Culture for KwaZulu-Natal for her very kind words. We have a really interesting panel coming up. We know that the African film heritage, or the African storytelling heritage, is a rich and a long one. And one of the things I think we understand, just as part of our culture, is that films not only entertain, but they have the ability to transform narratives, to change stereotype, and of course, to provide very, very extensive economic progress. And so it's my pleasure to sit in conversation with 5 people who are pioneers and experts in their field. And we're going to draw from their experience and their knowledge to answer key questions about filmmaking and storytelling and how the African film industry, all its various parts and as a cohesive whole, can explode into the global phenomenon we know it already is. And so, it is my pleasure to introduce our first panelist, Philippe Lacote. Monsieur Lacote. Just over there. Monsieur Lacote is a film director from Côte d'Ivoire, most noted for his 2014 film Run, which was a Lumière Award nominee for Best French Language Film at the 20th Lumière Awards. His 2020 film Night of the Kings was a winner of the Amplify Voices Award at the 2020 Toronto International Film Festival. Both films were also selected as Côte d'Ivoire's submission to the Academy Awards for Best International Feature. Run for the 88th Academy Awards in 2016, and Night of the Kings for the 93rd Academy Awards in 2021. Can we give him another round of applause, please? Coming up right after us is somebody who has started a movement for African millennial women, which has them excited about making smart money decisions. Following her background in wealth management and her interest in storytelling, she has created media products which spark conversations about investment, wealth, entrepreneurship, and employment. After 2 best-selling books and a wildly successful Pan-African tour, she went on to produce the hit Netflix series, The Smart Money Woman. Through her work, she has built strong, relatable characters which depict the daily financial struggles of the modern African woman and practical strategies for building wealth in an African context. Can we give a round of applause, please, to Arese Ugu?
Hi.
Hello. Our next panelist has over 20 years' experience in exhibition, production, distribution, and marketing of films and operations management. He's the managing director of Film One Entertainment, mind behind the global distribution of indigenous blockbuster titles like The Wedding Party 2, Omo Ghetto, and many, many others. He has also spearheaded partnerships with international distributors and studios, including Walt Disney. Owners of Film House Cinemas, Film One Entertainment, Film House Plus, and Sandbox, Mr. Moses Babatokwe. Welcome. Thank you. Following right after is a producer, director, and the director of RTI Distribution with more than 200 hours of content produced as executive producer. Her list of credits start from 2004, include documentaries, social awareness programs, talk shows, films, and so much more. She's active in the film and audiovisual world and continues to learn, share, and champion the expansion of film and storytelling, especially from the Francophone world. Can we give a round of applause, please, to Anna Ballo? You're sitting over there. And our final panelist is an executive storyteller and a visionary, a television and film executive, a producer, and a director. She's Emmy nominated and has won the Gracie Award and the Caribbean Heritage Salute to Hollywood and Excellence Legacy Awards. She has facilitated in the creation and execution of various critically acclaimed shows across several networks and platforms. Head of Development at Tyler Perry Studios. Can we give a warm round of applause to Elon Johnson? Several international partnerships, all of these happening as part of the evolution of our filmmaking space. Can you share your thoughts and insights on the film economy of the continent and what it means to have some of the international partnerships that we're seeing at this stage of our evolution?
Wow. First of all, it's great to be here. Good evening to everyone. And congratulations to CANEX and Afrexim for this platform. I think that's such a very loaded question that it will be very, difficult to summarize in a few minutes. But I think over the last 5-10 years, and speaking very specifically to West Africa, we've seen an evolution of our storytelling, our filmmaking. Injected some level of capital into the sector, and having a dual effect of is one of the key wins, and one of the key reasons we're seeing a lot more interest, in the sector. And the truth is, the prospects are really, really, really fascinating. We're still very much underserved in the whole of the continent. I think we have less than 2,000 screens in the whole of the continent in terms of cinema. In terms of even the outlets for exhibiting content, we're still very much underserved. But we're seeing a situation where the biggest streamers in the world are coming down to the continent. Where we just a few weeks ago organized or hosted the first ever studio premiere of Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, which was a real success. So for me, it's been a journey that we've seen a real, progressive evolution, but with a lot of prospects, with a lot of potential that is still untapped. That's how I would like to summarize it.
Anna, a lot of your work is also very collaborative. You work with governments, you work with organizations, so you're not only following storytelling, you're also very specific about, for instance, storytelling, relationships between governments or within organizations. What are some of your experiences across Francophone Africa and as you continue to expand storytelling to the world?
Bonsoir, et je suis très heureuse d'être ici et de partager mon expérience. Effectivement, je travaille avec le gouvernement, je travaille pour la chaîne de télévision publique nationale, la chaîne de service public, et comme elle a pour mission d'éduquer, d'informer et de divertir, à un moment donné, elle s'est dit qu'il était important d'avoir une structure pareille qui puisse être celle qui aide à raconter nos histoires. Mais au-delà, ce n'est pas fait en interne par la télévision elle-même, c'est surtout aider l'écosystème des producteurs à grandir, à l'aider à raconter ces histoires que nous voulons montrer sur nos écrans. Donc c'est principalement ce que je fais et j'en suis très fière. C'est très excitant comme travail parce que on a grandi avec les histoires des autres, on a grandi en regardant le cinéma des autres, on a grandi en regardant les séries des autres. Et aujourd'hui, on a envie que nos enfants, que nos petits-enfants, que nos petits frères grandissent avec nos histoires. Donc, quand les producteurs arrivent et qu'ils présentent des projets, la première chose que nous regardons, en tout cas, c'est de savoir de quoi ils parlent. Est-ce qu'ils parlent de quelque chose qui puisse permettre de nous montrer à l'extérieur? Donc, au niveau de RTI Distribution, c'est l'une des préoccupations. Et ensuite, effectivement, quand on produit, il s'agit de pouvoir distribuer à travers le monde parce qu'initialement, on produisait, c'était juste pour nos chaînes de télévision. On ne faisait pas beaucoup d'efforts. Et comme Moses dit, depuis bientôt quelques années, on voit que nos contenus évoluent, nos contenus deviennent de plus en plus qualitatifs et on est en mesure d'aller les présenter avec fierté ailleurs. Donc maintenant, essayons d'y mettre nos histoires, essayons d'adapter les grands romans que nous avons des grands romanciers en Afrique, nous avons des histoires de Chinua Achebe, Ousmane Sambène, tout ça. Il serait temps aujourd'hui de pouvoir les écrire, les mettre en film, les montrer pour que nos enfants les connaissent également. Sur toute l'histoire de l'Afrique, vous vous rendez compte, il n'y a que 5 romans véritables qui ont été adaptés. Je parle de Sarawinia ou de 12 années d'esclavage, ainsi de suite. Mais on a plus de romans que ça. On a plus d'histoires qui comptent l'Afrique qu'on pourrait raconter. Donc pour moi, c'est vraiment un challenge et j'en parle avec passion. Je suis fière de partager cela.
Arisa. Hi. You come from a background of wealth management.
Yeah.
And you transitioned into storytelling. You've made it look, I don't want to say you've made it look easy because you're very honest about the journey, but you have created such incredible success.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about that shift for you? Entrepreneurial, oh goodness, English. Maybe I should try
Don't worry, I
French.
get what you mean.
Yes, entrepreneurially, financially, and what it means for you where you're standing now.
I like to tell people that my journey to filmmaking was very much accidental, but very intentional when it came to taking advantage of the opportunities. So obviously my background is in finance. I was working in financial services and I came on this smart money journey when I had my own personal struggles with money. And I started to think, I work in financial services and I'm having these issues. So a marriage falls apart, I have a kid, I have to move. all of these bills are so expensive. And I realized at that moment, I don't have enough assets and savings in proportion to the income that I earn. I didn't have the excuse of saying I'm a low-income earner. So I started thinking, who's talking to women like me, who are intelligent, who are go-getters about their personal finances, to stop them from living from paycheck to paycheck? And then I started writing articles on Bella Niger, and then someone said to me, Arisa, I think you should write a book. And at first, it seemed crazy because I was like, I read books, I don't write them. But it planted a seed, and I started thinking, if I was going to write a book, what kind of book would I write? And when I thought about the audience that I spoke to, African millennial women, we don't like to be told what to do. We don't like to be told, do this, don't do that. Our parents told us, save for a rainy day, but what does that really mean? So I decided I wanted to tell a story. I wanted to use entertainment as education. So it's a story of 5 African girls and their pain points with money. And the book had smart money lessons and exercises at the end of each chapter. So you learn about investing, debt, all of that, but it's all in a story about African girls with their pain points with money in an African context. Because again, when you looked at personal finance on the internet, it was all skewed towards European problems. American problems, student debt loan. We don't have the luxury of student debts in Nigeria anyway. So I wanted to talk about personal finance in a way that everyone could understand, that was entertaining. And then I write the book, and then the problem now becomes, how am I going to scale this? How am I going to monetize this idea? Because writing in Africa, you tell your parents you want to be a writer, you look like you want to be poor. So, unfortunately, in Nigeria, we don't have national bookstores like Barnes and Nobles or Waterstones. So I had to become very creative about distribution. So I asked myself, where are my audience buying things anyway? Health Plus, pharmacies, supermarkets, and I started to create my own distribution channel. And then I went on a Pan-African book tour across Africa, and then people started saying, I could totally see this as a movie. Again, how am I going to monetize it? Eventually, I had to think through a business model where I had to convince banks like First Bank, MasterCard, Unilever to buy product placement on the show, and then I use their funds to monetize what I was doing. So basically, because there was no set path for doing this, I had to be very creative about the solutions that I needed to scale and to monetize.
Philippe, your films have represented Côte d'Ivoire at the Oscars. As a filmmaker, what does that mean to you, that your stories, in a way, are a national representation?
Yes, for me, it's always an opportunity to speak about Ivory Coast and to speak about our culture. I think in my films, Ran, or my last film, Night of the Kings, it's a sort of portrait of the political and social and mystical situation in Ivory Coast. So it's important, I will say that it's important to say our stories, but it's important to say our stories in our way to say stories.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is so true. I'm noticing an ongoing theme about not just telling our stories, but telling our stories our way. Yeah. Elon, your work as head of development for Tyler Perry Studios means that you get stories that you must then build and expand and create stories that are identifiable to the African American population in a very cultural, with a sense of ownership. What are some of the things that you have learned, and what are some things that you look out for when you're building a story in that way?
Well, one of the things the first thing I think I learned in this capacity about storytelling is that there's so much relatability. We all have the same stories. And that becomes a problem because we are either rehashing trauma, particularly in the African American experience, right? Or we're talking about relationships in the very same way. So the first place I kind of always go with, I call them clients, but my creatives, right? If we're going to enhance this, is tell me a story that only you can tell me. That's what I always say, because we all have such similar experiences. How do we make these different? How do we make them viable? How do we keep them relatable, but open it up to the world so that there are more experience? So that's one of the first things I learned, and the tool that I used with people. And then the other thing I think in terms of just creatives in America, and I get creative submitting from everywhere. So that's something that's been different for the studio, particularly because I have a personal interest in the diaspora. So I'm in Cannes, I'm in Cote d'Ivoire, I'm in all these places, and I'm meeting creatives, and they're following up, and they're telling me stories. And for me, what I learned on the other end of it is that I have to be even more culturally sensitive, because here I am, oh, I'm so global, I know everything about Africa, I know everything about the West Indies, but I don't. And I learned so much as I'm reading these stories, like, oh, okay, there's a way that we are having these filial relationships in South Africa that's different in Atlanta. And there's a way that we are engaging in relationships between men and women in Nigeria than it is in New York City. And that has helped enhance my experience, and also helps me push people to broaden their horizon when they're writing, creating, and thinking of things to enhance their own stories.
Thank you, sir. When you talk about cultural sensitivity and an awareness, for instance, of differences, of similarities, yes, but also the things that are unique, it makes me think about, then how can we clarify our storytelling processes? How can we empower creatives to be able to tell the stories that only they can tell? Philippe, could you answer that for us? Do you have any thoughts?
Personally, I am very focused on contemporary Africa, because I think that we can break a lot of clichés, a lot of stereotypes in observing contemporary Africa, because it's a mix. It's very dynamic. Cities are very dynamic, and there's a lot of contrast in our cities. So, for example, for me, I'm looking for mythology in contemporary cities, in contemporary Africa. It's my way of searching my stories. But I will say that we have different stories. We have different stories, and I will say today we need to find what is the character of this story, the essence of this story, and what is the potential to make this story international. Because it's important. We speak about economy. For example, in Ivory Coast, there is not enough theaters to say that we will produce for cinema. So we need to produce for our country, we need to produce for our audience, but in the same time, not to change our stories, but in the same time, try to find something in our stories who is universal.
So true. And Arisa, that's something that you did with Smart Money Woman, because you were telling contemporary stories. I mean, I saw women on social media being like, oh, identify with Lara. You told stories that were not only about personal finance. Women identified with the fashion. Women identified with the conflicts. And you've created a culture that not only talks about money, but talks about money from a contemporary perspective. What are some of the insights that you've gained for anybody who's like, I want to tell stories on this continent, and I want to tell stories that people not only enjoy, but people can identify with fundamentally?
So it's interesting. One of the biggest criticisms I've gotten about the Smart Money Woman is some people say that it's not relatable to everyone, because the women in the book and the TV series, they earn way more than the Nigerian average in terms of income. But it was very important to me to tell a story from a very authentic place. In Africa, especially Nigeria, we're in love with the rags to riches story. We like to hear about people who had nothing and then they blew, right? But the reality is most people don't go from extreme poverty to extreme wealth. Most people are living from paycheck to paycheck in the middle class. And it's because in Africa, we're taught about earning money and getting a good job and starting a business, but we're not taught in any formal framework how to keep money or grow it. So I wanted to talk about that middle class, the woman who has a good job, but is still spending above her income. And it was also important to me to tell a story about contemporary African women, because most of the stories that we're told are about poor African women who are struggling. I wanted to show you that we were more complex than that. So the 5 women, they all have diverse, stories and backgrounds, and they're still very relatable. So it explores pain points with money like financial abuse, black tax, debt management in Africa, investing issues in Africa. And it was still very relatable to a lot of people. So I think it's very important to tell stories from your own authentic place. That's how it can become powerful. And what blew my mind was when I went on a Pan-African book tour, I would go to countries like South Africa, and they could identify with Adesuwa's problem. Women will come to me and say, I'm not Nigerian, but I could totally see that my friend is Lara, or I'm Zuri, or my sister is Tammy, struggling with the fashion design business. And the series has helped to change conversations. What excites me the most is not just how similar we are, but how we can also celebrate our differences. And it inspires me how women reach out to me all the time to say, because this has been so fun, seeing this kind of education on TV, on a platform like Netflix, it's helped to change the way that I have conversations about money with my friends, with my family. People are now talking to their dads about wills. So I think it's important for us to tell our stories from a very authentic place, regardless of what that looks like to other people. Because if I told people, actually, when I did tell people that I was turning a personal finance book into a TV series, I looked crazy. Moses will tell you I was definitely, the underdog because he's my distributor, and there was a lot of doubt about whether this was going to do well or not. But we came out on Netflix, and we were in top 10 for 12 weeks. We were number 1 in Nigeria, Kenya, and numerous other African countries. And the only reason that happened was because I had gone on that Pan-African book tour. I had built these audiences intentionally in these countries. So they galvanized their support for me when it came on Netflix.
Mm. Anna, you're very passionate about Francophone, Anglophone collaboration, about expansion within Francophone West Africa and expansion into the world. What are some things that filmmakers, or people in the creative industry, can carry with them if we're thinking about expanding our storytelling, not just across the continent, but for instance, Francophone, Anglophone, working together to tell common stories that are individual in their identity?
Je pense que surtout pour les producteurs francophones, c'est de ne pas produire juste pour leur marché. Parce que hier, on le disait à la table ronde, quand vous prenez le Nigeria, le Kenya et l'Afrique du Sud, ils font plus de 300 millions d'habitants. Quand vous prenez la Côte d'Ivoire, le Mali, le Burkina, le Niger et tout, on n'atteint même pas 150 millions d'habitants. Ben, à quel moment on peut décider de faire un projet ambitieux qui va passer sur les écrans et qui va être rentabilisé? Si je fais un film qui parle trop de mon environnement, qui peut raconter mon histoire, c'est vrai que c'est des histoires africaines, mais elles ont leurs particularités. Mais si elles racontent trop aussi nos histoires, ben, je ne sais pas comment Moses pourrait le projeter dans ces salles parce que ce sera trop typé. Donc, pour moi, lever déjà la barrière de la collaboration. La langue n'est pas une barrière. Quand je vais en Afrique du Sud, ou quand mes amis mes partenaires sud-africains viennent ou ghanéens, je leur dis, je parle en anglais, mais si j'ai envie qu'on parle une langue commune, ce serait les langues maternelles qu'on a apprises, ou bien la façon dont l'Ivoirien de tous les jours en Côte d'Ivoire parle. C'est pas... Voilà. J'ai envie que vous sachiez ça. Quand vous venez en Côte d'Ivoire, que vous allez par exemple à Djamé, qui est l'équivalent de Ikeja à Lagos, il y a une façon de parler anglais qui n'est pas la façon de parler anglais dans d'autres quartiers. Donc en Côte d'Ivoire aussi, on a notre façon de parler. Et j'aimerais que ce soit ce que vous apprenez ou que vous apprenez le balou. C'est ça qui va faire qu'on sera fort, parce que on danse tous sous la musique de techno. Pourtant, on ne comprend pas ce qu'il dit, nous, francophones. Mais il y a un feeling qui passe. Ce que la musique a réussi à faire, il faut qu'on réussisse à le faire au niveau cinématographique. En Côte d'Ivoire, au Mali, on est très productifs. Mais c'est comment est-ce qu'on s'organise pour qu'on puisse transmettre cela. Aujourd'hui, le Nigeria a la technologie. Le Nigeria est très avancé. L'Afrique du Sud est très avancée. Mais pourquoi est-ce qu'on n'ouvre pas des collaborations dans ce sens-là? Et c'est vraiment mon challenge, c'est mon combat au quotidien. À chaque fois, j'ai dit aux producteurs, il est dangereux d'aller tout seul sur une production, surtout quand vous n'êtes pas grand. Essayez d'identifier, ça va mettre du temps, ça va être difficile, on va vous dire quelquefois non, mais insistez et puis essayez d'ouvrir. Apprenez à raconter des histoires dans lesquelles tout le monde s'identifie, mais qui demeure votre propre histoire. Donc déjà, ce type de collaboration pour moi est important. Et le fait que Afrexim, qui est un banquier, ait compris cela et nous rassemble aujourd'hui ici, le networking dont on parle, c'est vrai qu'il y a des jeunes producteurs ou des producteurs qui sont là ou des réalisateurs, ils se disent « j'aurai jamais accès à ce genre d'estrade ou à ce genre de personnes », mais il faut avoir l'audace. Je raconte l'histoire d'un producteur nigérian qui est venu, je n'avais pas rendez-vous avec lui, il a attendu. À 13h, il fallait que je descende déjeuner. Il m'a attendu, il m'a montré, il me dit, on peut signer maintenant, je veux que vous preniez mes films, je veux qu'on travaille. Il a tellement insisté que j'ai été obligée de le recevoir 2 jours après. Mais nous, j'ai l'impression que, bon, peut-être côté francophone, on est un peu plus timide et même on se gêne à approcher des personnalités pareilles parce qu'on dit, je ne parle pas anglais. Pourtant, eux aussi, ils rêvent de nous comprendre. J'ai des amis qui disent, ah, j'aime bien quand tu parles français. Ce n'est pas notre langue d'origine, mais c'est celle qu'on pratique pour se comprendre. Essayons de voir comment on casse cette barrière de langue, parce qu'au fond, on aime tous la sauce feuille, on mange tous du manioc sous différentes formes, on mange tous du maïs sous différentes formes, peut-être qu'on peut le raconter de cette façon-là. Donc, oublions la barrière de la langue, regardons peut-être ce que les financiers, ceux qui savent, ceux qui ont, comme on dit, l'expertise de la gestion, nous montrer comment est-ce qu'on se met ensemble pour travailler, pour avoir des projets ambitieux qui puissent drainer beaucoup. Il y a un marché aujourd'hui. Si on décide de travailler ensemble, en interne déjà, on a un marché de plus de 500 millions de consommateurs qui peuvent regarder ces différents écrans. Comment est-ce qu'on valorise cela? Je pense qu'il est temps maintenant.
Thank you. It's definitely high time, I agree. Moses, looking to the future, we're seeing so much interest in African stories. Our storytelling culture is being celebrated. This is a very exciting time to be on the continent. But we don't just want our stories told. We want to be part of the economy, the structure that builds those stories, whether in ensuring that films are shot on the continent, whether it's ensuring that there are people who work with accuracy. There's so many ways that we can build supporting economies. What are some things we can do, or what are some things you would like to see, especially at this very, very exciting moment in our storytelling culture?
Thank you for that. I think there's some key traits as a sector that we need to embody for us to see more of the impact of this interest in the sector. For me, there's got to be more competence, like the fact that you are trusted with the responsibility and you can carry it out. It's important that we have, entertainment entities or, film production companies that demonstrate competence. And I'm saying this also from experience, that when that has been demonstrated, you are likely to then see a lot more partnerships, and you're likely to see people believing in your recommendations or the things that you want to do. I think transparency has also been a big thing for us, and going into the future, transparency is going to be key. I say this because, for example, we entertained and were very receptive to the box office measurement platform called ComScore to come into our market in 2018. And for the first time, a whole sector had real-time data,
yes.
on what films were performing well, what genre of films, the top rankings, and I cannot tell you how transformational in terms of perception that has been, for the industry. I also think that, we should be forward-looking, and Idris mentioned it in his conversation, preparation. A lot of this attention is coming, it's like a whirlwind. We want to be prepared, very linked to being competent. We want to be prepared for this wave that is coming in. And whether it's by training, whether it's by, encouraging internships across whether it's our development labs or storytelling labs or, film business, we want to be able to encourage competency, transparency, and being prepared.
Yes. Elon, some of the things that are happening now, storytelling and so on, is bringing up valuable conversations around appropriation, around respect, around the traveling back and forth of stories. What are some things that filmmakers, especially those who may not be from the continent, but who want to be respectful and aware, what are some things they can keep in mind? And what would you like to see in a world where we can sit on the continent and in the US and tell stories that are relevant to both of us and respectful to both of us? We have 4 minutes, so I'm going to ask for about a 1-minute answer, and then we'll do like a quick roundup.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing that I think is extremely important, and I do this on a lot of my shows and films, is getting consultants, because you need to have someone who firmly understands and can give you the information, and you're not making it up, and then therefore you're avoiding the appropriation thing. I just want to quickly say I saw this film called Talia's Journey in Dubai at their first international film festival last month. I happened to be a juror there. It was by a Belgian director, but it was about a Senegalese American woman going back to Senegal. And because so much of the information in the story had really come from a Senegalese woman, it felt so much more authentic in that space. So really holding on. If we're not fully 100% in control of making all aspects of it, then it has to be getting the people who understand and know and can explain it. Same thing with the Woman King and our friends here that have weighed in on dialect and things like that. Like, that's important. That just enhances the story and make it better anyways.
I really love that perspective because, yes, there were many conversations about things like that, about dialect and so on. And it opened up the possibilities that exist here on the continent, yes, to ensure that stories continue to respect, their grounding. Philippe, as we round up, what is your wish for a continent where storytellers are, or what are your dreams for a continent where storytellers are empowered and are able to tell stories that are true to them? What would you like to see?
Yes, like Moses, I think that it's a special time today for Africa, for African stories, for African people, because we have this connection with African American, and there is a social context who is very important to have a voice. You told that I won a prize at Toronto International Film Festival, and it was the title was Relevant Voices, something like this. So I think it's time for this, we have stories. It's not new. We have stories. We have old stories. We have new stories. And we are a part of the world today, and we are connecting with our diaspora, and we are in modern stories. But maybe we need to find a professional who will tell the stories very exactly with something subtle, something who could, what I said before, who could belong to Africa, and who could be international also. Because when you speak about an emotion, it's universal. An emotion is universal. If you speak about love, about death, about passion, it's universal. So I don't see what's the problem to sell our story, to share our stories in the whole world.
Arasa, as we round up, what advice would you give for creatives who want to be able to tell stories, much in the way that you've done? What would you say to them?
The narratives are powerful, and that as Africans, we're leaving a lot of money on the table, because the way that we take control of our narrative, the way that we speak about our culture, has an economic impact. If I look at a country like South Korea, they've done 12 billion, as at say 2019, in exporting pop culture. A band like BTS is responsible for 3.5 billion in revenue, about 3% of the country's income. That's huge, and it's because they've been very intentional about about funding public and private partnerships that help to push these South Korean narratives. They've sold us their music, their fashion, and they've been very intentional about selling us their products as well. Electronics, concerts, all kinds of things. It has an economic impact. So I feel like Africans need to start thinking about what that means for us. How do we use our narratives to become a soft power? How do we use our narratives to shape how the world sees us? If we continue to tell, America has told the world a lot of stories about who they are. They've told us that they have the best electoral system. They've told us that they have the best soldiers, the most patriotic soldiers. But they don't tell us about the corruption in their own society. They don't tell us that in LA, as glamorous as it is, there's homelessness on Skid Row. But in Africa, if we continue to tell only bad stories and we don't balance that with the good, if we talk about our wars and we don't talk about our culture, if we talk about our corruption and we don't talk about our food, these things have an impact on how the world sees us. So we need to start thinking about what our soft power is.
This is such an expansive conversation because, to be honest, I don't know that we could talk about, storytelling on the continent in an hour, and I think we've done a really incredible job. Some of the things that have resonated for me is the power of our narratives, the ability to own our own stories, the recognition that we have stories that are relevant and important. You've talked, Moses, about transparency, about competence. These are things that we need to build. And I love that you say, look, we have so many stories. Why is language a barrier? We can expand, we can do more. We have more in common than we actually have dividing us. And Elon, I really appreciate your perspective on the fact that, yes, our stories are universal. The ways we tell them are individual. And one of the ways that we can be respectful of storytelling, especially from cultures that are not traditionally ours, is, for instance, things like consultants, in making sure that you are able to ground the stories you're telling properly where you are telling them. Thank you so much for giving us such insightful perspectives, and thank you so much for your wonderful listening.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs. Faites du bruit encore une fois, s'il vous plaît, pour notre panel African Stories Limitless. Les histoires africaines illimitées, un panel de qualité, je vous l'ai dit tout à l'heure, avec pour modératrice Madame Harit Okpo. Et nous avions les intervenants Philippe Lacotte, Elon Johnson, Arese Ugu, Anna Balo et Moses Babatope. On applaudit encore bien fort pour eux, s'il vous plaît. Ne partez surtout pas parce qu'on aura encore une petite surprise pour vous. Ah, c'est CANEX Weekend, non? Il y a toujours des surprises. There's always surprises at CANEX. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, our panelists. Thank you, guys. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir encore, s'il vous plaît, pour eux? Ils sont restés jusqu'à la fin pour chacun d'entre nous, pour partager leur expérience, leur savoir et leur vision pour le cinéma africain. Ok, alors mesdames et messieurs, techno ne part nulle part. Techno is not going anywhere. So please be seated. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, je vais vous demander de prendre place. Techno ne partira pas, il prendra des photos avec tout le monde, ne vous inquiétez pas. Alors, à présent, pour le discours de clôture, j'aimerais inviter un homme. He's a global African entrepreneur and a pioneer in sustainable clean energy and solar solutions. He is the founder of Africa Development Solutions, ADS, as well as the co-founder and CEO of Solectra, the company driving the Acon Lighting Africa initiative. He's a big sponsor of the CANEX Weekend right here in Abidjan. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, faites du bruit pour monsieur, la légende, Samba Batili. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, je vais vous demander de prendre place. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. You know, we're all creative in this room, and this man standing right next to me is honestly one of the biggest supporters of African creativity. He has believed in some of our biggest stars when they were very small, and today they're the biggest name in this industry. We have one superstar that's right here tonight that is not leaving this place, qui ne partira pas, et qui va prendre des photos avec vous. Et c'est un gros soutien. C'est lui qui l'a ramené ici à Abidjan pour qu'il soit parmi nous pour le week-end CANEX 2022. Et je veux bien entendu parler de Techno Miles. Et donc, j'ai l'honneur de pouvoir lui poser quelques questions pour vous ici ce soir. Samba, first of all, thank you so much for being here. I know that you tried really hard, you know, to be present. So thank you for being here. We only have one mic, so we'll share a mic if you don't mind. So tell us, how do you feel about being in Abidjan? I know you come here often, but how do you feel about being in Abidjan for CANEX, you know, an event celebrating African creativity?
Thank you. How do I feel about being in Abidjan? I think Abidjan is the place I love the most in West Africa in terms of, you know, when I was younger, I was saying that two places in Africa, when I just learn, I feel distress. It's Abidjan and Kinshasa because of the people, the fun. So it's always a pleasure to be in Abidjan. I was here, I think 10 days ago for the ADB forum, and was talking about the same creative industry. And I will tell you a little bit story about my coming in the creative industry. 4 years ago, I have a discussion with one of my team members who was seeing me investing into forum, because I organized a forum when I brought in 170 creative, musician, filmmaker, fashionist, and so on. And I spent 800,000. And after that, I invest also in a studio on the sea, 2.5 million US dollars. And then that team member asked me, boss, I would like you to respond to me honestly. All those things that you are doing in the creative industry, are you doing it for passion or for business? My reply to him was, I'm doing that for both. First of all, I like music. And also, I tell him that, you know, creative industry could be a big business in Africa. I give him the example of the US. US creative industry is a market of 760 billion US dollars. It's bigger than agriculture and transport sectors. And I told him, you see Africa, Africans are born creative. If I can consider one of the competitive advantages that Africa have versus the rest of the world, is creativity. But the issue is that creativity is not well monetized. How many musicians or actors, greatest one, have you seen at the end of life struggling? I've asked you this question. It's because that the ecosystem is not in place. If you leave a musician or an actor to do a business, he's not a businessman. So that's why business people need to step in to this creative ecosystem to make it work. And that's why I make that jump. And to be clear, if you take this continent, we're talking about 1.3 billion